I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal for how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawn. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? Is your man's Uncle Freezy. Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. I'm your man's Uncle Freezy. Let's get it started, man. Blue tears, orange tears, Blarence tears. Bim! Let's go. So, to get it started, let's say, throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a single juicy food, somebody say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Scream. What's good? Julian Blum coming in, starting trouble already. Talk about ping pong. Yo, what's good? PHPH was good. Fabian Williams was good. Salute. The ball don't lie was good. Mr. Vince is in the building. Was good. It's good to be with y'all, man. It's good to be with y'all. Of course, y'all know we got news. Right? We got news that we want to get to. We got some Knicks news. We just want to talk about it for a little bit. Let's get straight to the tip-off. So, the NBA draft lottery has come and gone. And the Knicks are slotted to pick 11 in the NBA draft. $11 in the NBA draft. I don't know what to tell you. Almighty Finesse says, trade the pick. I don't want it. Right? Sohan, if we don't move up for Sharp or Pup Benny. Yeah. I'd love to get Shadion Sharp or Ben Mathurin. Paris Dugga, salute to Paris Dugga. Paris Dugga says 11 is going to be the rookie of the year, though. And like a lot of people, Almighty Finesse says, I wanted Jabari Smith or Paolo. So let's get controversial for a minute. Right? Let's get controversial for a minute. Right? And entertain controversy. Say it back and forth. Let's just entertain a hypothetical. And I know you guys don't like hypotheticals. You like stuff that's real. Me too. I do too. I don't like playing games. Right? I like being real. I like being straight up. Right? I like being straight up. But in this situation, just humor me. I'm going to bring up some numbers. And I know you guys hate, I know you guys hate for me to stat you to death and put things on the screen. Right? But I have to. I know you guys hate when I put stuff on the screen. Right? And make it seem like it's about my ego. It's not about my ego, though, y'all. I'm just going to put some stuff on the screen really quick. Bim. Bim, y'all see it. Y'all see it. Woodshed 1914 is in the building. Woodshed says, there would be a very good play available at 11, cough, Johnny Davis, cough, but we can't trust the Knicks front office to take the right guy in the lottery. Yep, we cannot. We cannot. Bodega was good. What's good? Let me do some. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. The Johnny Davis thing bothers me, and I think I gotta get on it, speak to it just real quick, get it off my chest. I honestly believe this Johnny Davis kid is a smaller RJ Barrett. If you're the Knicks, what do you need with a 6'3" RJ Barrett? If you're the Knicks front office, if you're Tom Thibodeau, what do you need with a 6'3"? Let me take this stuff off the screen real quick. Johnny Davis, in my mind, and I'm not saying I'm absolutely correct. This is my opinion. Johnny Davis is a 6'3" RJ Barrett. All the comps that you hear, all these things that you hear, well, he shoots 30% from three, but he'll get better. A shooting guard that can't shoot the three. A shooting guard that can't shoot. Okay. He's not the best athlete, but he can get to the rim. Yeah. No, Chef. Their games are similar, man. Their games are not different. They're not. They're exactly the same, bro. Offensively, they're exactly the same player. Right? Hey. Yeah, yep. And at Duke, RJ was 6'7", 6'7.5". He gets to the NBA, he's 6'6". You gotta give the college bump. Like Quentin Grimes was 6'5" and some change, in the NBA he's 6'4". Right? No, you gotta You got to calculate for the college bump, man. Everybody's 2 inches taller in college. Nah, man, he's just like, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up somebody that I trust. I'm gonna pull up somebody that I trust just real quick. I'm gonna pull up a link for somebody that I trust, and whatever they say about RJ, I'll go with it. I mean about Johnny Davis, I'll go with it. Yeah. So I'm gonna refer you guys to a kid named Hoop Intellect, and he does breakdown videos on guys. Listen to what Hoop Intellect says about Johnny Davis, and tell me if you heard this about RJ Barrett or not. An average athlete that can get to the basket whenever he wants, struggles finishing at the rim, especially against length, right? A winner, strong-willed kid, all these things. It's like, yo, these are the same things I heard about RJ Barrett. Right. And so I'm not knocking Johnny Davis. I'm saying I don't know if having 2 RJ Barretts improves the original RJ Barrett. I don't know if the sequel is better than the original. DSJ is in the building. Was good. Pierre Moise was good. Just wanted to say that about Johnny Davis. I don't think Johnny Davis is a fit. If Johnny Davis is on the board at 11, I'm going to pass. And I know that seems like sacrilege, especially when he was like the 6th ranked prospect during the season. Right? I know, guys. Listen, I get it. I get the Johnny Davis thing, bro. But you don't want to bring in how tall did they say he was? Let me see. Let me see what Hoop Intellect says. So Hoop Intellect has him listed as a hi. Or is it 6'5" guard? All right. I'm going to freeze this video. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to freeze it. I'm just going to show you what Hoop Intellect has for him. Right? All right. Hoop Intellect says the guy, his strengths are defensive ability, mid-range, driving, motor, will. Right? Motor, will, driving. Those are two comps for RJ Barrett. The mid-range scoring thing, that's RJ Barrett-ish, but I could see where one can say one side or the other. I get it. The defensive ability, no, that's not an RJ Barrett thing. So okay, so I give you guys credit for that one. Right? All right. So, and this is Hoop Intellect, somebody that I really trust with these type of videos and breakdowns and analysis. Right? I'm gonna try to find his weaknesses and put them up. Okay, he didn't have it listed here, but he talked about it, so I'm gonna. So, all right, Johnny Davis. Let me hold it. I'm gonna show you one more thing, and then I'm gonna get to this conversation that I want to show you. All right. So his player comp is Josh Hart. Are you taking Josh Hart at 11? If everything works out perfectly, you want to take Josh Hart at 11. Is this what we want at 11? Bodega says, Hoop Intellect is always critical of the Knicks. He ain't a fan of ours. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, Bodega. I'm with you. I'm with you on that, right? But this right here is just an assessment of a player. He says the NBA comp for Johnny Davis is Josh Hart. And I'm asking you guys if you would take Josh Hart at 11. And Comment says, Hart is a good player, a real role player. Yeah. But would you take him at 11? Andre Bryant says, Quentin Grimes is already a Josh Hart guy for the Knicks 3-and-D. Right. Would you take Quentin Grimes if that's the case? Would you take Quentin Grimes at 11? Woodshed says, I'm taking Hart over reaching to the stars. No more projects. Right. Mr. Vet says, we have a bunch of role players stuck behind vets right now, as it is. And I agree. Right? Ashley Inc. 1 says, I would not pick Josh inside the top 20. Exactly. Okay. So there's somebody with somebody standing their ground, like putting it out there, like they would or they wouldn't. Right? Right? So what I'm saying to you guys is at 11, are you going to take a ham sandwich? Josh Hart is that, a ham sandwich. You can get a hamburger. Josh Hart is a hamburger. You can get a hamburger from any fast food place USA. But we would take him at 11? No, of course not. Keyshawn says, I'm not in a rush to move Randall. What? You're not in a rush. Okay, you got two comments linked together. Okay, all right, I got you. Okay, you got two comments linked together. That just boggles my mind just now. It's going to be like, oh, what are you talking about? C-Mac C-Mac is the trolliest troll in Trollville. C-Mac is the king of trolls of Trollville, right? Shout out to C-Mac. C-Mac is the trolliest troll of all troll time. Wow. C-Mac said 11 through 20 are all ham sandwiches with no condiments. It's like a vending machine sandwich. It's like you ever been at the hospital or something, or in the office or something, and you go down to the vending machine and they just have you look in the thing and it just says ham sandwich. It's like no product name, no Black Forest ham, no description. It's just ham sandwich. Yeah, man. So my point is if we are a team, hey, Miss Geraldine, how you doing? Gene Robinson, what's good? The coolest is in the building. What's good? I would say this. With the Knicks picking at 11, it's not the end of our lottery dream, right? It's not the end of our lottery dream, right? As Knicks fans, we have to dream because our reality a lot of times is a nightmare, right? We have to dream because our reality sometimes is a nightmare, right? And it's not because our reality is laden with monsters and all that stuff. It's just that whatever can go wrong for us goes wrong. Whatever is borderline can go wrong, it does. Right? RJ Barrett having a breakout season gets injured. So you don't get to see him at the end of the season. Right? You trade for Cam Reddish and you say Cam Reddish has a low motor, and then the game that he revs his motor up, he gets hurt hustling. Cam Reddish got hurt hustling. Right? He was like, Cam Reddish has a low motor, blah, blah, blah. And then when he revved his motor up, started playing hard, he got hurt. So now you're like, damn. Right? Subliminal 209, what's good? So, Keyshawn, I'm gonna say this, and I know this is gonna be controversial as well. I think TyTy Washington is gonna be a star in the NBA. Not a mega star, not a John Morant, right? Not Ja, right? But I think TyTy is gonna be Tyrese Halliburton. That's my opinion. And Mr. Vince says Mitch leaves, got to move vets to avoid a repeat of last season trade. Julius, since Tibbs is staying for now. Yep. Okay. I'm with it. Hey, Mr. Vincent, guess what? I would say keep Julius if you got rid of Tibbs. If you get rid of Tibbs, I say keep Julius. Woodshed said, Woodshed is such a homer. He wanted us to get Jabari Smith so bad. Woodshed, just Woodshed, if you want us to take Jabari Parker, type Y for yes and N for no. Right? If you want not Jabari Parker, but Jabari, whatever his name, Jabari Smith, type Y for yes and N for no. Yeah. And so Wood says, I finally got over the Halliburton deal, and you bringing that up. Yeah, but listen, the reason why I bring that up is because I think TyTy Washington was legit held back by Kentucky. Right? I think he was held back by Kentucky, bro. I think he was held back by Calipari's inability to coach guards and injuries. Yeah, hey, Sav, he played slow because he had 2 ankle injuries, bro. He played through 2 ankle injuries. Kentucky tried to force him to sit, but since he knew he was one and done, he felt like he had to play. I think TyTy is going to be that guy. I think TyTy is going to be that guy that once he gets to the next level, you'll see his talents, blossom on the next level. Right? I mean, that's my opinion on it. And I may be wrong, right? I may be wrong, but I was not wrong about Trey Mann. Right? Wasn't wrong about Cade. Just saying. Miss Geraldine says, Knicks Nation, just because we are not picking in the top 5 doesn't mean we can't draft a gem at the 11 pick. And Mr. Vince says, I can see a different Julius without Tibbs, but we still need to clear out the other vets, though. Yeah, I dig that. I dig that. But the thing is so you have you have all these schools of thought, right? You have the school of thought where you need to clear out all the veterans and just play the kids. Just gut the roster of anybody over 25 and go super young. And if you win, you win. And if you don't, you don't. But you learn. You get better. Right? Go under 25. Everybody over 25 is gone. Play everybody. Hey, get rid of all these vets and all these people holding up rooms, spaces, roster spots, rotation minutes, practice time, one-on-one drills. All these veterans getting in the way of all these things, right? Get them out of the way. And play all the kids. Right? And if you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. But the young guys are getting better and better every day. Right? Okay. I get that. But even though I don't agree, I understand. Right? And then there is a very small minority that says these young kids are assets. Keep Randall, keep Mitch, keep RJ. Everybody else is trade bait. Everybody else is assets in a DeJounte Murray deal. DeJounte Murray, Bradley Beal deal. Right? Trade everybody else got to go. Everybody else is in a De'Aaron Fox deal. Everybody else is in a DeJounte Murray deal, a Tyrese Halliburton deal. Everybody else is fodder for the trade machine. Right? Everybody else is fodder for the trade machine. Right? And so what they would like to do is get a team of DeJounte Murray and Bradley Beal as the backcourt, RJ Barrett as your 3, Julius Randle as your 4, Mitch is your 5. Coming off your bench, you'd have Ray Rondo, PJ Tucker, Ben, what's the dude name? Ben, the dunk contest dude. Yeah, Ben, you know who I'm talking about. Veteran bench players, basically. Right? There's that school. Right? Get deep to make a run. You never know what happens after the second round. After the second round, you never know how things will break your way. Basically. And the young kids on that team would be RJ Barrett and Mitch. You just have 2 young guys that you're invested in, and the rest of the time you're not even worried about young guys. You're just going to trade them, you know what I'm saying, and whatever. Just invest. And instead of investing in 14 young dudes, spreading out the time and development evenly, you just focus on 2 young players, RJ and Mitch, making them better. Right? There's that school. Right? And then there's the school of I don't know, either way, just let the best man win, whether it's a vet or a young guy. Just be fair and hold people accountable. Right? Don't give veterans the advantage because they're veterans. Just hold everybody accountable. Right? Just keep adding pieces wherever you can get them from. If you can get a Jalen Brunson, go get him. He's not a young guy or a vet. He's like right in that middle range. Go get a DeJounte Murray. He's not a vet or a young guy. He's right in that middle range. Go get a Miles Turner. He's not a vet or a young guy. He's in that middle range. Go get a Mo Bamba. Go get the dude from Orlando that stays hurt all the time. Jonathan Isaac. Go get a Jonathan Isaac. Right? He's right in between. He's neither young nor old. And let the best guy win and hold everybody accountable. There are people with that accountability mindset where it's not about age or any of that stuff. Bring in talent and build a team organically, whether it's rookies, UDFAs, FAs, trades, whatever, G League, whatever. Just let the best guy win. Have a fair competition. Don't let it be Randall versus Obi, because y'all know that wasn't fair. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, this year is training day. Embrace the process. Sherwin M is in the building. What's good? Eddie Ray says, trade with Detroit. Get the 5th pick. Trade Mitch and Randall with 11 and take Ivy. Done deal. Bim! Bim! Eddie Ray, you read my mind. Bim. There you go. Eddie Ray, you deserve this. Bim. Hey, y'all got to get this chat a little bit more litty because I'm reading through stuff. It's the same stuff. Come on, y'all. Sherwin M says, the Knicks don't need a power forward. We need a small forward and a point. Hey, yep. Mr. Vince says, folks, I have watched Bill since moving to Maryland 3 years ago. He's overrated, not a franchise guy that wins. I agree with you. Hey, Mr. Vince, you in Maryland, huh? Occasionally, I will go to Maryland and hang out in a place called Glen Burnie. And I don't know if you ever heard of that before. But occasionally, I have known to be in that place every now and then. Not Zay is in the building. Brahim is in the building. What's good? Hey, Not Zay says Detroit going for Sharp. Yep. And Paris Zucker says RJ and Mitch is a losing situation. Wow. What's wrong with 3 dudes to think Detroit would trade the pick? Oh, what's wrong with these dudes? I'm sorry, I misread that. What's wrong with these dudes to think Detroit would trade the pick? Let me see where Detroit is picking. Where is Detroit picking? Let me pull up my trusty site, Tankathon. Detroit is picking 5th. Detroit is picking 5th. So I would say if Detroit is picking 5th, if Detroit is picking 5th, they're not going to trade that pick. I think they take Shadion Sharp. I think whoever goes between Jaden Ivey and Shadion Sharp, Detroit is going to get the other guy. Hard Will is in the building. What's good? Right. But what do y'all, okay. All right. All right. Let me pull up a thing. I want to show it to you, right? Because Knicks fans are obsessing over wing players, right? Knicks fans are obsessing over wing players. I just want to show this one more time, so you'll understand my mindset. Not just think I the loony truck hit a pothole and I fell out the back door of the loony truck, right? Guys and gals, look at these field goal percentages. Look at these field goal percentages, right? Evan Fournier, 41.7. RJ Barrett, 40.8. Derrick Rose, 44.5. Alec Burks, 39.1. Kemba, 40.0. Quickly, 39.2. Grimes, 40.4. Reddish, 41.5. What are we doing? Oh, even Obi. Obi is at 53.1. What are we doing here? Why are we even considering big men when the guards that we have can't shoot? The guards that we have can't shoot. Julius Randle knows this. Like, I'm gonna kick out the guys that can't shoot. Y'all want me to pass the dudes that can't shoot, right? What are we doing here? This is the whole Elfrid Payton thing all over again. Randle passed the ball to guys that can't shoot. Mr. Vince says, need to get into spot number 3 or 4. Everyone except RJ is available. Plus, we have a lot of second-round picks. Come on. Yeah, I agree. And Allah Wise says, those field goal numbers is why Mitch's so important. Offensive rebounds and 70% on putbacks. Yeah. So I'm going to take this down. I don't need that no more because I think I emphasized the point enough, right? The Knicks need playmakers, man. This ain't even about athletic ability or knockdown three-point shooting or both. Because when you talk about supreme athletes and knockdown three-point shooting, the easy answer is Benedict Mathurin, right? When you talk athletic ability, the easy answer is Jaden Ivey. right? When you're talking about knockdown 3-point shooting, the easy answer is AJ Griffin, right? But if you combine them both, the easy answer is Ben Mathurin, right? But he plays the same position. He plays the same position as the franchise player. Right? Right? Here's another thing. Here's another thing too. Just to consider. Just to consider, and then I'm gonna throw the link in the chat so we can chop it up. Wait. Let me do it just real quick. And I know it seems like I'm all over the place, but I really wanted to rock yesterday, and I didn't get a chance because I had a car breakdown and just had a whole bunch of stuff. I got 1,000 excuses for yesterday. But I ain't gonna get into it. I wasn't here, I just wasn't here, man. And it's like whatever. Don't be fooled, guys and gals, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be fooled by the theory that we should just be lucky that we didn't fail in the draft lottery. Oh my goodness, I'm just glad that we picked an 11 because we could have slid to 12. Really? In this draft, what's the difference between picking 11 and 12? Somebody tell me, what's the difference between picking 11 and 12? Because at 11, we're going Jeremy Sohan anyway. At 11, we're going 11 to 12, we're going Jeremy Sohan anyway, right? And the reason why is because this kid's Sohan, silent C, gives you Kawhi Leonard vibes. Now, I know y'all don't like blue chippers. I know y'all don't like blue chippers. I know y'all don't like supreme athletes, high energy, big motors, young guys with super upside, right? For the most part, Knicks fans don't want to take the risk on that. They prefer to play steady Eddie, right? Play it safe and freezing. What you need an athlete for? Well, because the rim is 10 foot. You tell him, Benny. The kid is 6'9", 230. Gives you Kawhi Leonard vibes. The energy, the size, the hands, all this stuff. And T. Williams says, I'm not convinced Sohan is better than Eason. I like Tyree Eason also, right? I'm just saying if I had a choice, I would take Sohan right now. And if Sohan's not there, I would definitely take Tyree Eason. Y'all heard me say a bunch of names. You heard me say Jaden Ivey. You heard me say Benedict Mathurin. You heard me say Tyree Eason. Notice that every time I mention it, I mention athletes, right? I mention athletes, right? Because I believe with Tibbs and any other coach. Oh, Parasite says. I didn't understand that when you said didn't shoot well or can't shoot. Is that to Johnny Davis? Let me know. Alawan says Terrence Armstrong, he can play like your guy Giddy, 6'5" point with elite passing skills. Sav, really, Tyree is more athletic and explosive than Sohan? I don't know. And then Sohan just turned 19, bro. Just turned 19. CWC, what are you talking about? You think I'm looking for a quick fix? Let's develop our youth. What? Jeremy Sohan, I just said he just turned 19. How's that a quick fix, bro? He just turned 19, man. Just turned 19. He a baby. Oh, Sub says Sohan turns 19 tomorrow. So he 18. He'll be 19 tomorrow. Come on, that can't be quick fix, bro. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah. What I'm saying is the opposite of what CWC thought I was saying. If you go Sohan right now, you're investing in the long-term development of a superstar, right? Like y'all remember Kawhi Leonard's first 3 years in the NBA? Kawhi Leonard they didn't depend on Kawhi Leonard to do much of anything except defend wings and knock down open shots, right? They were like, yo, guard LeBron, guard Kevin Durant, guard Klay Thompson, guard Steph Curry, guard anybody that's the best player on the other team, and we'll bring your offense along and along. Basically. And then by year 4, year 5, Kawhi Leonard was the claw. It's the same thing that the Pacers did with Paul George when they had Danny Granger. Remember Danny Granger, David West, Roy Hibbert? Y'all remember that? Some of y'all love that Indiana team. The Indiana team that used to stifle the Knicks. Paul George was a young pup, a 6'8" shooting guard, guarding all the best wing players. Danny Landis is in the building. What's good? Let me put this in the chat because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And to be honest with you, I'd be curious to talk about anything. Allow wise, yes, I agree. Paul George was a lockdown defender then. Right. Sohan. Same thing, same deal. Just go out and play defense. The offense will come along. We trust you, kid. It's time for the Knicks to have a guy like that. An elite athlete that has the potential to do other things, but we bring those skills along slow. Right? Bring those skills along slow. There's no rush. Danny says, can you send the link? Danny, I already put the link in the chat, bro. Yeah, I've been listening to at night shows too. Oh no, guard show. Okay. All right. Danny Landis.
Yo, I haven't seen you in a long time.
Hey, man.
Good morning.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Not too bad. A little sleepy, but all right.
Yeah, man. Me too, man. I had a long night, a long morning. Gonna be here for a while, so yeah.
We'll just sleep about a half hour.
No, I worked last night, man. Got off this morning. Came in, had to do background stuff.
You're a machine.
And so Miss Geraldine, I agree. That won't happen as long as Tibbs is the coach. I kind of partially agree and kind of don't a little bit. My thing is I think the Sohan kid is what Tibbs wanted the kid Tony Snell to develop into. A guy that can defend really well and shoot the three, and Tony Snell developed into a guy that can shoot the three really well and sometimes play defense. Yeah, it's like a backwards, like a backwards effect, kind of. And Andre Bryant, AB says having an elite athlete who can pickpocket his man and do a 360 dunk because he wants the fans going crazy. Yep. Woodshed says Knicks are definitely behind athletically. Cam is their only uber athlete. No, Wood. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Mitchell Robinson is a great athlete. I think Mitchell Robinson is a top 5 athlete for his position. Right?
What about Obi Toppin?
Obi might be the most athletic power forward in the game, right? Might be. You never know. I mean, Nerlens Noel is an excellent athlete when healthy, right? But he's frail, so you don't get to see his athleticism because he always get knocked around, right? And then there's Jericho Sims, right? Jericho Sims is an excellent athlete too, right? Yeah, man. I think what Wood is getting at is in the backcourt, we are very pedestrian athletically. Quentin Grimes is not an elite athlete. RJ Barrett is not an elite athlete. Alec Burks is not an elite athlete. Evan Fournier is not an elite athlete. Derrick Rose is not an elite athlete. Kemba Walker is not an elite athlete. And so you don't have to worry about the other team's big man doesn't ever have to worry about getting dunked on by Kemba Walker. Right? The other team center doesn't ever have to worry about getting dunked on by Quentin Grimes. Right? That's what we're getting at. Yeah. I get it. I get what you're saying. Mitch is gone. Hey, and listen, man. Hey, wherever Mitchell Robinson goes, man, I'm just gonna say, man, peaceful journey. You know what I'm saying? Good luck wherever you land at, man. Get your bag, Mitch. But I don't think he's coming back. Right. Hey, Wood, and I agree with you. Our wing players are not dynamic, bro. They are not dynamic. Right. And that's the reason why. And for that reason, I say the Knicks have to trade up in this draft to go get Jaden Ivey.
Hey, Freezy, what about this Philippine guy, 7'4"? They call him a unicorn too. You heard about that?
What's his name?
Something Soto.
Oh, Kai Soto. Yeah, Kai Soto. Yeah, Kai Soto. He's the guy that put the crossover on Steph Curry. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, at like a little kids camp where Kai Soto was like in 9th grade or 10th grade or something.
Wow.
He hit Steph Curry with a crossover. And then Steph Curry hit like 200 straight 3-pointers in his face.
Little payback.
Steph Curry was like, stop doing it to he a little boy. Just because he's 8 foot tall don't mean he a grown man, Steph. He just a tall kid. You know what I'm saying? Steph hit like 200 straight threes in his face. You know, say calling them out, like, come here, no, come here. Crossing them up and hitting three. Yeah. So you think he stays without point guard situation? No, Mitch is gone. Mitch is out of here. I didn't see Kai Soto in the Tankathon thing. I'm looking at Tankathon right now. I don't see Kai Soto. Anybody see where Kai Soto might go? Sav, I get where you're going. I get where you're going, but you can't think traditionally. You're thinking traditional positions and traditional playing styles, all that stuff. The NBA is a positionless league now, man. The league is going smaller, right? Smaller and quicker and more skilled. Right? So I mean, legit people said the same thing about Donovan Mitchell, and now we want to trade for Donovan Mitchell. What are we doing? Knicks fans, what are we doing? Donovan Mitchell is a 6'1" shooting guard. What position does he play? He's not a point guard. And now we in the chat crying for Spider. Spider, please come save us. I feel you. Right. So, Danny, what do you want the Knicks to do in the draft?
The better pick, right, Freezy? If that's possible.
Yeah.
Any way we can move down?
I'm not sure. We could possibly move down, but move down for what, though? What are we moving down to get?
What do we really need? We need a point guard.
Right.
What point guards are available to us at that 11th pick, Freezy? You see? Any? No, right? You have to make some moves.
Yeah.
Something has to happen.
I would say if you're not satisfied with this draft at 11, trade the picks into next year's draft. Just wait. Right. That's all. Right. Just wait. Hey, Sav, I'm with you. I like Alondas also. I like Alondas also. I just don't like him at 11. I would take him at 30. If somehow we can get the 30th pick or the 28th pick, I wouldn't mind taking him.
You think Freezy will make some trade to get like 2-3 picks for the 11th pick, something like that?
Yeah, I would just wouldn't want him in this draft though.
It's not that deep, right?
No, this draft is not that deep, bro.
Next year.
Hey, how do you like these shirts, man?
Oh yeah,
fire, right? Hey, send me your PO box. If you got a PO box, send it to me, man, and I'll send you one. What size you need? A medium?
I'm sorry. For me?
Yes.
Medium. Fit around this arm?
Would you that?
Extra large? Double X?
Extra large, double X. They look kind of, I think they cut kind of small. So if you need a double X, I have to find a triple X. No, like, because, you know what I'm saying? I mean, for big boys, they fit kind of, you know. Yeah.
I like those shirts, man. They're nice. They're fire, bro.
Yeah, man. My Thump Singleton made them for us.
Nice.
So I'm gonna do some BIM shirts later. Thump Singleton made those, so I'm gonna do some BIM shirts later. So we'll get those out there. Get those out there for everybody, so we can start rocking our BIM shirts. Yeah, man.
I like that vibes. I like that you and Chuck Allen are good, man.
Yeah. Chuck is the man. Yeah.
Chuck's the man.
Yeah. Chuck,
where does Chuck live? Is he in the city too?
Yeah, he's in the Poconos or something. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. Where do rich people live at in New York? Connecticut?
Rich people?
Yeah. Westchester?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Westchester, Connecticut.
Yeah, Chuck might live in Westchester or something. I don't know.
Probably.
Chuck got bread like that. I think he got, I don't know. I don't want to put his personal business out there, but him and G-Man live that, yeah. And I'm a beer and hot dogs dude.
That's it.
Just the average, just the average. Joe Schmo. So Keith Turner says, what are we drafting? Another point guard from when we drafted McBride? We're going to draft another point guard to just ride the bench? Yeah, I agree. I can't argue that. How many point guards are you going to draft? You draft TyTy, you draft McBride, you draft Jokovitis, you're turning quickly into a point. You have Rose, you have Kemba. I mean, what are we gonna do? You got a whole bunch of mediocre point guards. What, man? What are you gonna do? I don't know.
We still have Kemba, Freezy?
Yeah, we still got Kemba.
I thought he was. Oh man. Ooh. What's the story on Mitchell Robinson? Any news on him?
No. And Keith Turner says no team in the top 10 is trading picks. So that means everybody in front of the Knicks are not trading. So the Knicks probably won't trade either. You know. That just means the Knicks won't trade either. Yeah, and that's tough, man. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah, man. T. Williams says, get rid of them bum vets. Yeah, I agree. Get rid of the vets. Some people. Okay, so let me make it more clearer. I'm not on board with getting rid of all the vets, but I understand the movement, right? I understand the young guy movement. Okay, I do. If you're one of those people that want to play all the kids, I understand why you would suggest that. Right. I get it. The Kings picking Jaden Ivey. Kev. What I was going to talk to y'all about is I think De'Aaron Fox can be had. Are y'all interested in De'Aaron Fox? Sacramento has another young dynamic point guard named Davion Mitchell. The Lakers are keeping Westbrook. Oh, man. Dang it. Mr. Vince says, we are back to the Westbrook trade scenario to move Julius and clear cap space. LA will be receptive. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Almighty Finesse says he would love Fox on the Knicks. I think I agree. I think I agree. I would love to see some De'Aaron Fox on the Knicks. Some swiper. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Leon Rose ain't traded for Westbrook. He has nothing to do with us anyways. Randall for Fox, but they already have Sabonis. Okay. All right. Yeah, man. So Sav asks, would you trade RJ to Portland for Simons? No. Golded down, though, says Colin Sexton to the Knicks. Wow. Okay. What I would suggest is more athleticism in the backcourt. That's the number one thing. More athleticism in the backcourt. Would y'all another RJ trade scenario for the Rockets' third pick? Who do you take with the third pick? If it's Chet, no. If it's Jaden Ivey, interesting. Eric Siriel is in the building. What's good? He says Johnny Davis is the steal of the draft, of that draft. I don't know, man. I think Johnny Davis is a 6'3" RJ Barrett. Thank you. Man, these waters are delicious, y'all. Thank you. Yeah. These waters are delicious, man. Drink water, man. Drink water. Almighty Finesse says, why do teams have a better rebuild than us? Great question. Let's dig into that. For one, the Knicks like ham sandwiches. The Knicks love a Yogi Bear picnic. They want a picnic basket full of ham sandwiches. The Knicks love a Yogi Bear picnic, right? They love it. Just no, nothing special. Just a basket full of ham sandwiches. We'll call it a Knicks Young Core. Y'all can quote me on that one too. When y'all go to other places, just be like, "Yo, Uncle Freezy said." Uncle Freezy said the Knicks Young Core is a Yogi Bear picnic. A bunch of ham sandwiches, right? And other teams rebuild is better than ours because they have. Oh wow! I just learned a new function. Okay. Spaceball does that. Okay. All right, Spaceball. Right. Other teams have at least one crown gem or something that looks like a crown gem. Right. Other teams have players like Jalen Suggs. Right. They have players like Franz Wagner. They have players named Jalen Green. Okay. They have players like Josh Giddey, Trey Mann, T.O. Maladon, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Cade Cunningham. You feel me? They all have crown gems. Meanwhile, the Knicks have Quentin Grimes. Oh boy. Yo, that is hilarious. That's hilarious. And so Eric Serial asks, Eric Serial asks, who would I draft at 11? I'm gonna go to Tankathon and see who's available. So Jalen Duren, Johnny Davis, Mark Williams, Asmani Jang, Tari Eason, Malachi Branham, Okai Agbaji, Kendall Brown, TyTy, Kennedy Chandler, Jalen Hardy, Nikola Jovic, Walker Kessler. Right now, I would go with Tari Eason. I would go with Tari Eason. It just makes the most sense right now. Tari Eason. I can't go the Duren. Listen, I value Duren and Mark Williams. I just don't think a center can have the potential to be a franchise player in today's NBA. Just can't see a center doing that, man. I don't think a center can lead a franchise or be a part of a young core. I just can't see it. I would love it if it happened. Sav says Jovic. I like Jovic, right? But I just need to see more. Soulfinger says Knicks never develop or retain a young player because at one time front office gave away all the draft picks to go after a washed up or never had it named. Okay. Here's what I'm doing. Right? Here is what Uncle Freezy is doing with the 11 pick. So with the number 11 pick, I'm going to package it in a trade and move up. I'm going to package it and I'm going to move up. Excuse me, y'all. This fizzy water has me burping. Right? So here's the thing. I'm going to put Emmanuel Quickly, Quentin Grimes, and the rights to Rokas Jokibitis in a package with the number 11 pick to move up to number 5 or number 4 to see if I can get somebody to nibble on a package of intriguing young guards so that I can get Jaden Ivey. Right? Right? I feel like when you look at the Knicks raw numbers, the reason why the numbers are so bad is because we don't have elite athleticism in the backcourt at any position. And I know most people are going to say, well, I know most people are going to say, well, listen, Uncle Freezy, you don't need to be an elite athlete in order to make it to the second round of the playoffs. Look at Marcus Smart. Look at James Harden. Look at Luka Doncic. Look at Steph Curry. You don't have to be an elite athlete to be successful. Andy N was good. Black Andy is in the building. What's good? And so, and Paris Douglas says, and Oklahoma City keeps winning with those gems. Okay, that's cool. But what we do, what we'll do though, by adding an elite athlete to a backcourt that is very unathletic, is make the game easier for all the athletes on the floor. Right? Because I'm no longer looking at a RJ Obi combination. I'm looking at a Jaden Ivey, Jericho Sims, Cam Reddish, Obi Toppin lineup. Right? And JJ, yeah, you're right. Gonna stink when guy we want goes a pick before us, like always. And in this case, I think it's Jeremy Sohan. Silent C. Jeremy Sohan, right? And so my deal is, I think this dude is gonna be a Kawhi Leonard like guy. I think he's gonna be in that mode of a Patrick Williams initially, and then he'll break out and become that guy. Long Island Sound says the Knicks will win when there's a cure for dying. Yeah, exactly. In like 2 billion years. I feel you. Wow. 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 Even more impressive. Trade the 11th pick in second rounder and 2 firsts and Randall for Rockets' third pick. I say do what you got to do. A finesse. I say do what you got to do to move up, man. I don't care. I don't care because, like I keep saying, I've been saying it time after time after time after time after time after time. Right? The Knicks can't afford to turn up their nose at asking prices. Right? In 96, the Knicks had 3 first-round picks and turned their nose up at a deal that could have got them Kobe Bryant. And with those 3 first-round picks, you know who the Knicks drafted? John Wallace, Dante Jones, and Walter McCarty. And if you said just now, if you said who? Exactly. They could have packaged 2 first-round picks to move up and get Steve Nash, but they felt like that was too expensive. They could have gave up 2 first-round picks to move up to get Peja Stojakovic, and didn't. And sometimes I think. So Andy N says, but on day one he is Ronaldo Bachman, the Puerto Rican sensation. Yeah, I know. But Andy, you can't live in fear. Okay. I'm glad Andy brought this up. That gives me the opportunity to reiterate what I've been saying before. What are you living in fear of? You're in fear of being 35 and 47? Guess what? You're already 35 and 47. What do you have to lose? More games? This is the year that you want to do that. This, right now, we are in tank season. If Leon Rose is smart, he trades away all the old vet talent and let the young kids play and tank this season away. So this time next year, we'll be talking about who we're taking with the number 1 pick. And he says, I'd rather have low hope and be pleasantly surprised than envision this kid a Draymond and he ain't getting burned and blaming everyone around. Yeah, but Andy, that's like living your life with your eyes closed. If you don't see anything, you expect nothing to happen. Nah, bro, you don't want to do that, man. You don't want to do that. Right now, the Knicks have low hope because we suck. It's just as simple as you can put it. JJ, if for the tankers, this is your season. For the tankers, this is your season. Chuck, what's good, man?
What's good, Unc?
Tired, bro. I'm using the microphone to hold my eyelids. So.
Man, I don't know how you be running on fumes like that, Unc.
Yeah, I drink water, man. That's how you do it, man. Water and push-ups. I saw an old man. What's today? Today's Wednesday, right? Monday morning, I saw an old man in the weight room bench 200 pounds, bro.
Wow.
Did I tell you that already?
How old was that old man?
He looked like he's about 77, 80.
Wow.
Yeah. And I knew from behind, I knew it was an old man because he had his shorts jacked all the way up here. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like, oh man, but oh man, pull your shoes up. You know what I'm saying? You got shorts all the way up to his Adam's apple. So I was like, yeah, that's an old timer right there. Yeah. Yeah, man. So what's good, Chuck? What you want to do, man?
Like I said, once before. So first of all, salute to the chat, salute to everybody out there, KMD Nation. I'm still under the belief that we're in talent acquisition mode. We shouldn't panic and make a rash move. But at the same time, we have to be realistic. Like, we have some solid players, but I'm not sure if those players that you guys are very high on, the newer acquisitions. I ain't talking RJ. RJ is going to be a very good player in this league. RJ has gotten better each year. The weaknesses is in his game in the off season. He hears the chatter and he goes to work with that. But we need something to go with RJ that is just as good or better. And I prefer better. And yes, you can draft someone later in the draft that could be a gem, but you want to always draft, if you're going to be draft in the top 5, because those are where your generational players come from. You can get a generational player later in the draft. There are some cases where that has happened. Salute Jay Boogie. There are some cases where that's happened, like Denver being able to draft the Joker in the second round. Right. Gilbert Arenas went in the second round.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler was a late first round pick
Yeah.
that had to spend some time in the G League.
Yeah.
But we don't want to bank on that, man. We want to definitely get somebody in the top 3. So my plan would be get rid of the veterans. Let those young guys play. Where the chips fall is where they fall. And hopefully we can get a top 5 pick and we can grab a generational player, which is what this draft in 2023 is supposed to be.
Right.
Like, we have a really good player in RJ. Now we need a generational player. You put a generational player with RJ Barrett, you have something. And you can keep the young core intact where you have Emmanuel Quickly, Deuce McBride, Quentin Grimes, Obi Toppin, and Jericho Sims. That sounds like an elite second team. Because that second team was destroying everybody else's second team. So much so that we were saying, yo, we need to start the second team over the first team. So I think you can add a generational piece in the starting lineup to go along with RJ Barrett. We'll have something. And we'll get that in 2023 if we can get a top 5 pick. This draft, I'm not really looking for anything other than a gem. And if there's no guy that is sliding down to 11 that was like, yo, I can't believe this guy's fallen this far. If there's no guy like that, don't reach for anybody. Trade out, get a pick for next year, roll with the young guys, get rid of some of this clutter, and continue building. Because I've seen this before. We've had a young team before, and we got impatient very quickly, and we blew it up, and we became the old Knicks real fast.
Okay.
Exactly.
So when people say, yo, we've been tanking or rebuilding for 21 years, we have not. We have started the process, then abandoned it, went in a different direction, and it didn't pan out. Stay the course.
Okay.
That sounds real good. Shout out to y'all great men. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I know it's a lot of people about what happened last night, but you knew that the day before, so won't no need to be upset. We started at 11. You know what I'm saying? So it's not about, what pick you pick. It's about the pick you make and the player they become. You know what I'm saying? And Chuck just spoke on how it's been major players inside the league right now. Won't even there won't even 11th pick, and they became gems inside the league. So, you just have to wait and let the office do their work, let them do their scouting, and the pick that we make, if we make a pick, or if we break the pick, whatever we do. You know what I'm saying, this draft right here has got to lead and move us, in some type of forward direction. Whether we keep the pick, trade the pick, move up, or whatever, or trade back, whatever we're gonna do. So, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Because I have to be all right. Can't keep getting mad at 11th pick because we ain't got a top-notch pick. It's not made for us, at least not yet. In the past, it has not shown that. But when like when Chuck just said Jimmy Butler, it's a Jimmy Butler inside this draft. Abaji, the MVP of the Final Four at Kansas, 6'6", just like him. You know what I'm saying? So it's some players that's going to be around that area. You know what I'm saying? That we can pick from if we don't decide to move up or anything like that. And like you said, let the kids develop. I'm okay with developing them guys all year long, letting them play, let them get growth, let them learn, let them earn, all that in one season. And when 23 come, we got 2 picks in that draft. You know what I'm saying? We still got Dallas pick, and we still got our pick. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you want to make sure you up there in that top 5 area right there. So if we continue on just staying pat, get rid of some of these guys out of veterans. You said it right, because they ain't no leaders. Get them veterans out of our way and let the young guys develop. Then we might be able to do something in 23. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, having a good draft. At the same time, all the free agencies are free. All the big dogs, all the big names, they're free. So we can make a move then. Besides that, hope y'all men having a great middle of the week. It is Wednesday. This is what you call the middle of the week.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Ain't nothing but 2 more days out of the week, then it's over.
Right.
What you want to do on the weekend?
Yeah, man.
I know you was talking about yourself, 200-pound man lifting up. So I know you talking about yourself, man. Who you kidding, man?
Nah, I don't wear my shorts up that high no more.
You stop that?
Yeah, man. I was getting carpet burn around my neck.
That means you're losing weight. You don't wear that size no more.
Nah, man, I can't keep them. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, man.
Danny Landis back on the plane, boss.
Bong Bing. You got to play
Bong
that song,
Bing.
bro.
Hey, I'm not the DJs. You got to talk to the DJs.
Yeah, man. The DJs. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. The DJs and the MCs, 2 turntables and a mic, man. Yeah, man. So I disagree with y'all, man. Right? And listen, and so here's the thing. I'm not disagreeing to be disagreeable. Right? I'm disagreeing because I think we have a misunderstanding that I myself can't unravel, right? So I'm letting y'all know that I disagree because I think I'm seeing it a certain way, and I can't convince myself to see it y'all's way, no matter how much I hear it. You feel me? But so it's like in my disagreement, it's only because I think I'm stuck in a rut, right? So here's why I disagree. I absolutely feel like the Knicks guards are trash. Right? I feel like you can't win now or in the future with Grimes, McBride, Fournier, Burks, Rose, and Kemba, and McBride and Rokas. I just don't think you can win with that type of talent. I honestly don't think you can package all 6 or 7 of those players and get a good player like Bradley Beal. I don't think the Wizards would take all 7 of those dudes for Bradley Beal. I don't think the Bulls would take all 7 of those dudes for Zach LaVine. Right? I think we have the opportunity, to trade up in the draft to get Jaden Ivey and add him to a young core, the young core that you mentioned, and have him be a key contributor. Pay whatever it is that the team is asking for. Pay it. You want an Aston Martin? You got to pay Aston Martin prices. You can't drive an Aston Martin paying Honda Civic prices. It is what it is. Move up in the draft to get an elite athlete scoring machine to add what remains from your young core. Right? And then in 2023, you have the opportunity to add a Scoot Henderson or somebody like that. A Scoot Henderson, Anthony Black, something like that. A Keontae George. You know what I'm saying? To a young core that basically has Jaden Ivey, Benedict Mathurin, Shadion Sharp in it already. Right? Pay the price. Because the reason why I say pay the price is because for years you didn't pay the price, and all it has led is pain in your fan base. We missed out on Steph Curry by 1 pick. Then we wound up picking Jamel Hill. That Chuck, is that the lady name who we picked with the 8th pick? Jamel Hill? Or was it Benny Hill? I can't remember. Was it
It was
Jamel
Sam
Hill,
Hill.
Benny Hill? Yeah. And then after that, DeMar DeRozan went because we were trying to play it safe. It's like, hey, Tricky Nicky, you ever been swimming and got caught up in a wave? And when you get caught up in a wave, they tell you, swim faster, swim harder. That way you can swim yourself out. But your instincts are telling you that your instincts are telling you to panic. But the way you beat the wave is by swimming harder. That's what we're at. We're caught up in this wave of mediocrity. Well, it's not even mediocrity, because mediocrity means you're halfway decent, but you're halfway not decent, right? We're caught up in this wave of sucking, right? And instead of trying to paddle our way out of it, we want to play it safe and let the wave wash us up on shore somewhere, right? We don't want to do that, man.
We're in purgatory. We ain't in heaven. God. We ain't in hell.
Oh God.
We're in purgatory. Like we're not good enough to be contenders in the East, but we're not bad enough to be in the top 10 of the draft. You know what I mean? So we're right there where you don't want to be. You don't want to be in a place where you don't have any room you don't have any wiggle room. Like you're almost up against the cap, if not up against the cap, right?
Right.
You don't really have a whole lot of guys that command or teams will want in a trade, right? You have a very young roster, with the exception of maybe 6 people that are over 25, right? We weren't good enough to make the play in, but we're not bad enough to be getting, a top pick in what has been said to be a weak draft. So we have to get out of that. Somebody has to pop, or you got to get in that top 10 to get one of those generational guys that is not going to come here in free agency, and that is not going to get here unless you gut your roster and your picks just to bring them in, and then we have nothing. But San Antonio was able to get generational talent. That's all I'm saying. And so they were able to ride that. I just think we need to get one of those guys. Like, we have enough of really good guys. Like, I ain't on that train saying, yo, guys the bus, always trash, or any of that. I think those guys are good. And I'm cool with having them, but I'm telling y'all, we need just a little bit more. And I don't think we should be investing into bringing in more projects, because the developmental staff isn't the best. And those who's going to say, oh, well, we look at Grimes, or look at Quickly. Those dudes came in the league like that.
But what are they? What is Quickly right now?
A borderline 6-man.
And what is Grimes?
Spot starter solid guy off the bench, a good rotational piece.
Yeah, Kevin Martin. Yeah, that's what Kevin Martin. Good 3-point shooter, good defender, but is not a franchise changer.
Kawhi Leonard was San Antonio's last generational talent. That's who their last generational talent was. They saw him in the draft, and they made moves to get him. And the Indiana Pacers were dumb for making that move.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw what happened once they got their generational talent. Didn't they win a championship?
Yep.
And what happened when that generational talent went to another team, Toronto? What did they do?
Same thing, win championship.
I don't want to gut our team no more. I don't want to be like I like these young kids. Yes, they should get time to grow, and I think it should be next season. Because if you're going to lose any year, it's got to be the year where they say the draft is deep and you
this
get
year. It's
high
going to be
school.
this year. This is the
Right.
season. You got to start tanking right now.
Right.
You got to get rid of everybody, all the talent on the team, and tank. And it can't even be close. What'd you say, boss?
Wait, I was reading the chat. Nah, man, I think in a draft that's like that, then we should be at least considering it. Especially if you're talking about moving. If everyone wants to trade Randall, is that the consensus from the chat? Like
No, I like Randall.
I like him too, but most people say they want to move on for Randall. You trade Randall, right? So if you trade Randall, you're starting Obi Toppin, right? I believe Obi's first half of the season is going to be really good,
right?
Until they start game planning against Obi Toppin, right? So I think these guys get valuable experience. Obi learns how to deal with a double team, right? We're going to lose, which is not a bad thing because the young guys are getting experience, right?
Right.
You secure a top pick. You've built continuity. You don't have the old guys on the roster or the guys that y'all don't want on the roster taking up roster spots. You get to find out what Cam Reddish is. You get to put the onus on RJ Barrett. Like, here you go. The franchise is yours. It's on your shoulders. Let's see what you got. You find out if some of these guys are going to be legit starters, right? Or they're going to be really good bench players. I personally would love to have a bench full of spot starters, guys that can actually give you starter minutes. You know why? Because when they come in, there's not a lot of drop off from the first team. So I'm not willing to get rid of the young guys just to say we have a star. I say get rid of the bums, not the bums. Let me take that back. Get rid of the veterans, because there's no need to be, kind of decent where we don't make the playoffs, but then we don't get a top pick. That's nuts. We're not going to go. We're moving laterally. We're not moving up, and we're not necessarily moving down. We're just moving to the side. I don't want to do that. I think we have enough. Young talent to start going and looking for the big fish. You can say what you want to say about Philly. Philly tanked, and Philly has had their hands on some really good players, and they ended up with two elite players.
Right.
Was it enough? No, because those two players didn't go together. But they had an opportunity to get their hands on it. I want to get my hands on my own guy that we can say he's ours for real. Because a lot of the guys that we really love came from other teams. Right. Some of your favorite players, they came from another team. I love Latrell Sprewell. He came from another team.
Allen Houston.
We
also.
love Allen Houston. He came from another team.
Charles Oakley.
Came from another team.
John Starks.
Came from another team.
Mason.
Anthony
Came
Mason.
from another team. That's what
Charles
I'm saying.
Charles Smith came from another team.
And he can go back to that team and stay there forever.
Forever. Right.
That's all.
Dave DeBusschere came from another team. Right?
I can't.
Earl Monroe.
Yo. Thank
That's
God.
it. I'm off my soapbox.
Thank God. Philly does not have Embiid, Simmons, Jimmy Butler, and Jason Tatum. Thank God that they messed that up.
Right.
Because they gave us a break.
Yeah.
Because
They
Tatum
have won, 7 championships in a row.
Woo.
Man.
Right. Cully,
So,
what's good?
what you saying that most
Salute,
options come from somewhere else, so we might as well be getting prepared for a trade.
Yep.
Because that's our landmark. That's what we always do. Go get somebody else.
J-Book, I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen. The Knicks are going to trade up in the draft and get Jaden Ivey. Cully is going to buy that number 4 Jaden Ivey jersey and commit half of his life to writing hip-hop lyrics. I'm going to hit the Powerball. Right? And I'm going to come get y'all. Right? Right? I'm also going to run for president and win. In a landslide.
So in the trade, what you're really saying is we offering Cully with potential of 2 album sales in that trade to Houston because that's what he's doing.
Right.
Taking a risk on Cully.
And all over Twitter, they're gonna be saying hashtag Cully GOAT.
I tell you what. I'm keeping Cully. I'm going with the short thing. We just got to figure out how to get him in the booth. Bring some hammers, some nails, some plyboard, board them up in there, some Wonder Bread, turkey cheese, Miracle Whip, give him some Fig Newtons. Every 2 days we open it up, send a lady in there, then board them back up. You ain't coming out.
You gotta get some
coming out. And I hope you watch it, Cully. Oh, there he is. You're not coming out till you finish these 2 plat. Do you know we rolled with you over the Houston Rockets and Ivy knowing the Knicks need a point guard?
Oh man, yeah, I'm gonna go hard then. I'm gonna work hard in the off season then. Man.
Yeah, man.
That's gonna be the first tape off season.
I hope them guys was immediately on them phones as soon as all this was over last night. I hope they went to conversating and talking with people before they left. Because you had everybody there. You needed to have been talking to some people trying to figure out what we can offer or what can you offer us or can we at least make a deal? Can we have a conversation? Can we stop all some of this fake tweeting and internet things that's going on about your player wanting to come here? Is it true? I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Because that what's the name with quickly standing with Donovan and all that was crazy. Y'all just gonna really just put a picture in there and make me you think I'm gonna think that's really happened? You can see the cut in the picture.
Right. Photoshopping.
Yeah. Photoshop.
Jimmy Butler wasn't drafted by Miami. Shaq wasn't drafted by Miami or the Lakers, but the Lakers had Kobe Bryant, who they drafted. They had Dwayne Wade, who they drafted. They had a generational player, then they went out and got another one. Like, what are we saying? Like, are y'all, yo.
Chuck got me amped this morning, man.
Yeah.
Well, this afternoon.
Y'all kind of bugging a little bit. Like, it's not even about getting the first pick. It's being in the top 5. Kind of, it doesn't always guarantee you you're going to get the best player if you're not picking the right guy, right?
That's right.
Because there are plenty, like DeMar DeRozan was the pick after Jordan Hill, right? DeMar DeRozan is a really good player, right?
Right.
But he
Jason,
Right.
yeah, Jason Tatum was 2 picks after Markel Falls. Oh my God.
right. So it's about the picks. It's about the picks that you make once you're in those positions. And usually the better teams, they snatch up that talent before it gets to you if you're later in the draft. Yes, you can hit on something good. There's teams that hit on generational talent that wasn't in the top 10. But that can't always be your mode of operation. Yo, we're just going to pick in the top 10, top 20, and we're going to get the best
Right.
available player, and we're going to develop him into a superstar. That doesn't happen. Superstars are superstars.
Right.
Right, yo. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have
Oh,
the Suns, for example. Suns is like the perfect example. For people that say, why can't we be like the Suns? They had Booker, who they spent years of losing with Booker. Worst seasons ever. Finally got hit on Mikal Bridges. Hit on DeAndre Ayton. I'm saying you signed Kelly Oubre, he's not an elite superstar, but you start making a move towards something. They start getting competitive in the bubble. They start to learn how to win. They start getting, Devin Booker starting, he's getting all that experience in the NBA. And then all of a sudden you get Chris Paul, who's, he's an aging all-star superstar, I'm sorry, Hall of Fame or whatever. You get him in his last however years, and there you go. You start learning, you learn how to win. Whatever pieces fell after that was it. But the main thing is we don't have who is our Devin Booker. I'm piggybacking on what you said, Chuck.
Right.
That's what I've been saying, yo. You play the young. That's why we're never also in good draft positions, because they making guys. They having these vets that they're trying to make compete, and then we win games. I'm not saying we have to lose games, but when you play the youngins out there and you tell them win, the youngins don't know how to win yet. Some do. The youngins don't know how to win, so you're going to lose games anyway. You're going to end up in a good draft position. You may end up in the top 5, top 4. Then you get another talented piece. Then you really start gearing towards winning, because now you have more talent. You have the best talent available now. That's how teams do it. Now, keep an eye on the Rockets. See if they drop the ball. There you go. Raptors got Scotty Barnes. You know what I'm saying? Watch. Just watch.
Yeah.
They want Jabari Smith bad down here. Like, they really want Jabari Smith bad down here. We need to, salute to the chat. Salute to everybody, panel and everything. Chuck put it together like a sermon. I'm just mad I ain't got my organ to play behind him.
Chuck got me amped up.
You a musician, bro?
Yeah. I'm a piano organist.
Word.
You play the organ?
Yeah, I play both.
Please tell me you learn how to play in church. Don't tell me you learn how to play in school.
Where else do you learn how to play or sing or dance or do any of that? It's all up in church, man.
Okay.
My man.
But
we gotta have some talks behind the scenes.
But nah, everything Chuck is saying is legit, man. Like, I'm listening to what he's saying, and I just remember them early days, man. Like back in the 90s. Because I've been a fan since 91. I'm not as old as you guys who go beyond that. I understand the kind of. Nah, I'm just saying I understand the OG perspective about wanting to win and wanting to sick and tired of waiting, because y'all been waiting longer than anybody else. It's kind of like the people who show up at the DMV and you at the back of the line, and it's like, the people at the front of the line are still waiting. They've been there for like 3 hours, man, we either got to trade up and go get that generational talent. They call it gems in the draft for a reason, because they're gems. They're not common. You don't find them, commonly throughout the draft. Your top tier talent is at the top of the draft. So we got to package something. Listen, I'm looking at the draft lottery. The Magic, the Pistons, and the Pacers right now are the teams that are behind us, Uncle Freezy. They're the teams that are behind us.
Right.
And they're at the top of the draft. Watch them draft some generational talent that's going to jump us in the standings. I guarantee it. Like going to the 2023 season, I'm sitting back like I would not be surprised if Indiana, Detroit, and Orlando take a leap as an organization with the coaching, with the sort of synergy they have from top down, and they jump us with talent. And we're still sitting here trying to figure out, oh, well, why isn't Cam Reddish playing 20 to 25 minutes? Like, why is he not averaging that? You're still sitting here with all these questions, still trying to figure things out, still in purgatory because we refuse to answer some very simple questions. Is IQ a point guard? Yes or no? Is Cam Reddish that guy? Yes or no? Do we need to go up and get a Ben Mathurin, who I don't think is actually going to falter us or get past San Antonio? Is Obi Toppin a proper starter? We don't want to answer these questions because, you know, we got all these different things in places.
What are we doing with Deuce? Yeah, but go ahead, continue.
What are we doing? You know, and I'm not trying to get diarrhea in the mouth and, you know, shoot off all these different points and whatnot. But with regards to having the 11th pick, yeah, thank God we didn't fall below the 11th pick. I think there is an abundance of talent in this role player. It's not a superstar draft. It's a role player. Majority of the draft is a role player, complementary, you know, draft that is out there for us. I don't think it's heavy in like this large amount of talent, but you can get really good, solid, complementary role players. We're in a perfect position to land something like that. But yo, if we're gonna trade up for your Shaden Sharps or your Jaden Ivies or whatever,
I'll be right back, y'all. Hey, go ahead, Rock Ray. I'll be right back. I'm on puppy.
Puppy duty. Yeah, man. We're not gonna land a top 3 pick. We're not gonna trade up into that space. They're not giving that up. Those small market franchise teams, they need star talent in order to, you know, up them ticket prices or get people in the building. The only team that I see on this list that we could potentially have a conversation with are the Blazers at number 7. The Pacers ain't doing business with us. They're just not. But Portland Blazers are the only team that I think, with them holding on to Dame, hey yo, y'all want Julius Randle?
Yeah, I think we can make a deal with Randle with the Blazers.
Yeah.
Being that they have Lillard, they might still want to compete or something. You know what I mean?
They, of course, want to compete because look at the bottom of the Western Conference. It's a toss-up. It looks like the Eastern Conference about 10 years ago. Like, I'm not saying it's completely weak. I'm just saying it's a who's who pick 'em. You know, the bottom of the Western Conference. Don't tell me that Portland is not looking at the possibility of trying to retool rather than rebuild. Minnesota is going to retool. They're not rebuilding. Yeah. Same thing with Dallas. Even if the Dallas Mavericks, who are in the Western Conference Finals, they're not rebuilding. They're retooling. Everyone else in the Eastern Conference, that conference is so loaded. We're not competing next year. So we should be focused on trying to answer questions by, you know, just rolling with the young cats, collecting assets, like building for the 2023 draft and beyond, and giving ourselves the flexibility to do so, in my opinion.
No, it's so true, because if we do that, we'll be competing with the East again in no time. But it's like they'd rather just keep hitting the reset button with the vets.
I mean,
watch the vets all the vets are gonna do is stay on his team for maybe a few years and then go help the same teams we can't beat. It's the funny part. Look at Bobby Portis. You know what I'm saying? What do we expect from Bobby Portis long term? What do we really expect from him long term? Just for him to be on the Bucks and contributing to the Bucks. You know what I'm saying?
And that's my biggest problem. That's my biggest problem with going forward with this, because we give up on guys and they go into more complimentary situations. The biggest one of them all, to me, in my Knicks fandom history, is Zach Randolph. Zach Randolph could have easily been what he was in Memphis for us. And we're going to do the same thing and give the same treatment to guys like Cam Reddish, who have all the upside. Now, granted, there's some questions that are there, but he's the most gifted, talented player on our roster. And we're talking about just trying to move him and not give him proper minutes and not answer the question.
Right.
Like, just answer the question. If he's trash, then move him. If he's not trash, keep him. But figure something out. You need to know. And this proverbial just purgatory, we're going to sit here and just have even more questions. That's killing me, man. Like, I'm so over that as a fan.
Right. Well, teams just pass us, right?
In fact, I'm gonna help Portland out even more to go along with what you're saying, Ray. Matter of fact, I know y'all still building. I know y'all want to be, you know what I'm saying, in contention for something. Matter of fact, you can keep that 7th pick and let us have your 1st round pick next year. I'm gonna sweeten the pot up as much way as I can. Because that trash ain't going nowhere, even if they get Julius. That trash ain't going. That trash gonna be a potential play-in. I don't care if Dame is there or not. There's some monsters over there. Don't forget, Denver going to be at full stride next year. Murray coming back. Don't forget, the Clippers going to be all the way back when Kawhi coming back. So, it's going to be some teams over there where the West is going to be like almost like back in contentions or like being the best conference, out of both of the conferences. But see, I'm going to keep that 7th pick. Let me get your pick next year. Then next year we going into this 23 draft with 3 first-round picks. 3 of them.
Man, even the Warriors got youngins.
That's not a bad idea.
So what number do the Blazers have? Anybody know? I know they have above in front of us.
They got number 7. The Blazers got number 7.
They don't even need number 7.
Oh my! They're the only team. They're the only team. Like, let me make this very clear. They're the only team in this lottery that is 1 or 2 moves away from being right back into the conversation of playoff contention and all that. Right. Everyone else is legitimately a lottery team. OKC, Detroit Pistons, Indiana Pacers, Thunder. Like, they're not.
They are not going to do business with us. Right.
They're not going to do business with us. They're just not.
I don't think Damian Lillard cares about a Shaedon Sharp right now.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He wants a respectable team, and I think that's the only team that we can have a conversation, like a real life conversation with about, just making some trades and maybe even offloading a lot of these vets.
Right. Right. For the 7th pick too. Oh man. Now I got more to think about. I forgot. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing my homework again.
I mean, I was sitting down last night. Hey, by the way, did anybody see that one shot of Tom Thibodeau at the draft lottery, smiling like he don't even want to be, like he looked like that guy that's like smiling through the pain. I was cracking up. I was like, oh man, first time I've seen Tim since the end of the season. I'm like, he's sitting at the draft lottery like, I want a vet. I don't even want none of this, but I gotta be here. But nah, that's just my take on the whole thing. I mean, listen, we got the 11th pick. We had all of the percentages of having the 11th pick. I'm just grateful we didn't move down. But I think there's opportunity for real complementary role player talent that's available there, like a Dyson Daniels. I don't think Ben Mathurin is falling to us. Like, they're not getting past San Antonio, in my opinion. I mean, he very well may be, but I'm also trying to go through other podcasts and reading other articles of what teams need and all this different stuff. And you'd be surprised how many teams, how many communities are talking about wanting to acquire Mitchell Robinson and want to acquire Julius Randle. Like, he's got value, regardless of how we feel about him. Julius Randle has value. He does. Believe it or not.
I sure would hope the Blazers will want him or something.
I think they, listen, a 20-10-5 player is hard to come by. Obviously, it needs more context. And when you investigate behind the 20-10-5, you find a lot of deficiencies that are there. But it is, yes, still a 20-10-5. My only thing with Julius Randle is he's not a basketball fit. He's just not a basketball fit for Tom Thibodeau when he's running. As a matter of fact, I take it even further. I think Mitchell Robinson has more value to Tom Thibodeau than Julius Randle. And I know the chat is going to bug out from me saying that, but I'm just talking about scheme and the basketball fit, how he runs his teams and what he needs out of the position. Julius Randle, like we could trade for a Gordon Hayward. And even though I don't want Gordon Hayward, I'm just saying the usage and how you use him in the system. I think Mitchell Robinson has more value to Tom Thibodeau than Julius Randle, in my opinion. But at the same time, Julius Randle has value. Like, he's not a bum. He's not trash. You just got to put him on the right team, and he's much better suited for a stretch five than he is, a traditional five. Put him next to Karl Anthony Towns. I think Julius Randle will put in work. Put him next to KP, he'll put in work. Put him next to a stretch five, and Julius Randle will put in work. But Tom Thibodeau doesn't know how to use a stretch five. So the whole
remember, it's 48 minutes.
48 minutes of rim protection. Like, that's what he wants. And regardless of how you feel about Tibbs, he's our coach. So we can go on ahead and cut all the chatter about, we need to get a stretch five. We need a new coach. Nah, son, he's here. It is what it is. Like, just deal with it. Tom Thibodeau runs the system. How can we best put a team that is going to advance what Tom Thibodeau runs and let him fall on his own sword as a coach, rather than trying to, makeshift concepts and ideas that don't fit with what Tom Thibodeau runs, in my opinion.
Hey, Ray, let me ask you one question. Just hitting on your last point.
Yeah.
So how much leeway, how much of the roster do you invest in Tom Thibodeau's system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you start bringing in a bunch of his players and within the next 2 years it's not working, Tom Thibodeau still has another year on his contract. And now you have a team full of guys that is specific to his system.
I think it's split down the middle. And by the way, love the piano in the background. I think I'm a musician, man. Like, I can't help it. But I think it's split down the middle. I think it's one of those things where the front office still has to move their vision. I mean, you can't just fall all out. You can't just go all out and just giving the coach whatever he wants. Like, the front office still has to put together what they think is also, a decent roster. I just think that the coach you brought in as an organization, his philosophies are really built around getting to the rim and the traditional five. So at least address those two things. Like, get a traditional, draft. Mitchell Robinson is going to go to Detroit. He's chasing the bag. He's not coming back, and he's not a fan of how he's being used under Tom Thibodeau. So going ahead and draft a big, in the second round or whatnot. You got like 50 million of them. Just going ahead and draft that and put that in, because I think that works towards Tom Thibodeau's system. Now, the only downside to that is he's not a fan of, playing rookie big men. And I don't know. It's a weird. I understand your question. It's just it's weird to answer, because it's clear that the front office and Tibbs are not on the same philosophical page. They're just not. So I don't know how to makeshift the roster and whatnot when you got a guy that's like, I want my vets because I want to win. You got a loaded Eastern Conference. You're trying to collect assets and remain flexible. But at the same time, you've got this young crop of young talent that has all the upside in the world, but you got a guy who doesn't want to play it. I don't know. It's a lot of moving parts that's hard to just answer, just straight. Like, it's not a black and white situation, in my opinion.
I just have one question for you and Chuck. Like, piggybacking on what you just said, how he doesn't like rookie big men, right? How he's not going to play him. I've been thinking past couple of days. Do you think he's more than likely to play a rookie wing than a rookie guard and a rookie big?
You can take that shot.
I think when it comes to rookies in general with Tom Thibodeau, is that they have to show him something early, and he has to be a fan of theirs. If he's not a fan of what you do, then there's a greater chance of you not getting any playing time, because I know folks want to say he doesn't play the rookies, but Emmanuel quickly got time. Quentin Grimes got time. And so I think that if you bring something to the table that he feels that he can work with, then you'll get time. Because I feel like that misnomer about him that he doesn't play it comes from the fact that he's not playing the guys you think he should play. But the ones that he
Right.
feels give him the best chance to win or be effective in what he's doing, he gives those guys time. So if that big is defending at a high level and doing the things that Tom deems is beneficial to his system in winning, that kid will absolutely play.
Right.
I don't know. It's weird because Grimes, I feel like him playing rookies is very circumstantial. It is very
Right.
circumstantial based. It's not a, I'm going to go here as my number 2 option or whatnot. I mean, think about it. Grimes got minutes because COVID did a number on the league. Outside of that, it wasn't playing. IQ,
Yeah, go ahead. My fault.
IQ played mainly because the roster was really thin. I mean, granted, IQ brought such a tenacity and such a fight back. Like, just to kind of expand on that point real quick, and I'll throw it back. Obi's a very passive personality, right? Like, he's not you'll come back at you with the same heat, with the same energy, like IQ. IQ, he gives it right back. If Tom Thibodeau was like, F you, I could see IQ being like, well, F you. I see Obi more of a kind of person that like sort of, damn, yo, the coach just said F you. Like, that's Obi. He don't have that kind of heart to come back at Tibbs. And I think Tibbs finds a level of respect in his insanity with IQ's level of insanity, because IQ is insane. And we heard the reports with him being able to go to the gym at like 3:00 after Christmas. Like, dude, you got a family? Like, but he's in the gym working out. So I don't know if Tom Thibodeau, I don't know if the whole thing of Tom Thibodeau doesn't play rookies is really, really a thing. I mean, the evidence shows based on the minutes usage and whatnot for older players. But I think Tom Thibodeau would rock out with rookies if they bring the same level of tenacity that he brings and employs his philosophies, in my opinion.
In the mind frame of Jalen Rose, what you talking about and what Obi not talking back, that's a great sign of a great player. Because I was watching this morning Jalen Rose, and he was talking about how when the coach was arguing with Williams about last night game, and Williams was arguing back with him, that's not what you want to do. Allow your coach to teach you certain things that you don't know and just close your mouth. So if Tom is getting on players on our roster and they're not talking back to him, how Jalen was breaking that down this morning is saying that, those are the players that become better than good players. They become great players because they allow their coach to coach. They allow their coach to tell them what they don't see and what they're not doing without back talking and getting all up in their feelings and want to yak back. You know what I'm saying? Because you could see that conversation happening, when they showed it from Williams and Boston coach last night, how they was going back and forth on that bench. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good sign, a great sign that we got players that really don't, feed off that energy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you can't tell me nothing about I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Why you always telling me, you know what I'm saying? Instead of that happening, you know what I'm saying, they're vacuum cleaning it all in, you know what I'm saying, and taking it for what it is and not what it looked like.
I just don't see. I just don't see the level of. I don't know, man. Like, you even saw it in the summer league when he was pulling IQ to the side. I think there's a respect that's there. I think Tom Thibodeau respects IQ for even his sort of craziness. And again, I'm not saying that I saw Sherman in the chat, right, saying IQ talk back and Obi doesn't. Just not true. when I say that, I mean, I'm not saying that Obi doesn't talk back. I'm just saying that he's such a passive personality. It's like, you know how some of them. I mean, come on, man. We all from New York. I'm from Brooklyn. Like, somebody say something to me, yo, we gonna talk. Like, I'm throwing that energy right back. It's not
Right.
up for. You know what I mean? Like, that's IQ. Obi's more kind of a. I'm not saying he's a pushover, but I'm looking for that level of nasty where it's just like,
But
I'm
you
a
can't,
fight
you
back.
Ray, you can't mix those two together. Just because we're from New York doesn't mean that because those players are playing for New York, they're supposed to act like that.
Sure,
You know what I'm
but
saying? They're supposed to act like grown men and basketball players. How we came up, you know what I'm saying, aggressive and all that that doesn't mean all our players on our team supposed to be like that. Now, when you're around it with players that grew up like that in their own areas and neighborhoods, then it carries over into their game, like the Charles Oakleys, the Anthony Masons, the Xavier McDaniels, and all that. We're far from that with some of these guys. They're not growing up like that. And you know what I'm saying? You shouldn't look at them to be aggressive and like that because that's how you came up and how I came up. You know what I'm saying? How I come up direct and straight, forward and everything doesn't mean like quickly supposed to be like that. You know what I'm saying? So, I just
well,
wanted to throw that out
no,
there.
no, you're right. And look, maybe the conversation has gone too far off in that direction because I don't want to project and assert what I don't know. I don't know anything about the locker room. I don't know anything about it. I'm only seeing the players and just sort of how they're obviously being used on court and the reaction and the tone. And you're looking for context in the post game pressers and all this different stuff. Like Obi is by the book. He's going to say and do the right things and that sort of thing. And my fault. I'm not trying to project, like I said, what I don't know. I don't know anything about the locker room, and I'm not trying to act like I do. But yeah, just early with regards to the draft and the lottery, I think we have an opportunity to move up, and we should. As Chuck, you said, we need to get that. We need to get that talent. We need the talent in the building.
We do. We absolutely do. I'm not gonna. When it comes to players personalities, only thing that I'll say is I don't buy any of that stuff because I knew plenty of fake tough guys or guys that came to New York and started talking real tough once they got on that podium in front of this.
Mhm.
I'm like, come on, bro, just play ball. I think but I understand uh the passive attitude kind of thing.
Yeah,
I get that. Um, but sometimes that's just who a person is. And two,
yeah.
those are the guys you have to be very careful of because those guys will kill you.
It's the quiet
It's
ones.
the quiet
It's the
ones.
quiet ones, yo.
Like they have a quiet rage, man, that leads to murder. The guys that yelling, he just going you probably get lumped up a little bit. But the quiet one catches you out of the dark with the syringe in the neck. You gotta be careful. Nah, but I think Obi will be fine. It's just Obi Obi might not be the fit for a time. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
sometimes that's unfortunate for a player if you get stuck with a coach that doesn't know how to use you and you lose valuable years of your career. So
I think that's what Cam is going through right now.
right. And that's unfortunate for him too. I didn't understand the you make the comment of wanting 6'8" wings in summer league. They don't get that for you. They don't get that for you. But they make a trade uh before the deadline to get you just that. You can say what you want to say about his offense, and that probably would have took some. That is definitely going to take some time. He seems like a rhythm player,
He
Like
is.
he's not going to be good coming off the bench like that. Like he's a rhythm player, so he has to get um warmed up in the game.
Yeah.
But you can't deny his defense because that's one thing that he put that was his bread and butter was his defense. Like, yo, that guy can play some defense. So if
Yo,
that
he
was what you
ranked.
were lacking, then you should be playing a guy like that. But then that also says, um, when a coach makes the statement saying, yo, I already got my rotation is set. Every day I'm in practice. Whoever's guarding me, I'm embarrassing them. Whoever I have to D up, they gets nothing. Oh, you gonna play me. You gonna play me. But then we also have to take into consideration that Cam did get hurt and was nursing some injuries. So I'm hoping that in this upcoming, you know, this upcoming season, that he gets because you got to find out. The worst thing you can do is have a guy in your building
Yeah. Yep.
and let him walk. As much as I go at well not go at I don't really go at him, but I always felt like the Lynn sensation was overhyped. But
Mhm.
here's the thing: he was another guy that was about to walk out. Well, not even walk out. They was about to let him go. They were going to cut him. Right? He wasn't getting an opportunity, and when he did, it was like, well, what was y'all doing? Why was this guy on the bench? You don't want that to happen with a Cam. You don't want Cam to leave and then go somewhere and blossom into the player that he could have been for you. Even though you made a trade to get him. You traded for him. He goes somewhere else and becomes um, that player that you've been looking for. Like you had him in your building. Like it makes no sense to not know what you have before you go looking to try to get something else.
Yeah. That's the Zach Randolph situation all over to me. It's I don't know, man. I don't know why that particular scenario comes up in my head all the time when I think about Cam. We're gonna give him the Obi treatment, and there's gonna be a crap ton of questions. I can't stand organizations that have questions, or at least with us, especially right now, where we got questions and we not looking to answer those questions immediately and like with the quickness. We're over here still wondering about, oh, can this player do this? Can this player do this? There's no reason why we should still have these questions about it. Like, even when Derrick Rose went down and you're not playing Kemba, the first person you should have put in that spot is IQ. But we're still having debates and conversations amongst us as a fan base whether or not IQ can be the point guard or not. So you now go into this lottery with the idea of, oh man, we got to get a point guard, and you end up giving up unnecessary assets or making the wrong moves because you haven't properly evaluated what you have on your roster. There should be no question about whether or not IQ is a point guard or not. There should be no question about whether Cam Reddish is a viable piece for us. There should be no questions. But this is kind of how it goes with this organization, and it's frustrating. I read a stat line. I read something that I found on Twitter that said Cam Reddish stats in games which he played 25 minutes this season, which has only been 18 games. So I know I've heard many times people say, oh, Cam is average this amount of minutes, but there's always context behind it. He's only played 18 25-minute games, and he averaged 17 points, 3 rebounds, 1.4 assists, 44.5% field goal, 41% 3-point field goal, and 84% at the free throw line. Why is he not playing? I don't. I just. Yeah. You get what I'm
Um,
saying?
yeah, I feel you. One second. We have a super chat from Paris
Yeah.
Duggar. Thank you, Paris Duggar, for the super chat. I know y'all know if Tibbs coached Randall to be accountable and play his roster properly, we would have made the playoffs. So why be so downtrodden?
I mean, there's truth to that. It's not like we weren't that far off from getting to the playoffs. If Randall was held accountable, I think a lot of things would have been different, but they weren't. So
And that's
go ahead, Cully.
no, not to cut you off. My bad, yo.
No,
And
you good. Go ahead.
that's another thing. Like with the Randall thing, if Tibbs couldn't hold this, we don't know if he held him accountable, but we just going off what we see. It ain't look like it. So if Tibbs couldn't manage this guy's ego, how is he going to manage? Like, if we want talent and superstars, how is he going to manage other superstars' egos? Like, let's say we get two superstars. Let's just say hypothetically we get one or two, and it's not working. And let's say Randall's on the team and it's not working. Can Tibbs handle all that? Like, if he couldn't even check Randall this one season, can he manage egos? Some coaches, that's also part of coaching too. You got to manage egos. So I don't know. Can Tibbs do that? You know, I really do not know. I think that's why he likes. Remember, that's why they say he likes guys. You know, he likes the high character guys. He don't like the guys with attitudes. I guess he just doesn't have the patience with the players with attitudes. But yeah, it ain't like it don't like he managed Randall well. That's all.
I don't see a whole lot of AARPs. Well, not even going to say that. I'm sorry. I don't see a whole lot of 65-year-olds being able to put up with attitudes and all that nonsense when they're on the other side of 50. I feel like that patience comes down real quick.
That's why you need assistant coaches. But yeah, I got my fault. Oh, was you still going? My fault. No.
No. I'm thinking about what Paris Duggar wrote, and there's a lot of truth in that. That's
facts.
Listen, Julius Randle, for all the problems that we have with Julius Randle, is a talented player. Like, again, you would have to be something special to think he's not a good, talented player. It's just, I'm not banking on, let me put it this way. If the game is 50% skill and 50% mental or psyche based or whatever the case may be, I'm not betting on that 50% with the psyche stuff. I'm just not. And I'm not so certain that I can bring that back into an impressionable locker room. Well, let me not say impressionable. Those guys are pretty sturdy in their level of character and how they handle the media. I just don't know if I'm bringing that back in and I'm finding success with that. On top of the fact that he's just not a basketball fit. Julius Randle is 2 inches taller than RJ Barrett and literally does the same thing. Why do I need to conflate? Why do I need to conflate two positions with playing? I'm already playing RJ Barrett out of position at the small forward position. He's supposed to be playing at the 2. Why am I going to put that up with Julius Randle? And if I got a traditional 5 who's going to clog the paint, I need Julius Randle to be Chris Bosh. Like, he needs to be automatic from the perimeter. And he's not even that. So I don't know why I would go out of my way to bring Julius Randle back or use the methodology of hope to bank on Julius Randle turning things around. Like, he's only done it 1 out of 8 seasons. It's not like he was ever known for being an efficient jump shooter. That was not his game. It was getting to the basket. So
there was no fans. Keep that in mind.
Also, yeah. I mean, it was an anomaly, right? Like COVID, no fans, contract year. It's just, I can't bank on you having one really good year. And make no mistake, he had one of the best New York Knicks seasons I have ever seen a player on the New York Knicks. MVP, 8th in MVP voting, I believe. Like, Julius Randle can actually ball. I just don't see the need to bring him back into a system that doesn't work on attitude, lack of hustle, lack of effort. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not chancing that. I'm just not. And if I hold on to him longer and he doesn't bring his value back up, then I got a wasted stock. Like, I can't do anything with this. If his value is low now and he doesn't produce, how much lower you think it's going to go?
Yeah, you're taking a big chance bringing him back, man.
Oh my God. That's my only thing. I'm not saying that he can't be I am saying it. He can't be back on this team for a multitude of reasons that also include the mental, emotional well-being of the player. You can't bring him back. If you value his mental, emotional well-being, you shouldn't look to bring him back. But at the same time, the front office is not going to sell low. So I don't know. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do.
Yeah, again, we just have more questions and answers. That's it. What is the true direction? Are we keeping? Is Mitch going to still be here? Are we keeping? Is Kimba for sure out? Well, Kimba's more than likely out. Is Randall going to remain on this team? We have so many. Is Cam Reddish going to remain on this team? We have tons of questions. Everybody talking about he's a trade bait. What are you doing with Deuce? Is he going to point guard? Is he third string? Is he,
That's the definition of what Chuck was talking about earlier with purgatory. Like,
Yeah.
It's just nothing but a position of questioning. That's it. You got nothing answered.
Right.
You know, I don't know.
I'm still giving the front office time, like what you're gonna do, as far as improving the roster. Like they took a chance. One thing that I will say I can appreciate is that they took an opportunity. All right, we saw what we did. Okay, well maybe we can get better by adding this, right? They took a chance. It did not pan out. My only problem is with the organization as a whole, not just this regime, as the organization as a whole. We keep being behind the eight ball in these decisions and deals. They don't. They rarely pan out for us. You know what I'm saying? So, we could have said, "Yo, I know there were people who wanted DeRozan. There were people who wanted Oubre. Um, but they chose Evan Fournier, right? Fine. He can shoot.
Mm-hmm.
And truth be told, before he was traded from Orlando to Boston, there were people on this team that either wanted him or Terrence Ross from Orlando. Y'all was calling for his name or Terrence Ross. I remember seeing that in the chat, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got him. It didn't work. It's not a fit. We needed a point guard. Yo, we struck gold with Derrick Rose, but we all knew that Derrick Rose wasn't going to give us a full season because he hasn't since his injury. He hasn't had a full season since his injury. So once he came, the team started to change. So they thought they were going to get lightning in the bottle again by bringing in another older dynamic guard.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, Kimba is not as dynamic as he once was,
Right.
and losing some of that speed and quickness is a detriment to his game. Because if he's not that attack mode guy, having him out there on the floor is just a liability, and we saw that. Couldn't stop nobody. Couldn't stop anything. So another move that they tried, it did not work.
So now they have to fix it, yeah.
Right. And the thing is, if you keep making too many of these bad moves back to back, it compounds, and then it just looks like one big cluster F. And well, the organizations just don't know they don't know what they're doing. They're cursed. Yo, we just, the basketball guys are just frowning on us. And it's like, no, you have to make the best decision. You have to make the best decision. A lot of these teams, yes, they can draft guys or get guys later in the draft, but they always seem to pick the right guys. Boston seems to always pick the right guys. Miami always seems to find them a shooter.
Well, because they have a cultural identity. They know where they want to go and what they want to do. And that's the whole. That's to speak to your point that you made earlier about the space. I know the word definition of purgatory means one thing, but I guess when we say purgatory, it just means being stuck. You're neither
Right.
this or you're neither that. And so
Mhm.
that all comes from the questions that we have that aren't answered, right? Like that is the result of having unanswered questions. You're just stuck. You're neither bad enough to land the top tier talent, but you're neither good enough to make the playoffs. So what are you? I mean, again, just to your point, that I wholeheartedly agree with that. I really do. Just these bad decisions. We need to make our own luck. We need to stop waiting on basketball gods, whatever you think about that, or using this method of hope and oh my gosh, please, we're gonna get this guy. It's just like, yo, we need to make our own thing. We need to do our own thing. And that thing is through building through the draft. It's establishing a foundation. We don't even have the entirety of our foundation answered. But we're talking about wanting to bring in guys like Donovan Mitchell. Listen, you're in the second year into your 4-year extension. I'll see you in 2025 when RJ is in year 6 and he's only 24 years old. Like, I can wait. I'm not tripping off of I'm going to give up pieces and give up things that I haven't fully answered to bring in a superstar or a star that's going to continue the process of even more questions. Well, how far do we go if we bring in a Donovan Mitchell? If we bring in a Zion? Listen, if y'all want to come through, I'll wait until y'all hit free agency. But I'm not bending over back. I'm just not bending over backwards to give up what I got in the farm, and I still haven't figured that part out. I need to know. And that's where I'm at as a fan. I just need to know if Cam is trash, if IQ's a point guard, if Obi ain't it, if Mitchell Robinson doesn't, I just need to know. Like, we're having questions about bringing Mitchell Robinson back because over the 4 years he's been here, he's kind of been the same player. So nothing has really substantially improved other than the things that he does well, like rebounding and shot blocking and all that different stuff.
Foul trouble.
I mean, yeah, he's improved in certain little increments along the way.
Little things, right.
But it's not anything that you sit back and go, yo, this team doesn't function without Mitch. Like, yo, we got to sign Mitch to like 15, 18, $20 million. We're still trying to figure out questions about RJ, right? That's the whole question around the max. Are you going to give him max money? He's not a max player right now, in my opinion. The most I would give him, if I absolutely had to give him something, would be something like 140. That sort of thing. I just want questions answered so I know the direction, because apparently the connection between the coach and the front office seems to be a bit out of whack, and we just don't know where we're going. We're just out here, just left turn, and we don't know what we're doing. Or that's what it looks like.
I think it's that. Shout out to Ron Cleveland. Ron Cleveland says something similar to what I wanted to say. He said the problem with the Knicks is that we're always late to the party. I was going to say we're always a day late and $1 short every single time. Every single time where it looks like our fortunes could turn for the better, we missed it by that much. If it was a pick that we didn't add to a trade, or a player we didn't add to a trade, or the player at that pick, we didn't pick them and they went somewhere else. Like, we're always there. And that's the only part that I'm tired of, is not being there. I'm not upset with the young guys. I'm not upset with the front office trying to do something. I just want something. I want to see something better. Just like we were talking about Mitchell Robinson getting, he hasn't done anything that make you go, wow, but he has gotten better. Like Mitch used to foul out his first year.
Yeah.
He was blocking everything, but he was fouling out, right? Next year, Mitch isn't fouling as much, not as many blocks, but Mitch is not fouling as much, right?
Yeah.
but there's nothing that jumps off the screen that says, yo, you gotta pay him 20 million. The defense is not $20 million. Is it Ben Wallace type defense?
I mean,
Is it Dennis Rodman type defense and rebounding?
well, with Mitch, it's really been more about consistency, right? It's never really been about. It's just consistency in availability, consistency on like the larger sample size of the comparisons you make to like a Ben Wallace and to other defensive monsters throughout league history were done over a period of time, and we haven't seen. I don't think we've seen like the full extent of that with Mitch. It's always been he's here for thing, he's doing a good thing, and then he gets injured, and then we gotta wait. And then when we finally get him, he's kind of doing the thing. But then that too is connected to the coaching philosophy and how he's being used and his frustration of how he's being used. Again, I mean, salute to the chat and salute to Ron, salute to Uncle Fulio and everything like that. Uncle Fulio made the mention that, questions are being answered. I want to know, what do we know for certain with regards to this franchise? And like, what do we know for certain? What is it that we can take to the bank right now with this team? That RJ's the guy, that, Cam is the guy. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take it away from your point. I'll follow that up after, Chuck. But no, please continue. I'm sorry.
What? I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, I'm done.
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, well, I'm just reading the comments, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading the comments.
I'm reading.
They're oh boy.
They turned up. They turned up. They, some got love for me, some don't. Or some disagree with my takes, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Salute to the chat. Love the chat. Love everybody in the chat. Like even Alawai says, you got questions about Mitch, not we. What do we know for certain with Mitch in regards to keeping him on this team? What are we paying him? Is he a long-term, like, does that work? Nah, do we let him go? I personally think that Mitch is going to chase the bag, regardless of wherever it's at. Like, he's going to take $1 million extra. If we come with $15 million to pay Mitch, and Detroit comes with $16 million per year to pay Mitch, he's going to Detroit. That's just my opinion. I don't know if it's, and all of these are just theoretical GM/opinions, but I don't see Mitch staying. I don't see it.
Yeah, I got it, Chuck.
I don't see him staying. I don't see him staying either. I would like him to stay, because someone in the chat said something that I kind of agree with, is that in 4 years we'll know exactly what Mitchell Robinson is. Y'all have to understand, Mitchell Robinson is essentially a high school basketball player, right? And we know, if Mitch didn't come from an affluent family where they had guys that they could pay to help him develop his game. What happened was, he's playing high school basketball, and this is Chuck speculating. I don't know this for a fact, but I know how this thing goes when you have a superstar talent, right? Mitch is probably taller than anybody else. He runs as fast as a guard or a wing. All you gotta do is lob the ball to this kid. Everybody that come to the paint getting blocked. This is high school we're talking about. So he looked absolutely amazing, and coaches were able to ride his coattail wherever he went, right? And never teaching him basketball. That's why I have a problem with some of the AAU, not everybody, but a lot of the AAU guys put together the best guys, don't teach them anything, right? Just so they can get their coaching sneaker deal and possibly opportunities elsewhere. I think Mitch falls into the category of a guy not really knowing how to play and getting to the NBA off of sheer talent, sheer athleticism, and hustle. You know what I'm saying? Like I think there's levels that can be explored with Mitch under the right tutelage. The only problem is, do we have a coach on the staff that is going to invest and get him right? Because there's no reason why Mitch shouldn't have had a hook shot. That's a basic big man move, a hook shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Even though
being
well
that
take a hook shot. Yeah.
even though Noel got a hook shot, so it's like I think it's there. How much do we want to invest in it? That's up to the front office and whatever they do. It is what it is.
I can see. I don't know. I think for starters, I don't think Mitch wants to be here to play. Well, not he doesn't want to be here. I think he doesn't want to play in the system of how Tibbs employs his centers. You know, because history has shown in all his stints that they have a very low usage rate. They're not utilized that in the way that other centers are used. And it's just I was watching Knicks Film School with Jeremy Cohen and Jonathan Macri when he was explaining something about Tibbs' philosophy. I'd have to go back and rewatch it, but it's on. I've only watched it one time, and it explains of how they use how Tibbs traditionally uses his big men, and sort of the evolution and what that has been over the years. And between Mitch, Nerlens Noel, Taj Gibson, who's not actually a center, he's more power forward, but does play some center, and Jericho Sims, he doesn't really, there's not a high premium on the offensive side to use them, to throw it in and turn her back to the basket and turn around and do a hook shot or anything like that. That's just not their function in Tibbs, in Tibbs systems. I don't see Mitch wanting to sign up for that. I think Mitch believes that he can provide more, but the way he's being used by Tibbs, I think plays a lot into it. Again, it's speculation. You don't know how Mitch wants to be used or whatnot, other than he's out here putting up videos of him shooting threes and all this stuff. And every offseason, it's something that we never see him do in the game. I don't know if Mitch, now given the power to make his own money and control his own destiny, wants to re-sign here with the roster next to a guy like Julius Randle and just, again, how he's used under Tom Thibodeau. I genuinely do not see him wanting to sign up for him, even though some of us as fans want him back. I wouldn't have a problem having Mitch back. It's just I think Mitch would have a problem wanting Mitch to come back. I just don't see it. That's just my. And I'll even go further. I do see a scenario where we can make a trade for a guy like DeAndre Ayton. Like, I think Phoenix getting knocked out of the playoffs is looking at how to utilize Ayton in his skill set and if they could potentially go more. I mean, if Julius Randle was put on the table for DeAndre Ayton, do you guys say no?
Are we talking about free agency, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, both are. I believe DeAndre Ayton is going to be a restricted free agent. Obviously, Mitch is an unrestricted free agent. You want to get something for him. Signing trades are not always the easiest. They can be more complicated than people think in regards to, oh, yeah, we'll just trade him and all. And we have until June 30th to get that under wraps with, Mitchell Robinson. But I mean, I don't know if you would include Mitch sending him to Phoenix, but I'm just saying there's a possibility that if we lose Mitch, would you guys be open to trading a Julius Randle for a DeAndre Ayton? A traditional five that sort of fits the mold of what Tibbs kind of likes to do.
I do. I'm a little biased with that question. I got to get Randle out of here. After the attitudes, that was icing on the cake. I just get him out of here. But I'll take you get rid of him, you got to get some type of value back. I think Ayton has some type of value. He's younger. He's a solid big, get block shots, get rebounds. So yeah, I let the scoring do the rest as far as Ayton. So yeah, I think I would do that.
Otherwise, I see you in the chat. Way too much random speculation. Listen, here's one thing we need to understand as a collective fan base. We are theoretical GMs, aka fans. There is nothing but speculation with everything we do as a fan base when we talk about these things and whatnot. We talk about what we do know, we talk about what we speculate, and we talk about, potential moves and all this different stuff. So, that's the nature of fandom when it comes to sports. It's arguably 100% speculation in terms of who we want to go and who we want to see go, even with what Kelly just said, about moving Julius Randle. It's all speculation. It's all theoretical. None of us are employees of the New York Knicks. Nobody in the chat, nobody here. I don't have an MSG pass to walk in the building. It's all theoretical. Could Julius Randle be theoretically moved for DeAndre Ayton? I don't know. But it's not entirely a bad move, in my opinion. I mean, they don't want to pay DeAndre Ayton more than $25 million. I mean, what is he, up for 172 or something like that? In totality of a contract? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I can check that out though. Wow.
Back. I'm an affiliate. I know who's leaving. That's hilarious, man. That's hilarious. But no, if we landed the DeAndre Ayton, I mean, obviously you're paying Julius Randle within the realm of 25 per year. It obviously grows into some, more and more and more over time. His contract ends in 2025. He'll be 32 at the time, I think, making something like 30 plus mil. But if you brought in the DN, you don't want to pay Mitchell Robinson what he wants. And I'm curious to know what the number is, because everyone keeps talking about the market value for Mitchell Robinson is Robert Williams, and it's $12 to $13 million. Well, Ian Begley reported a couple months back that they're far apart in contract negotiations. So how far are we talking? If the market value is 12, 13 for Mitchell Robinson, how far apart? Is he looking at 16, 17, $18 million? Like, what does he want?
Right.
And that, again, that's just another question.
Right. Like we don't know what he wants. I wanted to answer Miss Geraldine. She says, so why pay another team's player and not pay Mitch? That makes no sense. We weren't saying to play that guy and not pay Mitch, but if Mitch were to walk, if we could not come to terms with Mitchell Robinson and someone offered him a lot more money than what we were willing to pay, right? Or Mitch, they might not be offering Mitch more money. Hey, Mitch, we're going to give you the ball. We're going to let you shoot. We're going to let you do this. Okay, I'm going to go play over there, wherever that may be. If you lose Mitch in that way, would you trade Julius Randle to bring in DeAndre Ayton? And if you do, all the Obi fans, Obi gets to start. Obi might be better with a Ayton, because now you have 5 guys on the floor that has offensive capability, and you still have some rim protection with him. So that's I mean that was the conversation. If you would do that or not.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. And again, I don't know. It's not a bad idea to bring in a guy like Ayton. All I do know is that with Phoenix, and just sort of reading some of their articles and listening to their community, like on Bleacher Report, and just paying attention to some of the podcasts that they're talking about, they got DeAndre Ayton on the chopping block, and they're like, "Oh, he's got to go," and all this different stuff. I mean, how would we feel as a fan base opening up the conversation of entertaining a trade for a DeAndre Ayton? I mean, especially if you're looking to, especially if we lose Mitchell Robinson, and you know you're looking to move on Julius Randle because Obi Toppin has sort of blossomed, and you want to figure out what you have there. I don't know. I'm entertaining it. I don't know if it's the first option or the thing. I'm saying, yo, we gotta go get DeAndre Ayton. I'm not saying all that. I would entertain it. There are a couple things, Chuck, that I am absolutely for certain that, confident that we need to do, given where we're at right now, given the objectivity of our situation.
Right.
We do need to trade up in the draft. We need to get beyond the 11th pick and move up to get a player. Portland is
Jaden Ivey.
We need to trade up. We need to get a guy, yes, like a Jaden Ivey. We need to move up there. In my opinion, I think we need to make moves in this particular draft. And if we're not going to do that, then fine. Stand pat, at 11. Select, your complimentary role player. Or third option, you could trade out the pick entirely and just gather something for 2023, since 2023 is supposed to be the draft. Or, we have options. There's so many different things, but this draft is going to tell us a lot of the direction, or what we do in this draft is going to tell us a lot of the direction of this team, right? If Mitch leaves at 11, does Jalen Duren make sense? Do we need to draft the center? If we're looking to
Bro, you can't draft it. Is Jalen Duren going to be a guy that's going to be that dynamic, that's going to be a MVP caliber guy?
No,
because if you're drafting a dude at 11, that's going to be 12 points and 6 rebounds and rim protection. I feel like I can get that at the car wash.
Sure, you can get that later in the draft. You can get that in the second round. Jalen Duren is not going to be a transforming franchise player. I'm just saying that per the need, and we don't know what the front office is thinking. That Mitch could walk and they can say, "Hey, listen, we got to draft the center," while we still got point guard problems, while we still want to add wings. I'm just saying there are so many different possibilities, and this is why I said earlier, there are more questions than answers with this team. They just are. Because if Mitch walks, what are you doing at the center position? Are you going in free agency? Are you getting a Kelly Olynyk? Are you drafting a Jalen Duren? Are you going into the second round and getting a guy like you did with Jericho Sims? Or is Jericho Sims going to step in? More questions than answers.
I think they will probably go with a veteran center, because they're probably going to go with a veteran center. I hope they don't let Mitch walk. I hope Mitch is brought back just so I can see, man. I want to see our guys start and finish with us, man. I just do not start and finish, but at least get an opportunity to shine with us. You know what I mean? And I don't think a lot of those guys. How you doing, Ron? I don't think those guys got that opportunity. I still think there's levels. There's levels to most of the young core that we have. There's still levels of their game I don't think they reached yet. Right? Mitchell Robinson absolutely has to come back, even if you have to move. Not even if you have to. I think you have to move on from Noel, because I don't think Noel is going to give you a healthy season next year. So if you can get that money off the books, that's absolutely some bread that you can play around with to bring back a Mitchell Robinson, and then go and get some Rusty Dusty who needs a job to be your third center, and you have Mitch Sims, and whoever that third guy is. That's what I would do. I'm not looking to can you just get a guy? Maybe, but we already got him.
You talking about a big, Chuck?
Yeah. Can we get another big? Yeah. But Mitch is already seasoned. Keep him.
Right.
Because a veteran center is going to cost you about that amount of money, right? A decent one, right? About
Right.
10 to 13 million.
I can get Bismack Biyombo for $3 million.
Nah, he has some value in the Suns. Maybe a little bit more than that.
But Cully, understand what I'm saying.
I know.
I can get a major contributor. Man, they got Bismack Biyombo off the street in January, right? So much his value is so much, just a random guy off the street, that they're not entertaining re-signing their number 1 overall pick to a max contract, because they can get a guy from the bodega to put up 12 and 6. Bro, I'm telling you, that's why the Knicks not in a hurry to pay Mitch, because even though we love Mitch, is Mitch really giving us 22 and 13? You know what I'm saying? 3 blocks a game.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Is Mitch really giving us some? I think they regret the Nerlens Noel deal. The only reason why he did it was because of continuity. You know what I'm saying? And now they regret it. I bet you if Leon Rose can do that all over again, he would tell a man to go take a hike. Because bigs are always hurt, for one.
Mm-hmm.
They clog up the paint if they don't stretch. Think about it. If a big can't shoot the 3, then they clog up everything.
Yep.
Right? And then at the same time, these young boys are at 6'10", 6'11", are coming into the league in a second round, jumping out the gym. You know what I'm saying? So you could just grab a dude, say at 58, and he a borderline starter. I mean, you know how I know this? Know how I know this to be true, Chuck? I've seen the Knicks do it last year. Just grab a young dude at 58, jumping out the gym. He a borderline starter.
You know,
but can you find a point guard that easy?
No.
Can you find a point player that easy? No.
It's not a premium position.
Nah, it's like running back now.
You know,
man.
Or if you say an NFL fan, if you're an NFL fan, bro, it's like watching the Dolphins, bro. You just rotate a guy in there.
Hey, you watching this year? Yeah, I want you watching. We're gonna burn the league up.
We'll see.
Speed kills. They go at that defense. Then the end of the season was 3rd in the league in defense, averaging 17. Nobody was getting over 17 points a game on that defense, and everybody came back. Plus, we added to it. Miami gonna be a problem, man.
I like Brian
problem.
Flores though. I like Brian Flores. I don't like.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I had liked Flores, but Flores got on my nerves, man. And it ain't got nothing to do with that lawsuit mess. Flores couldn't fix my offense. 5 offensive coordinators in 3 years. That's all you need to know. That's
two is trash, bro.
5 offensive coordinators, you're gonna be trash. With no offensive line.
Right.
Two offensive line since he been there.
Two of the worst quarterbacks y'all had since.
You can't do it running for your life.
And he looked like Jay Fiedler.
Okay. You're gonna eat them words, man. I'm telling you. I don't care who your quarterback is. If you ain't got time to throw it, you ain't gonna look good.
I said Miami is
Miami has the worst offensive line.
Yeah, they're horrible.
Worst.
I was gonna say the Jets are what they are, bro. The Jets are. I ain't gonna bash the Jets, but the Jets are what they are.
Hey, Freezer, you got me ready to go, man. Hey, man. Hey. Boy,
let me ask you this question. I just gotta ask you a question real quick before you get into it. I just gotta ask you this question, bro. If there's premium talent out there, would you overpay to acquire. You're a Dolphins fan, and I'm asking you this question: if the premium talent is out there, would you pay the premium price, or would you try to continue to look for it?
No, I'm gonna tell you like this. Being that I've been a Dolphin fan since I was 13 years old, since the days of Marino, I'm telling you like this. I didn't see quarterbacks come and go through there. If I was in that front office, I'm going to get Deshaun Watson. Period.
Right. Yep.
That, especially when you had them flirted with the guy, you've been flying him around, you didn't talk to him. Man, I would not have closed the door on that situation. But if you're not going to do that, and you intend on Tua being that man, you're going to find out about him. Hey, what they did was the smartest thing to do, because next season, guess what Miami got? 2 first-round picks. So if Tua don't pan out, guess what you can do? Go get you a quarterback.
Right.
You can go get you one. And this crop is loaded coming up with quarterbacks. There's at least 5 of them.
Oh, I know. We're gonna get one of them because we're gonna get the number 1 pick. We're gonna get
at least 5. And at least you ain't got to worry about no ping pong ball deciding whether or not you get one.
Yeah, yeah.
But man,
and the reason why I asked you the question, Ron, I asked you specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because another thing that the Dolphins have been needing forever is a go-to guy on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, right? Because I know I saw a couple of years ago they were trying to throw to a dude named, what's his name, Gasevovich or whatever, the tight end.
Oh man, hey, that boy's tough, man. You talking about Gesicki?
Gesicki, yeah, they were
Gesicki is tough, man.
They didn't have a receiver that they can go to on.
But
but they traded the whole.
That was the case. All the receivers was injured. That was the problem. Parker was always injured. Preston Williams, you know what I mean? And
I ain't never heard of these dudes, bro.
What's the other cat? The cat that we got from KC.
Chuck Allen.
I'm thinking.
Oh my bad. Wait. Chuck never played receiver for y'all. My bad. I'm saying y'all had so many dudes come through there.
Injuries is why you saw that though, Freezy. Because he even I keep forgetting the guy's name. He came back off an injury this year, man. But he'll be out of there. But I'm gonna tell you, with these Knicks, I'm telling you right now, they're gonna be aggressive this offseason. They're not coming back with that mess we had last year. And if anybody thinking they're gonna sit on their hands this year, they can't afford to.
Oh, they better be aggressive.
They cannot afford to. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna throw out a proposal out there. Y'all actually, I thought y'all was about to hit on it because y'all Ray was sniffing all around my thoughts. But
that's why I ran back to the TV.
We do reserve the right to change our minds, right?
Right, of course.
As GMs, wannabe GMs, fans, all that. You got the right to change your mind.
That's right.
If you get more information, you got to. If something makes you smarter, you got to change your stance.
I'm gonna tell you like this. If I'm the Knicks, what I'm gonna do, because it's clear that they have an infatuation with Jalen Brunson. What I'm gonna do, because this is the only reason why I always said I didn't want Jalen Brunson, is because if you brought him here, you're looking at him as being the savior. He can't come alone. You can't bring him here alone. So I'm going to do a 3-team trade. I'm calling Phoenix and I'm calling Dallas. I'm going to send Mitchell Robinson and Julius Randle. I'm kind of debating on the Julius Randle thing, but I think I'll send Mitchell Robinson and I'll send Derrick Rose to Dallas. Get me Brunson. And I'm going to send Julius Randle and Nerlens Noel if they'll take him. But if they don't take Nerlens Noel, I'm sending Alex Burks with Julius Randle to Dallas for DeAndre Ayton. And the reason why I'm going to do that, because I'm going to have an inside-out game and I'm going to have a center that's in the modern mode of being able to score. Because what we've been complaining about with Mitch, it ain't about the defense. We've been complaining about offense. Tibbs clearly is not going to let the guy shoot. And I'm going to stand on that one. That stuff that guy putting out there on the videos for the last 3 years, that's a direct shot at Tibbs. Letting him know it's more to my game than just standing underneath the basket. And let's just face it, fellas, in this modern age of basketball, and I do say modern, you tell me one center that just resides and just want to run up and down the court and just block shots and don't score. So it's something to think about, man. And then you still got RJ. That's going to alleviate the pressure because Julius Randle out of the way. RJ can operate on that left side, and you got Ayton that can operate on the other side because he's right-handed. You know what I mean? So So it is what it is, man. That's just something I thought about because it allows Tibbs to still be competitive, but you still don't mortgage everything and say, well, it's either this or now. Because, you got players that can still be around for a while. Because, I mean, Brunson, 26? Ain't about the same age. So you can let that thing build. And then you still get a chance to see what Obi going to do. You can decide on him. Hey, if he ain't the guy, you can move him. So it's just something. It's just a thought I had, man. Just a thought.
Can I address that? Can I address that, Freezy, if you don't mind?
Marvin, let me do the super chats real quick, and I'm gonna get out of the way. I'm gonna take the puppy back outside because he got a hunch in his back for some reason. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris says we owe Mitso. I would give him 1 year, 30 mil. Wow. Okay. Probably not, but yeah. And then Paris Duggar also says, I know y'all know if Tibbs coached Randall to be accountable and played his role properly, we would have made the playoffs. So why be so downtrodden? I understand what you're saying. I got one more. I thought I saw it. Let me say this, and then Marvin, I'm gonna cue you up, okay? I just want to make sure that we don't skip any super chats. That's it, bro. Go ahead, Marvin. My bad, man. Hey, how you been, bro?
I'm doing fine, man. Doing fine. Salute to the chat, to the panel. How you guys doing?
Salute, Marvin.
What's up, Marvin?
Hey, I wanted to address that from you, Ron. I had a question for you guys. I've been looking at Mitchell Robinson. I know that a lot of this stuff predicates around what Mitchell.
I thought you was going to say you have been looking at Lonzo Ball knee.
Oh, come on now. You're wrong for that, Freezy. You're wrong for that. Now, if you want to get into that, we can. But if you want to get into that, we can, but not at this present time. But let me just say this.
All I'm saying is,
bang, bang.
Yeah, we got a major bullet.
Well, let me say this, guys. I want to say this. I was looking at Mitchell Robinson, and I was looking at the PER on the New York Knicks. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Mitchell Robinson has the highest PER on the Knicks. Now, question, PER is player efficiency rating. I know you guys don't know that, but what I'm going to say is this. Is that a fact that Tibbs just won't give him the opportunity to be an offensive player?
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
And then to you, Ron, that's why I'm leading to this question. When you talk about bringing in Aiden, will Tibbs give him the opportunity?
Well,
because
the thing is,
I really believe that. One second. I really believe that Tibbs' offense is not predicated on getting a scoring big man. I mean, it's pretty obvious through the years that he's been there, and even when he was with the Bulls and with Minnesota. I mean, because if you look at the big man that he's coached, it hadn't been a major issue of him predicating them as being an offensive juggernaut on his offense. Now, the reason I'm saying this is you have Mitch there, and I'm not saying that Mitch is all to be all. I'm not saying that he isn't. But if you get rid of him and then you see him later on another squad and somebody's developing him, I don't know how you're going to feel about that, because in the same sense I just heard you guys saying the videos he put out about his offensive game. If a coach really gets down to it and try to develop him offensively, I think you could be okay. And I really believe bringing another big man in the question I have for you, Ron, is will it hamper the Knicks with Tom Thibodeau being the coach?
I think if Tom, the thing when getting a guy like Ayton proved that he can score. You know what I mean? So if Tom was to get that guy and say he's not going to allow that guy to shoot, that'll be the dumbest thing, and Tom would need to be fired immediately. Period. Because truth be told, if you look at that Phoenix team, what killed him, it wasn't the fact that DeAndre Ayton can't score. You know what I mean? It's the fact that the way they was running that offense. Instead of running inside out, it's the same thing I said when we had Melo. That offense, man, when we had Melo and Stat, that thing should have been going down low to Stat and let it kick out to Melo instead of trying to run through Melo and then go have Stat playing off of that. And that it's just obvious, man. It would have been a whole lot easier. Not only because think about it, DeAndre Ayton offensively is a load. That guy is an offensive problem, man. Defense is where he's kind of suspect, but he ain't bad. He ain't bad defensively. You know what I mean? But you don't take that guy and then you're gonna say I'm gonna make him one-dimensional. That'll be stupid on Tibbs' part. Now, Mitchell
Yeah.
Robinson, he can get away with that with Mitchell Robinson because Mitchell Robinson came in the league raw and green as the grass outside. You know what I mean? But Mitch, I'm telling you, Mitch is sending a message loud and clear. And I've been peeped it years ago when he was doing that. I was like, he's passive aggressive.
Yeah.
A picture illustration speaks a thousand words without even having to say anything. And then the minute I saw him doing that, I got mad because I was like, this guy is showing Tibbs that, you know what? I can't contribute to this team offensively. But you're not letting me. And I don't blame the guy for getting out of here. I'm going to tell you that right now. If I was him, I would get out of here. I wouldn't want to play for Tibbs. Period.
Yeah. Yeah. And
That's
you know,
right.
and that leads, I'm sorry, and that leads to my last question also then. This is to the panel itself. Obi Toppin's player efficiency rating was 18.40, second on the team, guys. Second on the team in his minimum minutes that he played for the Knicks. Is this an issue with Tom Thibodeau? Now, mind you, the Knicks have already said they're going to keep Thibodeau.
Yeah.
So, with you guys having with the Knicks having the 11th pick, and that's being kind of in the middle, is it realistic to just say, because I'm on Freezy on this one, is it time, guys? I mean, when is enough enough? You have to go to try to get a big fish. I think you do.
Yeah.
I don't believe. I understand. Here's the deal. I know everybody's saying next year's draft is way deeper, but who wants to go through this following? I mean, not next year, but year after next. Who wants to go through next year with a terrible team? Nobody does, guys. We can say that now, but you know good and well when the season come around, it's going to be hell and heart. So I'm gonna say this. I just put it to you guys just to answer this question. Would you be willing to go ahead and just, I mean, you never know. One thing you're going to be for sure, if you don't try it, you're going to have a lot to talk about. But if you do try to land a big fish and it doesn't work, at least you can say, we tried. Is that a good enough thing?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You got it. I mean, like, Freezy coined that phrase best, man. When I heard Freezy say it, man, it stuck in my brain, man. You can't have all them groceries, man, and don't use them. They're going to go bad. They're going to spoil. We sitting on all these draft picks. You got 9 young players on the team already. You ain't going to use all them players. Man, you got to make a move and keep sitting on your hand and sitting on your hand and sitting on your hand. Like with Boston. Boston had ample opportunities to get AD. They played around and played around and played around until the man said, oh, no, I ain't trying to go there. You make a move when you can. And Leon is on the hot seat. Whether or not people want to admit it or not, him and Tibbs. Them guys are a package deal. One ain't going to be leaving without the other because it's apparent that Leon, is stuck to Tibbs. And my problem with Tibbs, even though I know he's coming back, this is the problem. You trying to move the game forward to get with the times. But you got a coach that's still stuck in the 90s style of basketball. Yeah, the defense is great, and I never knock defense because I love defense. But you got to be innovative offensively. And that's the knock on Tibbs, and it's going to always be the case.
Could I ask you a question,
He is
Ron?
what he is at this point, man. He's not going to change. And anybody thinking he's going to change, you fooling yourself.
Wait, Ron, could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So do you think coming forward this summer, do you think Leon Rose makes moves to appease Tibbs?
He better. If that's your man. If that's your coach, you better empower him. Because this is going into year what for him? Year 3?
3? Right.
On a 5-year deal for both of them? He better because guess what? 4th year, he'd be a lame duck. He'd be a lame duck coach and a lame duck front office guy.
So I got a question for you, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
What does empowering Tibbs actually look like? And who is that big fish?
Empowering Tibbs, man, you got to get defensive-minded players in this team. But with that being said, you got to have players that can score too. You can't just – because see where they screwed up at. I understood what they were trying to do, but you can't just go all the way offense and forget about your defense. And that's what happened. When they brought Kimba and Fournier to start in that lineup, you knew we were going to be in trouble. You know what I mean? We were hoping offensively that Kimba was going to be the Kimba old, but man, I didn't know the guy was hurt like that, man. His body betrayed him. And Evan Fournier, defensively, we know what he is. So that's the biggest problem. So they have to get players that can not only play defense, but can score. We need versatility, man. We can't have no one-trick pony. And that's what they got when they got Kimba and they got Fournier. One-trick ponies.
I'm glad you said that because versatility needs to be what we look at in this draft. We need versatility. You need athleticism in the backcourt. You need guys who are able to play multiple positions, that can guard 1 through 4, that can play shooting guard and small forward and center and stretch out and whatnot. But your coach is Tibbs. Your coach is Tom Thibodeau. He believes what he believes, and it is his religion that this is what he's going to do through and through. It doesn't matter what you or I think or the fans or whatever. He's going to do what he does.
Exactly.
So do you give Tom Thibodeau all of the pieces that he wants in terms of trading for a star while compromising your flexibility, which again is it's the embodiment of this front office. Flexibility is how this front office moves and what they do. They want to be flexible. So do you go all in and get that one star that gives up the flexibility, or do you stand pat and as a front office, do you continue doing what you're doing? Being pragmatic, like Leon Rose said, because pragmatic is not really a Tom Thibodeau kind of thing.
Well, I'll say this, Ray. This is the thing. Like I say again, we know when Leon Rose took this job, Leon Rose was as green as the grass outside. No experience. He took this job. You're going into year 3. Dolan is not going to let that guy come back for another 4 or 5 years, man. It's not going to happen. And the thing is, when you got Tom on this team, is if you bent on that's your man, we ride and we partners. I'm going to make sure I give you everything you need to win. And this is the thing, too. With all that ammunition we got with them draft picks, sometimes you can make players become available. You know what I mean? You offer the right package, a team will bite. Everybody got a price. The name of this game is for the front office is to make your team better. And if the Knicks come with a package that they can't refuse, they're going to move whoever it is they're looking at. They'll move them. Think about all the moves Sam Presti did when he got players that, people didn't think were available and things of that nature. It's all about timing and how you make deals. But Leon Rose can't sit on his hand no more. He can't because the clock is ticking, and I do not believe Dolan will allow that guy to hire another coach because didn't we go through about 20 candidates before he hired Tibbs? So if you bypass all these people, I can't allow you to pick another coach. Not with my money, if I'm the owner.
Well, I want to address that too, Ron. I just wanted to say, just looking back on the season, and a question to the full panel: how far were the Knicks off this year? How much did they need to get over the top for this past year? And at times, it didn't look too bad. Now, this was not a season that started bad and ended bad. The Knicks actually played pretty well early in the season. Now, I believe everything is predicated on Tom Thibodeau. When you decide you want to bring him back, and you have seen his coaching philosophy, you've seen what he does with the young guys and whatnot, and the way he coaches. But you've seen last year him get you to the playoffs. So the question I have is, why would you be in such disarray when I feel, the way I feel, is that the team is not too far off with the current roster that they have. Now, I know if you bring a veteran superstar free agent in, then you're going to have to get rid of somebody. That's obvious. But I think everything is so predicated on them saying, yes, we're bringing Tibbs back, that it almost puts the Knicks in a kind of precarious situation because you're afraid to get young guys, and you're afraid if we do this, that Tibbs not going to agree with it. So Tibbs really is the key to all of this.
You got that right.
I think I might have heard a couple of guys say he might fall on his own sword. Well,
he will.
Yes, we can say that, but but we still have to suffer through that whole season while he's falling on his sword.
True.
So what I say is this: be realistic and think how maybe Tibbs would think. And that's probably hard for all of us to do, but we have to because he's the coach. And if Randall's going to be there, is it going to be the same thing with Obi not getting time? If Mitchell Robinson's going to be there, is it going to be the same thing with him not getting enough touches? So everything to me is predicated on Tom Thibodeau, and with the ownership coming straight out and saying they're going to keep him, does that mean that the Knicks are going to basically stand pat and do not enough, and then hope for next year? And if so, I just don't think that agrees well with the fans.
I'll be quick. I think they just too close to their contract ending for them to stand still. I just don't see them standing pat. They got to get aggressive because the Knicks is far behind, and we're gonna get left even further if they play that. Oh, we're gonna just wait and we're gonna just do things slowly. The league is moving, man, and we behind the times. It's evident. We always one of the latter teams to try to follow what's going on, man. You got to get with the times. You cannot try to still play 90s basketball in its entirety and expect to be a championship team. So that's my thought.
All right, we always a right coach, a right player too late. Happens every time, yeah.
Well,
Yep.
The objective reality, regardless of whatever we collectively want or believe, is that Tom Thibodeau is the coach. So do expect his scheme to be what his scheme is. And to Marvin's question, it's also why I think the trade or the show that Uncle Freezy did the other day, where it talked about the ESPN trade that gives us Russell Westbrook and picks and all that stuff, might actually be the best of both worlds between the philosophies of your front office and your coach, because it appeases Tom Thibodeau with the sort of veteran thing he wants to run out, while bringing in a guy like Russell Westbrook at the point guard position. And it also gives the other side of the coin flexibility, which is how the front office operates, because they need the financial flexibility. Any other move sort of pits one against the other. If you move up in the draft, you're signaling to Tom Thibodeau, we're doing this youth movement as a front office. So you're not appeasing to Tom Thibodeau. If you go out and trade for your star player or whatnot, yeah, that appeases to Tom Thibodeau. That's where it just gets a bit confusing to me. So if there is one move that is going to appease two sides' philosophies, it is that Russell Westbrook trade of bringing in an immediate veteran while giving us cap flexibility for the other side of things.
Yes, and I agree with that. And I was reading in the chat from to Paris Duggar, and I want to ask you guys this: is this true? Did Tibbs learn from the final 20 games of the season?
I think he learned, but he won't implement what he learned.
Nope. I don't think he learned a damn thing. I'm sorry. He said the same. He gave us the same rhetoric in that ESPN article when he got hired about how much he learned and how much he adapted and all this different stuff. And what did he do when the time came about? He demonstrated who he is. And you can't change the spots on a leopard. Okay, it is what it is. And for some weird reason, I'm okay with Tom Thibodeau being who he is. I'm okay if Tom Thibodeau wants to be who he is. Let him fall on the sword and let that be what that is. But then you can sort of get the disingenuous nonsense and the behavior, the rhetoric, and I need energy. Guys, we need more energy. You got energy on the bench. We need to play this way. Or it starts with our defense, but you got guys who selectively play defense, and Julius Randle, weirdly enough. Like, it erases all of the questions we have. And I'm saying we as a collective, because yes, even with some of the definitive things that we have in place that you can take to the bank, we still got a crap ton of questions to answer with this team. And it's also why we're not in the playoffs and we're not at the top of the draft.
Yeah, we in purgatory.
Yeah. Okay. So to that, which you're saying that Tom Thibodeau is going to be who he is, And you guys do not believe that he learned from the last 20 games of the season. Where do we go from here, guys?
You know, the thing
Was
is, he cannot go backwards. See, the thing is, now you done seen what them young guys can do. You can't go back and say, okay, well, I'm going to put him on the bench and the role that was in this past season. He has to, because he'll look real foolish and he'll have a bullseye on his back because your man then went upstairs and told him anyway to Dolan in Worldwide West. He already dropped the dime on him. And Dolan told him, hey, you can either keep him or fire him. So that ain't no ringing endorsement from the owner on Tom Thibodeau. So he has to change. It's now or never for him. It's now or never. And as an extension, it's going to put Leon on the clock. And that's why I think Leon didn't get rid of him, is because he knew if he would have got rid of him, then the microscope on him.
Okay, and that's the reason I asked the question. Will he change from what he learned from the last 20 games of the season? And you guys said no.
I don't think so, but I hope so. For our sakes, I hope so.
I'm not using the methodology of hope anymore. I think it's regardless.
But I hope you have nothing, man.
But
being a fan is built on hope.
Well, sure, it's built on hope, and it's what I said earlier. We're all theoretical GMs. Like, we're not employees. We all want different versions of what we want, and we're right and wrong at the same time. We want to make moves in the best interest of what we want. But I'm looking at the team objectively. I'm looking at my coach. I'm looking at his philosophy. I'm looking at my front office's philosophy and how they move. And I'm sorry, like, the only move you could make that makes all the sense in the world is a trade that the ESPN pundits and analysts appeal to, because it appeases all sides. Now, I don't know how much Chicago is bought into the idea of bringing in Julius Randle and Evan Fournier, but it does benefit the Lakers. It does benefit the Knicks. And if you are a front office organization that is built on flexibility, then the Russell Westbrook Avenue is the only thing that makes sense for both coach and front office, in my opinion.
Well, let me chime in on that. I'm sorry. Let me just chime in on that, because you know, I'm from Chicago, and the Bulls are not. The Bulls are not on that trade. Now, it is one trade that the Bulls are interested in, and that's the Portland trade, and that's the only trade that they are interested in, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
What we have to really do is understand that each front office, they don't want to be the ones that lose out. And in that trade, the Bulls would not be the proper winners of that trade. So they have already stated that, not necessarily they stated, but, you know, you could tell if they're into trades or whatnot. But now I've heard of quite a few things that are on the table for the Knicks, but I really go back to the point of everything being predicated on you having Tom Thibodeau as coach. I mean, even in your young draft, even in your 11th pick, even in, I wouldn't say in bringing in a veteran superstar, because I think he would give him his, you know, his time, let him do his thing. But will it still be the same offense? If you bring in DeAndre Ayton, will he, you know, tie one of his hands behind his back? Will Tibbs give him the green light, Ron, to be a center and dominate on the Knicks team?
I think he will allow him. I think he would allow him to, because, like I said, DeAndre Ayton improved in this league that he can score. He's a pretty good big. I don't think Tom would just go back and say, well, you know what, I'm gonna handcuff this guy. I'm just gonna let him worry about defense. He's not. I think he'll be smart enough to let that guy play. And if he does that, if the Knicks was to get him and get Brunson, the Knicks will have something and somehow still have RJ, Obi, and them guys coming along, and whoever we draft, you know, and whatever you know, guys they pick up to fill out the roster, because some of these vets need to go too. But it's just everything predicated about and just like you said about Tibbs. And this is the sad thing, is Leon boxed himself in a corner by saying he was bringing Tibbs back. Because if you were going to move Tibbs, now is the time to move him. Now is the time, you midways in your contract with the front office. Now is the time to move him. After year 3, if you say, well, Tibbs ain't my guy, guess what? You going into year 4 of your contract. You're in trouble.
By him saying that he's going to definitely bring Tibbs back, does that definitely mean Randle is coming back?
No, it's the only interchangeable.
I don't know about Randle.
It's the only interchangeable piece that gives you the sort of flexibility. Like Julius Randle is not a mainstay, and yes, for the entire roster, no one is really a main. Like no one's untouchable. No one's a mainstay for the Knicks and how they run offensively. What I do know is that for Tom Thibodeau, his philosophy, especially at the power forward position, you got to be able to efficiently hit shots and be a jump shooter, which kind of puts Julius Randle in a weird, awkward position for his strengths. All the more reason why I think it's not a basketball fit.
I don't think Julius is going to be gone. My gut instinct telling me they're not going to get rid of him unless it's for who they're really looking at. Like if it's for Brunson, I think Julius will be gone. But anybody else just making a trade, I'm preparing my mind right now until I hear otherwise. Julius going to be here. He under contract in the first year of that deal. And truth be told, and I said this, yeah, Julius drive me crazy. You know them antics, but I can't knock that 20-10-5, and I can't forget what he did last season. If the man head is on right, he's a problem. He's a problem, and the only thing Julius Randle really needs to do for his game-wise, get a post-up game with all that size you got, all that power. If that guy had a post-up game, it'll be over. It'll be over, and that's his major problem. You know what I mean? Other than the head stuff. So if his head is right, you know what you're going to get from Julius. And one thing I ain't got to ever question whether or not the man going to show up for work. He ain't going to be on sick call. You know what I mean? He will show up for work. So, you know, I don't see them moving off of Julius. I really don't. I don't see it. Julius is our best player by far. And it ain't even close.
Well, Ron, with you being that certain about Julius, what does that do for Obi?
That's the problem. That's the problem. You knew that when you drafted Obi that you still had Julius. That's the biggest problem. One of them guys got to go. But I don't think Julius is going anywhere.
So you believe Obi's going to leave?
Unless, well, Tom did talk about playing them guys together, and that'll remain.
Wait, time out.
Because you can still Obi. You can actually play Obi. Obi don't have to start to have major contributions on this team, getting a lot of minutes. He can get starter minutes coming off that bench. But it just depends on how Tom going to work that thing.
But, Ron, I know, and I understand what you're saying, but I also think that's coming from a place of what you hope Tom Thibodeau will do. We're not concerned with what we hope he will do. Let's just talk about what he actually does. He's not playing Julius Randle and Obi Toppin. He had plenty of opportunities to do that. On its philosophical face, it doesn't work for Tom Thibodeau's philosophy. It just doesn't, especially on the defensive end, which is where he wants to eliminate the paint completely. So let's get that Obi Toppin Julius Randle thing out of our head. That's just not happening, regardless of whatever you think or I think. The reality is the front office has been known up until this point. Their greatest strength is drafting. They drafted Obi Toppin. That makes their resume look good and speaks to their pedigree. Why would they trade Obi Toppin? Unless it was for someone that was a substantial star. That's why I said for a guy like Julius Randle, the organization that came in and saw Julius Randle as one of the structures and gave him a contract. I mean, I think we all tend to forget when the front office came in, Julius Randle was on the trade block, and he decided to ball out and have a completely ridiculous year in sort of an anomaly of a season. So my thing is Julius Randle is more expendable than Obi Toppin. It's just Obi Toppin has the bigger value because he's interchangeable and he's versatile and he offers more. Like I saw Shorin write in the chat and say that, yeah, he's a 2010 and 5 guy. He's also the 18th ranked best defender or something like that. But the advanced metrics literally prove that the team has a better offensive and defensive net rating when he's off the floor.
And that's the problem. Julius is the best player on the team, but the team plays better when he's not on the floor. The ball movement is better. is a better brand of basketball to watch and
And
to
does
play.
that and
Everybody
does that
touches
say
the
the
ball.
same? Does that say the same like Memphis when Ja Morant's not on the court?
But the only difference there is when he ain't on that floor, you do feel the effects of him not being there. You know what I mean? Because even with Ja, for as much as Ja, you know, his usage rate is high, his effect on winning is huge. And that's the difference between him and Julius. Ja is more clutch than Julius. That's Julius' biggest problem. And nobody in here gonna say Julius Randle is clutch. You know what I mean? But he's a very good ball player. And I can't take that from him.
Is
You know
he
what I mean?
clutch?
When the game on the line and go to that free throw line,
But
Julius Randle chokes.
Is he clutch as a number 3 on a team, but not a number 1?
I think Julius could be a number 3.
Yeah,
That's really he's a number 1 on the Knicks, but he could actually be a borderline number 2.
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you now then move that logic of, oh yeah, he's a number 3 or even the number 2, you're kind of sort of, and he's more of a number 3 in my opinion on the championship level team, like your Golden States and your Phoenixes and Milwaukee's, and even though they're eliminated, I'm just saying that you're building the team backwards. So you are now taking your third option instead of using your third option to go out and get a better asset. A better player without giving up a whole heap of assets. You're selling the farm to pair this one, superstar-like player to pair with Julius Randle, and you have no idea if it's actually going to work philosophically.
Yeah, but I've been holding back on this, but my take is this, guys. To me, the best thing would be a sign and trade with Mitch to Dallas for Brunson, because it helps both teams. I think both players would be happy. I think that would be the start that the Knicks need to address first, which would be the point guard position. Also, it could be a point where now you look at your draft pick and you plug and play where you can there. Now, we know the offensive production that you were getting out of Mitchell Robinson was mediocre. Okay, so you're not going to expect that, but you're going to raise your play at your point guard position by getting Brunson. And you're going to give your young player, which is Sims, a chance to develop. Now, I'm still lost on the Obi and Randall thing because you guys are not sure if they can play together. And in Tibbs' philosophy, I guess it just shows true to be true. He's not going to play them together. No. So that move would be the next thing that I think would be mandatory to get solved.
Yeah, one of those guys has to go. You can't have both of them. I mean, theoretically, you could. I mean, you can stagger their minutes where they're not on the floor together. So in that aspect, both of those guys could be on this team. But the problem is you're going to always have that question when one of them have a bad game and the other one have a good game, i.e. Obi have a spectacular game and Randall have a bad game, and you're going to have people saying, oh, we need to move Randall. Them two guys are going to be forever linked on this team because of the situation. The guy got drafted when Randall was here coming off of a so-so season. You know what I mean? For Randall. And so and then, hey, we can't take out this factor. The guy is a homegrown product. Homegrown. Yeah. That is Randall really fighting an uphill battle, man, that he won't win. Not with the fans exclusively. He will not win that.
And mind you guys, Randall has a lot of trade value. He's not a dud. Randall is
like people trying to make it out to see the top of that contract and move like he's unmovable because of what happened this season. No. I don't even buy that.
No, he can bring you back that at least partial piece if you lose Mitchell Robinson. And you still got your point guard in play. So I think the logical thing is first to address that point guard position. And if Mitchell Robinson is not happy, go ahead and see if you can get him in a signing trade to get that point guard. And then make sure you address this Randall Obi issue. And I think you can cover up from losing Mitchell.
And you know what else they need to do? Go find an offensive guy to put on that staff. Because that's what Tibbs needs. Let him just worry about defense, but go get him an offensive guy.
That's not going to happen.
Hey, guess what, Ray? If your front office say, hey, this is how we going to do it, And if you got a problem doing these changes, then you can hand your resignation right now. Because
Okay,
your
cool.
way ain't working.
Cool, that's cool. But I'm just saying, like, again, I'm moving towards objectivity here, where it's, you know, just a void of what I think or what fans want. His behavior, his tendencies he has always had the final word. So I don't know how much an offensive coordinator is going to help Tibbs, because he's 60-something years old and he is stuck in who he is. Like, he's going to be who he is. So I have to operate with the notion of, if he's going to be who he is, how beneficial is it for me to go out and bring this guy on my staff?
You know what, Ray?
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying, but you know what? I must admit, if we're being transparent, the offense did look different than last 20 some odd games. It did look different, and it wasn't no secret. You remember, and somebody brought this up, I can't remember who was on the panel brought it up, that the front office was traveling to those games. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Remember, the reports had already been up, because it was looking like Tibbs was going to be up out of here until the Knicks went on that run where we started looking real good with them younger guys and was winning some games. Then Leon gave him that endorsement. But remember, they had the pressure on him. So Tibbs know he has to adjust this season. It ain't a question of if. It's now or never for him. This will be his last coaching job in the league.
Yes.
Period.
And Ray, to your take, Ray. So do you believe that the front office coming out and saying that they're going to keep Tibbs was a mistake?
Do I think the front office is going to come out and say if keeping Tom Thibodeau was a mistake? No. They've already demonstrated that they're going to die on this hill. You know, when Dolan gave Leon the option, and we heard through reports that, hey, I'm going to let you make the final decision on keeping Tom Thibodeau, I think that was kind of a signal to the front office. Okay, so is this your man? Yes or no? Because you do have an out here. Like, I think Dolan was trying to give Leon an out, and the front office didn't take it. They said,
exactly.
Okay, so, and that was the reason I'm asking the question. Was it the right thing to do? And if it was the right thing to do, I can hear all of the skepticism that you have. Is it going to be a problem?
I think it was a mistake, and I think it's going to be a problem.
Are you asking me as a fan, or are you asking?
I'm asking you as you being the GM or as a fan. Do you? I mean, because I hear you saying that he won't do this, he won't do that, he doesn't change his stripes. So you looking basically saying, because he's there, he's not going nowhere, that you're going to be the same.
Yeah. Marv, that's exactly what. This is why I think it's going to be a cluster. You know what? Like, their philosophies are so different in just how they operate. It's like this is going to blow up, because you're going to have Tom Thibodeau, who believes what he believes, and you're going to have the front office do what they do in pragmatic senses and whatnot, and something is going to have to give there. And Dolan is going to have to be the guillotine in all of this that basically says, okay, enough. You both got to go.
Exactly. So, you brought up another point, Ray. Ray, you know what? This is something else we ain't really talked about. And shout out to Andy, man. But
shout out, Andy.
I'm going to kick it to Andy.
Yeah.
This is another thing we really haven't talked about, man. Leon Rose and them wasn't brought here to just draft. Period. Them guys was not brought here for that.
Yep.
Them guys was brought here to bring players here. And this is year 3. This is year 3. And if they don't get somebody, guess what? All that stuff you was talking to Dolan to get the job, but yeah, I can do this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. and Dolan looking back like, you ain't brought me nothing but Kimber and Evan Fournier. Come on, man. Let's not be wait a minute,
Ron. They brought in Michael Kidd-Gilchrist. They brought in Skylar BCA. They brought in Skylar BCA. Y'all remember Skylar BCA?
Yeah, Skylar BCA. Who's the other guy? Spellman? Amari Spellman? Yeah. Yeah, so this the thing. They wasn't brought in for no, hey, Dolan expect results, man. And I can't knock the man if he get both of them up out of here. Because for one, you did your coach wrong anyway this offseason, because all that firepower, like I said, man, and we all know it, man. When we came off of that 4 seed and we got smashed the way we did by Atlanta, everybody knew our problem was the point guard position. It was glaring.
Yes.
You don't go out with all that money and picks you had to address that. You come back with Kemba Walker, who you knew was injured when you got him. Boston, and that tell you something because Boston got rid of both them guys you brought in here. So yeah, Leon on the clock, man. Leon on the clock. Anybody think he ain't on the clock? Yeah, right. What's up, Andy? What's going on with your partner?
Got an echo, Andy.
Andy, you sound like you in the Matrix.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you got a loud echo out. Before you get started, Andy, I just want to say salute to you. And I did want to pose this question to you also. Do you think bringing Tibbs back was a mistake? And if not, do you think he'll make the necessary adjustments to move the team forward?
He better.
I gotta hear Andy on this one.
I just want to hear Andy's take on that because he has some wonderful takes. You're still muffled. You're still muffled, Andy.
Jump on and come back in, Andy, man. I want to hear what you got to say.
I gotta hear
Yeah, and the reason I'm posing this question, guys, is because just like in Ray's case, I hear the troublesome words that he's saying, and there's no way of getting around Tibbs as the coach of this team. So is it a realistic thought, guys, that it can be fixed? And will he be, even if they change players, will he be the coach to adjust and make? I mean, we all saw how it changed in the last 20 games. And, come on, guy. If he didn't, I'm like you on this, Ron. If he didn't see the change then there's nothing he's going to see. And if that's the case, then that's, here we go with another season. That's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, man.
It just won't work, man. Okay, so Tom Thibodeau was most notably known in Chicago. How many adjustments did he make when he was there?
I'm glad you went there because I was thinking about
that Chicago situation. About it.
Exactly.
I mean, I mentioned that, guys, about Tibbs. His resume it jumps out at you at times, but then what has he won? Yeah. And he hasn't quit any job. He's been fired everywhere he went.
Yeah. Yep.
Only place he won was with Doc Rivers when he was the defensive guy on that staff with Doc when they won that championship in Boston.
Andy, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm better now.
Yeah, you're clear.
Good.
Hey, you came in under some turbulent skies.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to pose the question to you one more time, Andy. The question I had to you was this: do you think the front office was in line with announcing the re-signing of bringing back Tibbs? And if you do you think he will make the necessary adjustments to get the job done?
Well, listen, as far as I see it, as from the point of view of the front office, I think they would make a wrong decision. It will look bad on them to get rid of Tibbs after just 2 seasons. And we got to remember that we got to remember that he was the coach of the year last season. So, just straight up, because the question was posed, like Ron said, like at the trade deadline or something around that, like mid-season, right? That they had the option to get rid of him from what were the rumors. So I think that would be, a hasty decision. That would be a little bit too fast. That would mean that our front office literally doesn't know what they're doing, because they didn't stick with their plan. So that would be a panic move as far as around the league would be noticing the Knicks front office. So they would be like, listen, the guy won coach of the year. They after a couple of months they were looking to cut him, and they didn't fire him. Now they're like, their story is going to be like, listen, we got a plan. We told you guys we're going to stay flexible. We're going to try to get guys when they're going to be available, the guy that we want, not the ones that are available in the free agency. If there's going to be a disgruntled star, we're going to have pieces ready to make a deal. And their plan is looking, like they were probably thinking. I'm pretty sure that they were expecting a little bit more from this year's, results, as far as Tibbs and the rest of the guys. But listen, what we got to notice also that when we were the 4th seed after the previous season, right? we were saying that the offense is like, it was basically run through Randall, a little bit less through RJ, mostly through Randall, and it looked like ISO ball, and even he was playmaking and stuff like that, right? So that was the offense from years past, and we were saying that that the offense isn't in the 21st century offense. It's a little bit outdated and stuff like that. So the front office went to the free agency, and they got two more offensive players in Kemba and in Fournier to speed up the game a little bit, catch up with the trends of the offensive game, which is more run and gun, take more shots. The defense a little bit set back, right? That was the plan. The defense set back, steps and miles back. Not only steps, just miles back with the backcourt that they provided Tibbs. So listen, for me, it's hard to blame everything on Tibbs. I think every part of the organization it has a part to blame, from the players, the front office, the coaching staff, everybody really, except Dolan probably, because he didn't. We didn't hear him, blocking a trade or asking for a player that to get on the team or something like that. So I think everybody's on the hook except for Dolan,
Absolutely.
For this season at least, right? Other thing is, listen, I think we're gonna say that Nerlens Noel or D Rose weren't big parts of the team, and them getting injured shouldn't derail this franchise like this. But I actually think that that was a huge thing. Knicks fans aren't gonna think that Nerlens Noel is a huge part of this defense, because on offense he's a ghost, right? But on defense, I think he's more of a defensive team player than Mitch is, and he knows he's like that anchor, because we don't see Mitch telling guys switch or move, there's going to be a pick or something like that. Nerlens talks on defense. We don't see that from Mitch, and I think that made guys like Fournier, like Kemba, like Julius look even worse on defense this year. And Netherlands played like 20 couple of games, which I recall like 10 games probably. I don't know how he got those 20 numbers, 20 games played number on the record, because I literally remember like 5-10 games of him playing. So I think that was a huge factor, and not even to mention D Rose, right? Because he's one of those guys that he can steady the ship where the game is kind of getting out of hand. He can steady that game, slow the pace, try to make the opposite team derailed and stuff like that. Solely even break their defense up, right? So I think those were huge factors that Knicks fans think that, oh, if we played more Jericho Sims instead of Nerlens Noel, that we had better chances to win. I don't believe that, actually. I think if we stuck with D Rose playing more minutes, that he wasn't available, and even Nerlens over Jericho Sims or even over Mitch a couple of minutes more, I think that would change like 5, maybe 6 wins more, and that would get us to the play-ins. Before the season, when I saw the moves and how the Eastern Conference got tougher, and the teams got better, I knew that we're not going to be again the 4th seed. That was easy to predict, right? I was crossing my fingers for the 6th seed, because I was like, listen, if we're going to get in the playoffs, we're going to be probably got waxed. Play-ins, we're going to get waxed and we're going to go home. So I was hoping for that 6th seed, but that was a reach, as we saw, right? And listen, for this upcoming season, tough decisions for the front office, because they got to make a decision on Mitch. They got to make a decision on the point guard position, because from what I see it's a two-way street. If Tibbs is not going to adjust the offense for more heavily based around the point guard and playmaking from the point guard position, then there's no point of getting a major point guard for this team, because if you're going to need
Andy, you can't gloss that one over, partner. That was huge what you just
I
said.
wanted to have a take on that also. Go ahead then.
No, but Ron, listen. We had Kemba Walker. We know that he's a heavy pick and roll offensive player, right? He needs that screener to get on the books and in the box score. We didn't play pick and roll with him. All the screens we use, he runs the
Dribble
ball
handoffs.
off the court, handed off the ball, and went to the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a
Mhm.
former All-Star, Ron. He's a
Mhm.
former All. I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying because his legs were shot, like Guillermo said, he ain't fast. He's a cone on the defense and stuff like that. But when you're bad on the defense, try to get on the offense. But if the coach ain't getting the ball and the plays run for you, you ain't gonna shine.
You got that right, and that's you proving the point right there. Going back to Marvin's point, and I truly believe this, and I'll say this is the reason why. It was a mistake to come out and say Tibbs is coming back, and this is the main reason why. Anytime the season goes on, at the end of the season, there's an at the end of the season review where they sit down with each individual player and the coaching staff and talk to them about their performance and what they expect for the next season. But for you to come out and say, this guy is coming back, where you saw the mistakes that was made. You saw the inefficient lineups, and I said it, and Ray, anybody who heard me when I first came back, I said this. If we starting Alex Burks to be our starting point guard, we are in trouble. And Tibbs ran that for 50 games, I believe. I can't absolve him of that. Especially when you got point guards that you begged the front office to go get induced, and you got IQ. You know what I mean? Especially when Kimber and Derrick Rose went down, that's your perfect opportunity. Hey, the season is gone. Once them guys was gone, if you got to go to Alex Burks, and you could get away with just, hey, we play these guys and let the chips fall where they may. We can get these guys ready for next season, because this season was over. To your point, Andy, everybody got better, but the Knicks got worse.
Yeah. And I want to say this too, Andy, to your take on the front office making sure they're not wrong. How about the front office making sure they're right and not saying they're going to sign him? Because just like in Ron's take, what he just said, they seen the deficiencies. The right thing, in my eyes, and to a lot of fans' eyes, was at least not come out and say, okay, Tibbs is coming back. At least hold his feet to the fire a little while to say, look, guy, if we do this, we do that, you're going to have to do this. And we're not going to guarantee that you staying or going until you can agree with us that this is going to happen. So I say, just not covering your own self to say you were wrong on signing Tibbs, because there's been coach of the years that's been fired the following year. That's happened.
Yeah.
If you make that move and you get rid of him and you better your team, your front office is I mean, people are elated about the front office because they were bold enough to make that move. And if you listen to all right, here's a question I have for the whole panel. Are there more questions coming into the next year than there are answers?
Absolutely.
And if there's more questions, then why would you give Tibbs the go-ahead to be the head coach?
Marvin, boy, you just made my skin crawl with that, man. Go ahead, man.
I mean, the reason I'm saying this, guys, is, I mean, I listen to the panels, I listen to all the New York shows, I listen to them, and I hear so many questions. But then you want to come out and say Tibbs is the man when he was the head of the questions.
Y'all don't understand. Y'all, listen, I don't think the fan base is.
I'm lost. I don't understand what happened just now. So Tom Thibodeau is the reason why.
No. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Hold on, Freezy. What happens in organizations when things don't wait? Well, let me just say this. I'll let you go, Freezy.
Okay, I'm gonna go right now. Listen.
Okay.
The front office brought in cats like Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, Skylar BCA, Eric Pascal, who showed up to camp at 310 pounds. That had nothing to do with Tom Thibodeau, right? A lot of these questions that we have is not just Tom Thibodeau, bro. And what I got, because I'll just listen backstage. Listen, I love listening to y'all rock, bro. I'm a big fan of everybody on the panel, so I'll just backstage just listening. But what it sounds like to me is like there's an axe to grind somewhere against Tibbs. Like Tibbs may have coached, a franchise or whatever, and they didn't win. Cats got mad, and now they hate Tibbs. That's what it sounded like to me. Like,
Well, Freezer, you ain't heard what I said when I made the point about how we came off of that 4 seed and you had ample opportunity with all the ammunition. That's the biggest failure. That's what really set us back. Is that he didn't. If you wanted a Brunson, guess what was the time to go get Brunson? After we got smashed by Atlanta because of our point guard deficiency.
But that's not a Tibbs thing.
Oh no, that's what I said. I was talking about the front office on that. I was on Leon about that.
The thing I blame Tom Thibodeau for, the thing I blame Tom Thibodeau for, is when Andy said Kemba Walker in the pick and roll. Right. Once he mentioned that brought up a Tom Thibodeau deficiency. Because what happened with Tibbs is Tibbs didn't have back actions on the back side of the pick and roll where a defense had to focus on 5 guys playing as a unit offensively. All he had to do was focus on Kemba, stop Kemba, make Kemba shoot a jumper. Nobody else is moving. RJ spotted up, Fournier spotted up.
Standing around watching.
Nobody moving. Even if you insert Obi, right? Even if you insert Obi and Randall together, sure, you suffer defensively, right? But you were suffering defensively with Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker on the floor anyway, right? So instead of being halfway, trying to be halfway one way and halfway another, I think Tibbs had to embrace the, hey, we're just going to go all offense for the next 4 minutes type of scenario, right? And so what I'm getting at is we can't blame Tibbs for anything and then for everything, and then at the same time say, hey man, we've been needing a point guard for such and such amount of years.
It's equal.
Hey, my bad, Mom. I just wanted to throw that in there because not because of I didn't like your point, because I love the point and I love the way y'all broke it down. I just felt like we got to speak to some of the stuff that Tom Thibodeau really did wrong.
Yeah,
like
I wanted to continue by saying, I'm sorry, I wanted to continue by saying this, Freezy. I'm not blaming everything on Tibbs, and I'm not coming up and bringing up all of his deficiencies either, including the development of Mitchell Robinson, including the development of the young players. I haven't mentioned those, but we all know about those things. And this is my point. I'm getting to that to say this. What happens in organizations when it's not being a successful winning season? Usually heads roll, and where do they start? And they start with the coach, right? I'm not saying it's the right thing. I'm not saying it's the right thing, but it usually happens.
That's why I disagree with you. I think the heads start to roll with the players. You start with the players first. And then if the front office feels like you have good players, then you look at the coach, right?
Okay.
And then
now, with the current...
the owner feel like... Just let me finish, bro. I got plenty of time.
No, I'm sorry.
So the thing is the owner looks at everybody from the top down and then make these assessments. What I'm getting at is the guards were trash and we have numbers to prove it, right? Tom Thibodeau can't shoot jump shots for Emmanuel Quickly and Quentin Grimes. All he could do is put them in what he thinks is the best position to succeed. Now, can another coach do it better? Probably, right? Tom Thibodeau admitted that. He admitted that he made a lot of mistakes this season. And one of them was not playing the kids earlier, right? But at the same time, just like when we start to point fingers at this Knicks team, Tibbs has only been here 2 full seasons. This team missed the lottery 9 out of the last 10 seasons, and that has nothing to do with Tom Thibodeau. You can't turn this thing around overnight. One of those seasons that Tibbs was here, they did not make the lottery. They made the playoffs. Did they get smacked up in the playoffs? Sure, right? But what I'm saying is whether you're a fan of Tibbs or not, you have to understand that this roster is absolutely flawed and was flawed before Tibbs even got here. Because we had names on a roster like Wayne Ellington. You know what I'm saying? And I know y'all love Wayne Ellington, bro, but listen, Wayne Ellington is not a franchise player, right? We had names like Noah Vonleh, Emmanuel Mudiay,
Courtney Lee.
Yeah, those guys are not franchise players, bro. And Tom Thibodeau did not bring them here, right? And then the holdover guys, Reggie Bullock, Elfrid Payton, Julius Randle. Tom Thibodeau did not select them. That was a roster that he inherited. And so what he did was he took those losers, because they were losers, bro. The year before, they were losers. He took those losers and helped drag them to the playoffs, right? And I don't want to get into the coach of the year thing, because the coach of the year thing is totally subjective. In my opinion, Monty Williams maybe should have won it last year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he won it this year, when I felt like Steve Kerr should have won it this year, right? So the whole thing is subjective, right? But where Tom Thibodeau makes his mistakes is this: knowing that Mitchell Robinson is not a great communicator on defense. You're like, hey man, listen, Mitch, if you don't communicate on this backline defense, I'm gonna sit you, right? But then again, at the same time, he really didn't have an alternative because Nerlens Noel was hurt. Taj Gibson is Taj Gibson. So what I'm getting at is would I love to see the Knicks scrap this defensive mindset and go all offense? That's what I want. Right? I want all offense and then figure it out when you get to the playoffs. Right? But this whole defense, you keep the score up because it's not just defense. With Tibbs, it's also pace of play.
Mm-hmm.
Pace of play is what keeps the scores low also.
Yep.
So you have to look at all these things.
Chewing up the shot clock.
Yep, in its entirety, right?
Yes.
Tibbs is not the major thing with this Knicks team. I'm sorry. Was he the culprit in Minnesota? Was he the culprit in Minnesota? Yes. Was he the culprit in Chicago? No, Chicago sucked, bro. Chicago got lucky twice, and all of a sudden they think they the darlings of the NBA. Chicago got lucky with Jordan and got lucky with Rose, but nobody remembers Bob Love. Nobody remembers that Jerry Sloan played shooting guard for them. They don't even know that Jerry Sloan played in the NBA, right? No, but can anybody on this panel or anybody watching name a Chicago Bull that didn't play in this current era or the Michael Jordan era?
Reggie Theus.
Yeah,
Reggie Theus. My man. Yeah.
I got quite a few, but that's not the point. I understand what you're saying, but here's the point. Here's the point. Fact of the matter is he got fired. Now, how you want to spray it, you can spray it any way you want. But here's the matter. I'm not blaming Tibbs for everything. I'm not blaming Tibbs for everything. I'm saying did they send the wrong message?
Got fired and he
this is what I'm saying. Did the Knicks organization?
Coaches in this league are going to get fired. It just happens. It's a part of it.
But
I'm not even talking about the bull situation. I'm not talking about the bull situation. No, did the front office send the wrong message by saying they wanted him back so early? I'm not saying he's the wrong choice, but was it the right time is what I'm asking.
Right. I understood the question. But
I think it was definitely the wrong timing because, like I said, you didn't wait till the season was over when you had clearly questions about him. Because if you didn't have questions, Worldwide Mess wouldn't have ran upstairs to Dolan and dropping dimes.
If you're gonna keep him for the rest of the season, why wait to the end of the season to say you're gonna keep him for the rest of the season?
You know why? You got to just go ahead and keep him then for let the rest of the season play out. Because you've been being quiet all season long. That was another thing. You ain't said nothing in forever. Why do you feel the need for you to have to come out now and talk about the coach when you ain't been talking all season? You've been hiding. You've been ducking smoke all season long. Well, just let the house burn down. But now you're ready to talk about the coach coming back.
That's not a Tom Thibodeau thing because Tom Thibodeau.
That's what I'm saying. It's the front office. That's what we talking about.
Microphone.
Yeah, we talking about the front office. It ain't just Tibbs. It's the front office, man. Like I said, that 4 seed, they screwed up. They screwed up now. Now the Knicks don't have no money.
Right.
We got to get creative. We got to trade, sign and trade. Hope somebody sign and trade with us. And Dallas and say they ain't doing us no favors.
Right. What I'm getting at though is Tibbs made a lot of mistakes this year, bro. I'm still right now watching games like full games, and I saw offensive sets where 2 men were in action and 2 guys were standing around and 1 guy's under the rim, and that's the most high school offense you ever saw in your life. You know what I'm saying? I saw a play with RJ Barrett. Man, Obi Toppin comes up the screen high, right? RJ rejects the screen. Obi takes off. RJ calls him back. He sets the screen even higher. RJ Barrett goes to the rim. Obi trails and then splits off on the other side. It's fundamental ball. You get your 10 foot of spacing, right? Nobody else moved in that set. And that may be a one-off, but you don't teach basketball like you don't teach 2-on-5 in a half court in a half court. You just don't. Right? Now is that but and then at the same time, young guys are on the floor. Right? Is that a thing of young guys not being prepared when this offensive set is called? Did Tom Thibodeau call a set that these kids couldn't remember or couldn't execute? It used to happen to Kevin Knox. Yeah, I remember when Kevin Knox was here.
Lost.
He bumped into Obi Toppin chest to chest on a lob play for Obi. Kevin Knox ran and bumped into Obi Toppin chest to chest on a lob play called for Obi Toppin.
Shaq and the Fool.
Right. These things happen. So what Marvin said, I understand with the question about the timing thing. I think the timing was right because I don't think you wait till the season is over to say, yeah, we were going to keep him anyway. Right? I think you got to co-sign and send out positive vibes, bro. In that case, the only time you would have said something in that case is if Tibbs was fired and you saying we replacing Tibbs. That's what I want to get at, man.
I say this last thing, Freezy. This ain't about Tibbs, but my man, shout out to my man Keith in the chat. You know, and we got to get away from this too. And I hear people say we ain't a small market team. We can't run things like small market teams. And if you analyze how small market teams build their teams, it's how you're supposed to build your team. If you want to have a successful team, you start with establishing who you are, what's your culture, what type of ball you're gonna play. But in the meantime, you're still flexible. And then guess what you do? Then you go get you that star to come in. But the problem with the Knicks, ever since Patrick Ewing left, we've been trying to do it the other way. We've been going against the way you build. And then that's not in basketball only. That's in every sport. You have to have a foundation of players that you have and what you establish, and then you bring in these guys. You don't go the other way around. You know what I mean? Even just look at what Brooklyn did. You know, in order for them to get Kyrie and KD, them guys established what they was going to be. Right, and then they pounced. But we as the Knicks, we always, that's why I came up with that phrase, man, it's the Knicks. Because it's the Knicks thing to do. We always trying to cheat. Go and get players past their prime and knees tore up, can't stay healthy. And we bring them here. And that has been we're going to win a championship with this. Stop it. That stuff ain't been working for 20 plus years. What makes you think it's going to still work? When it's obvious it ain't working and people still ain't trying to come in. Why? Because your house ain't in order.
Hey, Ron, the Knicks going to have to do that this year, though, bro.
Huh? No, they don't even have to do it this year.
Yeah. The Knicks got to skip a step this year, bro.
Well, you know what? The only reason why they got to skip is because your coach on the hot seat and your front office on the hot seat together. That's the only reason why. But if you look at it, when I was saying earlier, man, I was saying, you know, hey, just go ahead and let IQ run that point guard, keep drafting, and keep building. Because we done lost our identity, fellas. We're not a defensive team. We're not an offensive team. We don't have an identity. So we shouldn't expect anybody to be trying to run to the Knicks.
Yeah, our identity is slow pace and have you make a mistake. That's our identity. Like play real slow and let you make a mistake. That's us. That's what we do. But what I'm getting at, though, Ron, is not going out and getting Donovan Mitchell or Damian Lillard, who I think that Damian Lillard should be the move. But in this draft, you have to trade up and try to get a crown gem to go with your young pieces. You have to have
that would be
franchise-changing player on your roster to help the other guys get better. That's why you have a captain of a ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have a platoon sergeant, right? That's why you have a president of the United States. You have to have at least one guy that is so much better than the group that he helps the group get better.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's why I'm saying you got to go. You got to go get a Jaden Ivey or somebody, because when you look at Marvin, have you seen the Knicks guards shooting percentages this from last season? And what I would advise, bro, what I would advise is don't look at it if you don't feel like vomiting. If you don't feel like vomiting, don't look at them, bro. I'm saying this brother to brother. Don't look at it if you don't feel like vomiting, man, because the numbers are so bad where the Knicks guards can't shoot a lick. So much so that when Evan Fournier broke John Starks' record, We held and acclaimed him, right? But that record in the 3-point shooting era should have been broken like 15 years ago, right? Evan Fournier finally broke it in 2022. That just tells you the state of the guards and the caliber of talent we had here in the city. We don't get guys that can shoot, and we don't get guys that are athletic. We get these guys that are C+, and we be happy with it. We like, well, a C+ is not failing. Well, it's not the honor roll either. But people are like, with this C+ talent, they're like, but we're not failing. But you're not passing either. You're like what Chuck Allen said. You're in a purgatory of talent. You're in a dirt of talent where ham sandwiches pass for dinner. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. A ham sandwich for dinner is not dinner, bro. That's what we do with Quickly and Grimes and all those. My bad. I didn't mean to go on that, but somebody.
I understand.
But so Marvin, you spoiled, bro, because you don't understand my plight because you watched Michael Jordan, right?
No.
And then you watched Derrick Rose, right?
No.
You talking about two of the greatest guards to ever play.
I got a long time with the NBA.
No. I'm gonna say this, Freezy. I'm not with the fact that a point guard is not in New York because it's Tom Thibodeau's fault. No, that's organizational.
Yeah.
Yes, that's not exact. I'm not even getting to that.
You did see Michael Jordan play, right?
Oh, well, you know that, yes, but I mean that's long ago.
You did see Derrick Rose in his prime, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, but that was organizational decisions. Now you mentioned at the beginning when I first came on about Lonzo Ball's knee. I'm not worried about the knee,
right?
And that was the right move to try to get a point guard. They addressed the issue they needed. Now that's the front office doing the right thing. That's the front office doing. Well, I know that. That's the front office doing the right thing. I'm not addressing the issues of the roster to put it at fault of Tibbs. No, what I'm saying is during the season, and during the time that he's been there. All right, here's a question I have for you, Freezy. If the Knicks decide to let him go, will he be hired again in the NBA?
I don't know. I don't even want to speculate. I don't know. Wait a
minute, hold up. So now if you're so sure that he's the coach for the Knicks, then your answer should have been yes.
But I never
told you.
You just twisted my words. I never told you that he should have been the coach for the Knicks. I said that the blame is not all Tom Thibodeau's fault. That's what I said.
Okay, all right. So you think there's all right? So question I have for you is this: should they have brought him back?
Yes.
Okay, I agree.
All right.
And you can't because you can't blame a coach when your players are dropping like flies, bro. Because the Knicks had a winning record. The Knicks were at 500. The Knicks were at 500 when all the injuries started kicking in and everybody started going out due to injury. And sure he should have been playing the kids, but even playing the kids doesn't guarantee that team would have been able to stay afloat. You know what I'm saying? And I know that's not an excuse, but
I agree with you guys totally. I agree with you guys totally. He should have been brought back, but I just thought the timing of the front office saying when he was coming back was just inappropriate. I believe it sent not the wrong message, but it sent a message to the players on the club. Okay, here we go again. We got to do this. If to be open-minded is to me is more glaring and more of a hope than knowing, okay, we're gonna do this. Now, if you're gonna tell me
this is a vegan lunch right here, by the way, y'all.
I tell you this too.
Vegans eat well, bro.
This is something else to consider. You know, when we hear people say, well, you know, the Knicks players, they ain't saying nothing but Thibodeau's. You think these guys gonna say something when nine of these guys on this roster is pretty much in their rookie deals? You think they're gonna open their mouth?
Well,
them guys are not gonna say. Them guys are not gonna say, "Oh man, I don't like playing for this guy." You know what I mean?
One of the underrated things about Tom Thibodeau is his ability to bring professionalism, culture, and obviously having the heartbeat of the locker room, which is what he undeniably
people play hard for Tim.
He has the locker room, so that's undeniable. You can't come out of the woodworks and say, "Oh yeah, we'll just get," especially when he has the pulse of the locker room. So I will give him that. The only hesitation with the Tom Thibodeau thing is the technicality of Tom Thibodeau and how he employs schemes and his philosophies and how does it work in an NBA where there is constant fluidity and you need to be able to evolve. Now, that's where I say Tom Thibodeau will fall on his sword because a leopard doesn't change the stripes or the spots or whatever. So he's going to be who he is through and through, regardless of how we feel about it. But he has the locker room. So that's something that I can hang my hat on and say, yeah, bring him back. No problem. But I worry about the technicality of his coaching and how much he's going to be effective behind actually winning games when he does what he does.
You know what has to happen? The team has to win in spite. The team have to win in spite of what Tom Thibodeau, because Tom Thibodeau did some of the same things he did in the year that we got that 4 seed, questionable substitution, things of that nature. He did it then. We won in spite of the mistakes that Tom did, pulling players out when players on fire, letting them sit on the bench and rotten, and then bringing them back in the game when they're clearly ice cold. You know, a lot of things he did, we won in spite of Tom last season. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, listen, guys, I want to elaborate on the situation that I would keep Tibbs, and why would I do it? Because I think that 2 years being of a head coach is still not the exact length of the time that you can really, really build that culture for the whole franchise. Why am I saying this? Listen, probably the biggest culture franchise in the current NBA is what the Spurs or the Heat, probably, right? And listen, the Heat had like 3 coaches the last 20-25 years. The Spurs had only Popovich last 25 years, and literally everybody in the world knows that if you're going to the Spurs, you're going to play this and that kind of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Popovich, to change his tactics and offensive schemes, defensive schemes, he has to have those assistant coaches around him that are going to tell him, listen, Pop, we should try this and that. And they have to have great points about it, that Pops has to feel that it's worth a try. I don't think that Tibbs's coaching staff has that influence on him, because we see him not doing in-game adjustments,
Right.
not doing post-game adjustments. Adjustments between series is like after 3-4 games, which is too late.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like Tibbs is put in a situation that he's the main guy, he's the coach, but he doesn't have yeah. And I really think that, listen, we might have seen that they got that Dice Yashimoto dude, right? That Johnny Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
But question is, which guys did Tibbs pick and which guys did he get handed,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that's why, firing Tibbs for me doesn't change that much, because, like I said, look at the Heat. Like Pat Riley, he was the coach. They had like a 55 winning year, 54. Then he had like a 27. Then again, he had 50 couple wins, right? They never said that they're going to fire, Riley. Then, he stepped down. They had Stan Van Gundy for like 2-3 seasons. And then they hired, Spoelstra. And he had good seasons, worse seasons, good seasons, worse seasons. They provided him with 3, Hall of Famers with Bosch, Wade. And he had like 5 seasons in a row. Then he had 2-3 bad seasons. And they really stick with Spoelstra. And now, listen, if you're an NBA player and you hear the Heat, you know that if you're a streaky shooter or something like that, you're gonna get the opportunities. But if you don't pan out, don't make those shots, you're gonna get benched, like Duncan Robinson. If you're not gonna fit perfectly with the culture, the scheme, somebody's gonna get into your face, and you're gonna leave the organization, right? Or you're gonna get traded. So for me to judge Tibbs on bringing the culture to the whole franchise is, of course it's on him, because he's the head man as far as, contacting the players and his, offensive thing and in-game adjustments, in-game tactics. But I think we need several more years to get that culture established, that we're going to be, like you said, a defensive team or offensive team, or everybody's got to know that the Knicks just shoot threes or they do this and that plays, but we do these plays best franchise in the world, and no matter if you know the plays, we're gonna still beat you with it. And I think for that you need like several years to get that in practice. No matter even the roster, just switch one guy, two guys, three guys, but they know the plays before they sign the contract because they scout versus you. But those plays are so well ran that they're literally undefendable if you make the shots, of course, because that's the thing. And even going forward, I think with this roster and the next season, I don't think we're going to make that many moves, because if the front office is going to pull a major trade, again, the whole chemistry that we got this season is going to get, set us, again behind, and it's going to be like months behind. We get two new guys in the 8-man rotation, 9-man rotation. And again, the first month is going to be basically lost. If we're like 500 in that first, month, it's going to be cool. But if we go like 10 games under in the first month, it's going to be, hot seat for everyone. Players on the trade deadline, coach is going to be on a hot seat, and stuff like that. So sometimes you got to roll with the, with the good things, with the bad things, no matter what. You just got to roll with it. And I'm in that point that, I feel like Tibbs isn't a perfect coach, that's for sure. But listen, I think, and it's not like you got to give him a chance. Question is, do you have a better option? Because if you find me that guy that is going to be like, I'm going to have like Tibbs on this hand and this name on the other hand, and I'm like, okay, I'm taking that guy every day of the week. Okay, make that change. But if you don't have that guy, if you're not after the talks with him, you've those back talks, whatever, on those parties and house parties, whatever. If you don't have a better option, why just shake it up just to shake it up? That, I think for me, it's a bad thing just to shake it up because to shake it up. I think that's a bad move.
What you speak volumes. I'm gonna kick it to you, Ray, and I'm gonna run, man. But this is why when you think about successful organizations, right, and when it comes to basketball, your front office and your coach have to be on the same sheet of music. And we say that a lot, but it cannot be understated, man, because the problem is I've never been one of the people who believe your front office is supposed to just go grab players and bring them there. No, that if he doesn't fit what your coach does well, you're creating a problem. And you're going to create a problem for that player, bringing him here with unrealistic expectations when that haven't been his game. And that's what makes San Antonio, that what makes Miami set apart from other teams. They don't just go get any player. They get players that match what they do. More importantly, what the coach wants done. Because last I checked, I ain't never seen a front office guy coaching no team on the floor. So why are you forcing players on a coach? And that's what they screwed up at this year by what they did to Tibbs, because there's reports saying that Tibbs wanted Reggie Bullock back. And they vetoed it. How that worked out. Tibbs knew what he was talking about. I got to give him credit. You see what I'm saying? So we sacrifice our defense for the sake of offense with a coach who specializes in defense.
And Ron, there were more opportunities because we got Kemba, which wasn't a Tibbs move.
Exactly.
We brought Cam Reddish, which wasn't a Tibbs move.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, you're throwing those logs on the Tibbs and expecting him to jump over them. Meanwhile, you should be like trying to pull him up, whatever. Just help the dude out, not throw obstacles on him. So that's why I of course he takes blames for it as well, but blaming Tibbs like he got to go because he didn't adjust and stuff like that. For someone, it's going to be those adjustments that were key, right? But for me, I think the all parties of the franchise could do better.
And that's why, last thing I'm gonna say, if you're gonna move Tibbs, you got to move Tom too. I mean Leon, because he brought him there. Both of them got to go. You can't let Leon hire the next coach. He has to go.
It's not about blaming one person. It's not on one person, right? We assume that when we have these conversations about how we feel about Tibbs, that it's automatically connected to Leon. When we have these conversations about Leon and how the front office is running, they're connected to Tibbs because it's a symbiotic relationship that exists there. And Andy, you made some really great points. However, I'm a little on the fence with the idea of bringing in assistants. Obviously, you have to have assistants, but I'm just trying to think about what assistant is Tom Thibodeau really, really taking the advice from, or is really moving in lockstep and taking that information, where Pop has seen the culture of the NBA and its fluidity and its evolution and the way it's changed. Pop has changed. Believe it or not, yeah, there are some fundamental practices that are there. Eric Spoelstra, these coaches that are in the playoffs that have advanced as far as they have is because of the evolution. And we're not seeing that with Tom Thibodeau. So again, I mean, that was one of the major points that I made earlier about I have a problem with the technicality of his schemes and how they fit in an evolving NBA. Now, that doesn't mean that it's all on Tibbs, because as a front office, that's your man's. And Dolan did give you the opportunity to move off your man's, but you committed to your man's. But the scheme and the technicality of what Tom Thibodeau does is what brings hesitation, or at least from my perspective, he's going to fall on his own sword, because he's going to be who he is through and through. Like, he's committed to being who he is. And that's just my outlook on the idea of bringing in assistants. If Tom Thibodeau cannot evolve, he won't last. Because this league is changing with or without him. It doesn't matter. When we're long gone, this NBA has now become positionless basketball. When we're no longer here, it's going to become something else. And only the coaches who have the ability to transform and evolve with it, they're the ones that are going to last and be in the
I don't think that. Yeah, I hear you, but I don't think the assistants are good enough. Okay. I don't think the assistants are good enough. I think these assistants, man, are propping up the king. They're the king's court.
So what assistants do you think come in and has the air of Tom Thibodeau enough to say, I respect that thought and I'm going to employ that?
I think a former head coach. I think a former head coach would be good.
Yeah, and I think the perfect one. And I know this is going to sound crazy, but Mike D'Antoni. I think a cat like and listen. And when I say a Mike D'Antoni, it's not just because he coached here before and had some success with a stubborn player, because my man Thibodeau right now has success here and is dealing with a stubborn player, right? What I'm saying is Mike D'Antoni is an egomaniac, right? He like, I know my offense work. I've proven it. I coach Hall of Famers. How many Hall of Famers have you coached? I know my offense works. I have multiple seasons of 60-win seasons. How many of those do you have? Right? You bring in a guy like that, and now it's not a Tibbs fears for his job thing, but it's a let me listen to what this dude has to say right here. Or hey, coach, what you got right here? We down by 7 with 6 minutes to go. Our best player just fouled out. You know, what kind of offense can we generate? What can get us back? Not take the lead and blow them out, but what kind of offense can we run right here against this defense that gets us back in the game? Right.
What evidence have we had to suggest that that's something that's possible? Do we know anything in Minnesota or Chicago that suggests?
But Ray, we had it with the Knicks. We had Woody last season, and we were the 4th seed.
Right. Yeah.
And when Woody jumped to Indiana, you know, the first link was missing. Then Kenny Payne jumped, and you know, we were like worse and worse, and fans are only pointing, you know, fingers at the players. But
hey, Ray, and here's the thing, Ray, who did they replace Kenny Payne and Mike Woodson with? Can you name those coaches that replaced them?
No, I can't name them. But I don't think they're anybody of note.
Right.
I don't think they're anybody of note.
Right. My point is it's the King's court right now. This season, I think the major move this offseason is adding an experienced head coach to this coaching staff that can not only be the go-between between Tibbs and the players, but in game can say, hey, coach, they running such and such defense against the offense that we designed, that we game planned for. We might consider running such and such against this defense. At least give it a shot, right? Because what happened is the team is always prepared, and the team always plays hard. Well, for the most part, they always play hard. They always give effort, right?
Yeah.
What they don't always do is make in-game adjustments that keep them in games, right? And so what you want to consider is bringing in a guy. Atlanta did it with Nick McMillan. Nick McMillan didn't just get that job outright. He started out as an assistant coach.
It was Lloyd Pierce.
Yeah. And so he was trying to tell Pierce the whole time, man, Trae Young shooting too many of these long threes, bro. You got to get other people touches. Trae Young is too selfish. And once they reeled in Trae Young, now Atlanta is who they are, right? And so it's one of these deals. Like, I don't think the hiring of Johnny Bryant was a smart move. To be the associate head coach, you bring Johnny Bryant in to be the associate head coach. He ain't never been on no seat like that before, and you give him that job over Mike Woodson.
Yo, Freezy, that was only done because we were like looking at Donovan Mitchell like years ahead.
I know.
That was his buddy. That was his player developmental coach and stuff like that. That was the move. That was like the first step, towards Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
So is Mike?
How is that working out though?
And is Mike Woodson a Tom Thibodeau guy? Is he connected to Tom Thibodeau? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Who? Mike Woodson?
No. They had never met. Bro. They had never met. Because Johnny Bryant came into the league when Tibbs was on his way out.
Okay, and so to you, Freezy and Andy. So the question I have is this, guys. To my question that I had asked earlier about the commitment to bring Tibbs back. Not saying he was the wrong coach, because I said I would have kept him also. Do you guys think it would have been more appropriate to say that you're going to get a head coach assistant before you give Tibbs the okay that you are my head coach, but first say, okay, guys, we're going to bring this coach in. Then you go to Tibbs and say, will this work? If we bring this coach in, can you make the adjustments? Then you announce we're going to keep Tibbs. Because, see, I don't know if you got the wrong understanding of what I was thinking, Freezy. I wasn't saying get rid of Tibbs. I was saying you might have announced it early.
Yeah, but Tibbs is already under contract. But, I mean, all that does is in this city, when you do stuff like that, and if it gets leaked, and you find out something like that back channel, bro, it's not like LA, where LA is like, oh, well, I don't care what you do as long as you win championships. Or it's not like Chicago, where, you know what I'm saying, the Chicago area where there's a lot of stuff. I know Bulls fans are passionate, right? But here, Knicks fans are passionate and crazy.
Freezy, organizations are by organizations, not by fans.
No. See, you don't understand. So you don't understand what I mean, right? What I'm saying is if something like that, because I know that already. I understand structure. What I'm saying is this. Something like that happens, right? You go behind Tibbs's back to do something like this before you talk to him, right?
No, I said speak with him first. I didn't say go behind his back. I said let Tibbs know you're going to bring in a head coach, a former head coach for his assistant.
Okay.
I didn't say just do it. No, I said let him know. Okay. And I felt
Marvin,
like that would have been the proper move before saying, okay, Tibbs, you my head coach.
No, Marvin, for me, I think that wasn't a big case. And why? I'm going to argument it's for once, is like Freezy said, listen, it's New York. If something goes out to the media before you tell it officially, it's going to be who knew, who snitched, who whatever, right? So and having that comfort that a Berman ain't gonna come into the press conference and ask you, listen, you lost this game. Do you feel pressure from the front office? And Tibbs is like, what? Did you hear something? He's gonna be acting a fool.
Right.
So he rather have that situation. And listen, the other thing is fans. When we heard Tibbs is gonna stay here till the end of the season, there was like, oh, now we ain't going to get Tibbs out of here and stuff like that. So we ain't going to even make those rants, protests, riots in front of MSG.
Right.
You never know what could have happened, bro.
Right. Well, truth be told, regardless if you told the fans or not, there is a section of the fan base that hates Tibbs to the core of their being that would probably still show up and be on some, Tibbs got to go. While I'm sitting here and thinking to myself, okay, he's here. I didn't have a problem with them announcing it because he has the locker room. And that was the only thing that mattered to me. If you got the locker room, I don't care if you announce if he's coming back or not. I don't think it mattered, in my opinion.
Ray, there was a sect of Knicks fans that hated Pat Riley guts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hated Pat Riley. And you know why they hated Pat Riley? They were like, yo, you keep talking about this whack style, and then every year you lose to the Bulls in the playoffs. They hated Pat Riley for that, bro. They hated Pat Riley so much that the Knicks fans drove Pat Riley away. He was only here for 4 years, bro.
Yeah.
Then think about it. Pat Riley wasn't here for the whole decade. He was here for half.
But let's be honest. Miami kind of gave him a Kings offer, with regards to going to Miami.
Because that right too, and plus at the time, Miami wasn't really paying attention to their head coach and goings on and all that stuff. And in New York, being the head coach of the Knicks is like batting fifth for the New York Yankees. Every move that you make, people gonna be watching you. They're like, Pat Riley ate at such and such steakhouse last night. He was at the table with such and such and such and such. How can he be smiling like that over a glass of wine when he lost by 7 to the Milwaukee Bucks? All of this is in all the New York papers and all that stuff, bro. And I understand y'all know that, right? I'm just saying it. I'm just putting it out there, right? So every coach that we get, every coach is going to have a set of people that will tolerate him and a set of people that hate him, right? And there's nothing you can do about that because the fans are going to be the fans. And if you are sensitive to that, then New York is not the place for you to be.
Then you need to go out and get, as you said, trade up and get that generational talent. Because let me tell you something, growing up, even with Pat Riley, the only knock for me on Pat Riley was he didn't have a Michael Jordan.
Right.
I'm sorry. That's just my view from my vantage point. It was just, if he had a Michael Jordan, we would have like 3-4 championships. Either way, we need to trade up to get talent. Talent is the only thing that matters in this league. If you don't have talent, there's nothing to talk about. So we can't settle on just staying at 11 and hoping you get a gem, because it's called a gem for a reason. It's not a common found thing in the draft. You can get it at 30, you can get it at 20, you can get it in the second round. The only thing that is guaranteed more times than not is getting the talent at the top tier of the draft.
But you can't, Ray, you can't depend on luck, bro. You can't depend on luck, because luck is intermittent. Sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't.
But what is more certain, in your opinion? What is more of a certain, we're going to hit it out of the park? Because yes, there have been busts at number one, Anthony Bennett, and among so many others that have come by. But what is more of a guarantee, that you get a top tier talent that's at the top of the draft or somewhere in the mix?
But when's the last time you saw a cat drafted in the top 3 be a flat out bust? Andy, when's the last time you saw a guy in the top 5 just be a flat out bust? Is it Michael Kidd-Gilchrist?
Nah, I think that there were more.
Oh, so
listen, even Anthony Bennett, like he said, the Sixers, they had like
that was 10 years ago though.
Yeah.
Was that 10
I'm not
years?
saying, yeah, Darko Milicic, that was 20 years ago.
Yeah,
that was 20 years ago. Holy
yeah,
cow.
I mean, guys don't bust like that in the top 5 no more, bro. The scouting of these players is insatiable, bro. With the addition of things like YouTube, technology is crazy, bro. You don't get guys that bust no more.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have the mystery man anymore. The last mystery man was probably Giannis, and look how long Giannis has been in the league.
He's been in what, 8-9 years?
Yes, you don't have. And think about this. Me and Andy can have a conversation about a prospect right now, right? I'm all the way over here in South Carolina. Andy is somewhere in the Bahamas, like some gal is making a Mai Tai for him, right? But we could talk about Rokas Jokibitis. He knows more about Jokibitis than I do, or any European player than I do, because I can't see him. But Andy is there, and we can exchange information in real time. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the Anthony Bennett days, bro, where you partially see a guy and the guy looks like whatever blah blah blah, right? the deal with Anthony Bennett is a clear case of the Cleveland Cavaliers having King's disease. They got so many first-round picks that they just decided to gamble with one.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. That's all that was. This is not that Anthony Bennett was not the 11th best player in his class. Everybody knew that. So when they selected Anthony Bennett number 1, everybody that day knew Anthony Bennett was not the best player in that class. Right? Everybody that day knew Anthony Bennett was going to be a bust because he was the 11th or 12th best player, selected number 1 because he had the body type and athleticism type of a LeBron James. And they were trying to recapture lightning in a bottle. It was a stupid owner trying to stick it to a former player that left. That's all that was, bro. Anthony Bennett didn't by far blow people away. When you saw him at UNLV, you knew he wasn't the number 1 player. Right? Unlike say, Michael Olowokandi or Kwame Brown, who were considered to be busts because you never saw them before draft day. So when his name was announced, you were like, Kwame Brown? You know what I'm saying? Who was this guy? We had all of us had seen Anthony Bennett at UNLV, bro. We saw him fat and out of shape. We saw him listed at 240, but he was 275. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so what I'm getting at is nowadays, if you gamble to get in a top 5 pick, the top 5, if a player doesn't thrive, it's more he may not be a fit for your organization, not because the player is not talented.
So if you traded up, would you go for if I'm trading up in this particular draft, I'm trading up for the opportunity to get a guy like Shaedon Sharpe or Jaden Ivey. That's kind of really about it. I'm not sure that I can get into the top 3. They're not trading their picks, period. End of story. Okay. Who would you trade up for? Is it Jaden Ivey and Shaedon Sharpe? Would those be the players you trade up for?
Jaden Ivey, Shaedon, yeah, probably.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I said it last night with Sim on the NBK show. My question is: are Knicks fans ready to part ways with one of your young guys? Yeah. For example, a Quentin Grimes, and our pick for the pick that's gonna get us, Ben Mathurin.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Easy.
And you guys say that, but there's going to be fans that are going to be like, yo, Quentin Grimes, we know what he can do. We ain't trading him for Ben Mathurin. Trade Julius Randle for him.
You ever saw that? Hey, Andy, you ever saw that Batman movie with Harvey Two-Face? With a dude flip a coin and then he'll be one character or the other? Some Knicks fans are like that, bro. If we trade Quentin, if we trade... all it takes is one dunk in Summer League by Ben Mathurin.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, man, Quentin Grimes was slow anyway, man.
Yeah.
Quentin Grimes was that's how we are. I mean, think about the love we have for Grimes. We didn't have love like that for Grimes, but when he was in college.
Yeah.
We had love like that for him once the commissioner called his name. The love affair started. Right? So once he leaves, I don't think so.
But that's my question only. Are the fans by trading up, you're probably gonna have to give up a young asset, or a Quickly, or a Obi, or a Grimes, or like 2 of those guys, right? To get those couple of seeds up. Right. And my question is, then the stakes for that guy, he needs to fill that void in the Knicks fans' heart for him to feel good, right? So that's gonna be a tough job to do. So as far as I see it, it might happen, but it might be tough. And then it's gonna be like, the kid was picked like Frank. The kid was picked 8. He should be a rotation player. He should be an all-star, whatever, right?
Right.
If he would be picked like Grimes, 25th, 23rd, whatever the pick was, we're cool. The dude has got rotation minutes. He can shoot the 3. He doesn't have to play both sides of the floor, whatever. But we're cool with it because he was 25. Imagine if Quentin Grimes was like the 6th pick. We would be like, oh man, why he ain't playing 30 minutes a game?
Yeah, we'd be roasting him right now. We'd be roasting Grimes.
So Andy, bigger question: would you trade RJ Barrett? He's looming on a max deal. We've already there's a consensus in the fan base that he's not a max player, right? So if who's picking number 4? I think the Kings or the Pistons or something
Oh.
like that. If they said a number 11 pick and RJ Barrett, what are you doing?
No, I'm not trading
I
him
ain't
for in this year's draft. No way.
Okay,
Yeah, I ain't giving up all of that. But...
So it's a certain player then. It's not just
No, it's a certain value.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a certain value, not a certain player.
I mean, that's
so, say last year, if you traded RJ Barrett for the guy Toronto picked, what's his name?
Scotty Barnes.
If you had traded RJ Barrett for Scotty Barnes, I'd have been mad as hell for like 10 seconds. Man, they traded RJ for who? Scotty Barnes? Going to Fanatics, going to buy me a Scotty Barnes jersey. I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's just
but for Detroit, that's the asking price, right? We want RJ Barrett in the 11th pick. You can get your opportunity to draft your Jaden Ivey or Shaden Sharp. Are you doing it?
No, not
Yeah,
just
but
move on.
I'm not doing this for this guy draft. No way. But listen, for example, the next year's draft, I don't know if you guys saw that French kid, the big man, Victor Von Bayaya.
I can't pronounce his last name, but that guy.
Oh,
Bro, I'm trading all 12 guys, the top 12 players on the Knicks for that. Dude.
And draft picks, yes.
And just
Andy,
take him.
Did you see his handles? You saw his handles?
Bro, yo, Freezy, I know that guy for like 3 years. He was like on my timeline for like 3 years. So I'm like, that dude is going to be.
So he's going to be better. The comp on one of these websites I saw was Kristaps Porzingis plus.
Yo, so they expect him Kristaps Porzingis, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan all together, bro.
Yep.
Well, that's going to be important coming into 2023, and it's also why I think they're either trading up in the lottery or I don't want to say trade out because that's I don't know, man. But it was intriguing, and I think Freezy, you brought it up about the idea of trading for an additional pick for 2023.
Yeah,
or something like that. What was it? What you proposed?
Or I would trade for an additional pick in 2022, also because the price is cheaper. And what happens is I'm not trading into this draft here, the draft next month, to try to find a bona fide superstar. What I'd like to do is trade and consolidate talent, right? Yes. So if I could consolidate some of these young guys into a first round pick, now instead of me having to develop 11 guys, I have to develop 7, right? And I know that sounds like a dearth of talent, but nah, it's not like a talent because the 7 guys that you have ultimately will have more talent and more impact than the 11 guys because you're not going to play 11 young guys every night, period. I'm sorry, right?
Yeah, period.
At least with 7 guys, you can mix them in with vets, with like 3 or 4 vets, right? And you can have a rotation with the young guys leading the team, right? But with 11 guys, not including Rokas Jokibitis, you know what I'm saying? You're like, what is this, a kindergarten field trip? I mean, what's going on? I mean, what are we doing? We taking a trip to the zoo? Why do we have all these young kids together? What's this, the lunchroom? I mean, come on. I mean, I like the young guys, right? I do. I like the young guys. I like having young talent. But at the same time, too many young guys at once put you in a situation where you have to divide your time. You're developing young guys and you're game planning against tough teams trying to make the playoffs at the same time. And it's just tough doing that. Is Tibbs the right guy to do that? No. Nope. But if you want to beat the Memphis Grizzlies on a Thursday night in Memphis, Tibbs is the guy. If you want to develop young guys solely, I think Tibbs is the guy. But asking him to do both jobs, no. And people that don't think Tibbs is a developer, look at all the young guys in Chicago that he developed. All those guys all those guys that are still in the league, Taj Gibsons, Tony Snells, Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler is the biggest one.
So, but the thing about it though is and people think Joakim Noah was great coming out of college. Joakim Noah wasn't great. He was a top 10 pick for sure, right? But Tibbs developed him, right? Noah didn't have handles coming out of Florida. Horford was the all-around offensive guy on that team at Florida. Noah was the defensive stalwart for that Florida team. But Noah under Tibbs developed the offensive skill set where he could pass from the pinch post, hit cutters, hit guys in the corners, things of that sort. Sometimes even bring the ball up. Sometimes, I mean, every now and then, bring the ball up, right? But at the same time, when you ask Tibbs to do all this stuff with a young coaching staff and a young team and the most pressure-packed environment in all of professional basketball, one man is not, no matter who it is, one man is not going to be able to handle all that stuff. That's just how it is. Ray, you know, you ever had 20 things to do in one day and then you woke up late and you went outside and your tire was flat? Now you got all these things to do and you behind, right? And then you wish it was like 3 Rays, right? Like, I wish he was 3 of me so I could do all this stuff. Well, New Yorkers expect Tibbs to do it all by himself.
Is that what happened to you, Uncle Feasy?
Yesterday, probably. Yesterday, yeah. Yeah.
It felt like a personal story that you're telling me. It's like, this sounds like this happened to you not too long ago.
Yeah, man. And so to the point, and I want to tell Marvin this, man. If the because it sounds like Marvin has an axe to grind to me against Tibbs, right? It's not because he kept asking the same question to everybody and then in a different way. And I don't mean that as a personal jab to him, but I was want to get to if he just had an axe to grind. Because with me, I just be wanting like, hey man, you know, what's the brass tacks? Do you dislike Tibbs? Because if so, just say you dislike Tibbs. You know what I'm saying? Like with me, I don't dislike Tibbs. I can stomach Tibbs, right? I can stomach Tibbs. I'm not saying that I love him, but I can at least deal with him. I can. Some fans, they can't stomach Tibbs no more. It's just his act is worn thin on them, right?
And Freezy, we had way worse last seasons, right? Like, you know, the car salesman, Derek Fisher, Jeff Hornacek.
No,
I don't know why we complain about Tibbs.
Kurt Rambis, come on, man.
Well, in fairness, there are some good things to Tibbs. There are some bad things to Tibbs. And there's some really ugly things to Tibbs. And I think what we as a collective fan base, because of what we've experienced for so long, like the PTSD runs real deep. We look at the ugly and that's it. There are some good things that Tom Thibodeau does. He's a coach, like he has the pulse of a locker room. I don't think people understand how big that is as a coach when you have the pulse of a locker room, a young locker room like this. But there are some technicalities to Tibbs that you sit back and you're like, bro, you gonna sub in Evan Fournier to defend Cam Johnson when Cam Reddish has been out here balling? Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing?
And then, Ray, also, just to your point, right? People say that Tibbs won't play the kids, right? Tibbs won't play the kids, man. He always playing these veterans. But he played Emmanuel Quickly as soon as Quickly got healthy. Remember, Quickly got hurt in the preseason with the early in the season with the hip pointer? Last season, as soon as Quickly was healthy, Quickly was getting big time minutes, right? He played RJ in year 2. He played RJ the 5th most amount of minutes in the NBA as a second-year player.
Okay.
Right? And he played Mitch as a 3rd-year player. Bunch of minutes. Mitch kept getting hurt. Right? And so people will see Taj Gibson. Every time they see 67 at the table, they think, why is he playing him instead of Jericho Sims? Well, Taj Gibson, for what it's worth, and I know he's an old man, was a 1st-round pick. Taj Gibson had 1st-round pick talent, right? And Jericho Sims,
lottery even. So
yeah. And Jericho Sims, for what it's worth, was a late 2nd-round pick that almost didn't get drafted, right? So that tells you the difference in talent. Now, Taj is older, and his skills may have diminished, but he was once a lottery pick with lottery pick talent. Alec Burks, even though he's older, was a lottery pick with lottery pick talent. Derrick Rose was a lottery pick with lottery pick talent. Kemba Walker was a lottery pick with lottery pick talent, right? And then you say, well, why he didn't play Miles McBride? Well, Miles McBride was a 2nd-round pick with 2nd-round pick talent. And I'm sorry, it's just as cut and dried as that. And I know that sounds mean, and I don't mean to say it like these guys suck. But you know, hey, listen, man, in real life, people have talent. You know what I'm saying? Some people have talent and others don't have as much talent. And the quicker we come to terms with that, the quicker we'll be able to realize that you can't sub out Michael Jordan for Michael Beasley just because they both play in the NBA. Well, Michael Beasley was an NBA player. He should be able to fill Michael Jordan shoes. Nah, it don't work like that, bro.
But
There's layers to this, and we have
Tom
as fans we have to consider these things.
No, you're right. I think Tom Thibodeau's deficiencies are really glaring, and you stop and you think as a fan, well, what does it look like if we had a Kenny Atkinson, or yes, even a Dan Tony, or if we had a mind like Eric Spoelstra, who obviously is demonstrating to the entire league and to us as fans the ability to adjust. Like my man is playing two undrafted players that are balling out, and yes, I've rightfully worked hard for that. But his adjustments and his ability to think on the fly.
Is it Spoelstra or is it the brain trust? That's the thing. Pat Riley won 4 NBA titles? Pat Riley has 5 NBA titles, right?
Yeah, 5.
And he is in the brain trust with Eric Spoelstra, right? Leon Rose has won how many NBA titles? And he is in the brain trust with Eric Spoelstra. What's State doing? Is State high?
Nah, State want to contribute.
Yeah, I think he got like YouTube or something playing in the background. State, what's going on? Hey, you get? Oh, there he is. There he is. What's good, bro?
Yo, what up, man?
I didn't know what you had playing in the background.
Bro, I got on a random hoodie right now, trolling.
No, you ain't trolling, bro. You know you love Randall. Yeah, hey, Ray. You see, he got Randall on his heart, right? He got Randall on his heart, man. I know you love it, bro. You gotta love it, bro.
Oh man. my man got a Randall hoodie.
What's up, fellas? What's up, man? How y'all, man?
Hey, we good, man. You got some echo playing? You got a browser open?
Oh, that's why. My bad.
Yeah, you gotta close out the YouTube.
Yeah, I closed out the other tab. My bad.
Yeah,
What's up, though, fellas?
State, how's the hand? How's the hand, bro?
Yo, my hand. I think I'm gonna go to the hospital. I think my hand. I don't know. I think my hand is broke.
But you punched the wall or something?
Huh?
Swollen.
You punched the wall or something?
So a funny story. So my coworker had me drinking. I think it was called dog whiskey. It's like a whiskey though. I know it's a whiskey. It got a dog on the front. Yeah, I drank like 4 cups of that. Right. I woke up the next morning. No, I knew I hit my wall mad hard. But I woke up the next morning. My knuckle was like mad swollen. Then I sent one of my exes a long paragraph. Yeah, it was bad.
Yo. Your hand is giving me a Mari Stoudemire fire hand vibes right now, man.
Oh wow!
State, you should have rolled with we got the 11th pick, not the top 4 pick, and then it smashed the ball.
Andy, man.
Hey, State, can I talk you into something, bro? Because I know you entrenched in something, right? But I want to talk you into a legit. I want to bring you to my side because I know once you get on somebody's side, bro, you passionate about it, right? So I'm talking to Knicks fans about consolidating some of these young players to go get a crown gem.
What's a crown? Who's the crown gem?
I want a player better than Scotty Barnes. I want a player better than Jonathan Kuminga. I want a player better than Cade Cunningham.
But
in this young core.
Before you even do that, you gotta identify who's available. And that is one of the main issues that we have with Knick Nation right now, because Knick Nation put trades out and they think everybody's available.
Let's see how you cut me off. You didn't even let me get to the point. I'm going to tell you who it is.
Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you. The players that I'm talking about is Shadion Sharp.
Shadion Sharp.
Right? And here's the thing. Here's the thing. He's got all the Kobe vibes, bro. All of them.
Yo, we said this about RJ. Keep going.
No. We talk about Mamba. No, we said Mamba mentality. We didn't say physical ability. Remember, we said Mamba mentality. We did not say no. For the record, I did not say.
No, you're right. You're right. You said his mentality was not his game.
Yeah. So you have a dude with these Kobe vibes, bro. At the same age, they moving along at the same age range, right? This dude, and I know this is a lie, right? I know this is a lie,
But there is a rumor out there that this dude has a 49-inch vertical. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, but here's my thing.
Would you? But listen, would you trade the 11 pick, Quentin Grimes, Miles McBride, and say some second round picks to get Shadyon Sharp?
Oh, that's for sure.
So, no, for one, no. The reason why I'm telling you no is because I have no record of this guy. Like, I did not. I'm
so you scared?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I did no homework on the young prospects this year, like I did last year. And the reason why was because I was focused on the playoffs. I felt like we should have made the playoffs. Okay. So, I believe people when they say Shadyon Sharp is the real deal. Like, I love the unknown. The reason why Kuminga and Jalen Green wasn't unknown to me because I've been watching them for a year plus.
Because the Knicks missed the playoffs.
Yeah. So, it's kind of tough for me to gouge the Shadyon Sharp. But if we could get him, I would love to have him. Now, let me throw a scenario at you. So, yesterday I seen on a mock draft, Jaden Ivey wasn't in that top 5. So, if the Kings want to be stupid and they want to draft Keegan Murray, go ahead. After the Kings, the Pistons have the 5th pick, but the Pistons don't need a guard. So the Pistons need a big. Do they love Mitchell Robinson? I don't know. But the Pistons don't need a guard. So Ivy could drop once again. Now, who has the 6th pick? I know the 7th pick goes to Portland. Portland don't need a guard. So if Ivy or one of those guys drop this 7 and you call up Portland, I think you could do something with Portland because Dame is 32 years old. He's not waiting for no young lottery pick to develop at all. And he said that he wants to stay in Portland. So I would call Portland for that number 7 overall pick. Now, who would I offer for that number 7 overall pick? Portland has a $21 million exemption. Now, if they're operating over the cap, right, then you could take on that $21 million exemption, probably take on 2 contracts and this number 7 overall pick, and I'll give them 30. But if they don't want 30, because I know they're going to want help, then I don't know what to do with that. But that's a scenario where Jaden Ivey falls to 7, and Portland, they don't need a point guard, and they're saying, hey, we want to trade this pick for an established player who help us right now. Right. So, but the Shadyon Sharp, I'm all in on the unknown. I take any unknown player. I'm taking him. I didn't watch a lot of.
I would say, I ain't gonna lie to you. I would trade up to get both. I would because what's going to happen is say the Knicks pick at 11, they select Jalen Duren, and then in the second round they get this kid Alondis Williams or whatever his name is, right? That means you have 11 grown men under the age of 24. Right? Now you're talking about the Knicks being on a kindergarten field trip. Now you need chaperones and permission slips, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because
the Grizzlies need that?
Huh?
Did the Grizzlies need chaperones?
Do the Knicks have Ja?
Do the Knicks have steady vet role players?
Do the Knicks have a crown gem?
We got a crown gem. That's why I ignored that question a little bit.
Who was the crown gem?
RJ Barrett. Don't be disrespectful.
Man, if you don't get if you don't get your ass out of here.
Yo. People
State, listen, man. I love you, bro. I love you. But you know I love RJ Barrett. I mentioned RJ Barrett's name first.
So let picture this. Picture this, Andy. Remember what I told you a couple weeks ago? We got a number 3 overall pick. We dropped them in the worst situation for a number 3 overall pick within the past 10 years. On top of the fact that my man improved every season next to Fizdale, Emmanuel, who was his point guards? Frank Ntilikina, Alfred Payton, and Alec Burke. My man still
don't disrespect Frank, bro.
Then I love Frank. Then our team's best player.
Like Alfred Payton. Alfred Payton led us to the playoffs.
No, Alfred Payton, he led us to a fake season. That season was fake. Anyways, my man had 3 trash point guards. My man, best player on the team, told fans to shut the F up, thumbs down, and then proceeds to go 1 for 9 and my man was sick, and he had an ankle injury in November. So after averaging 8 points, my man improved to 26-3. He's 21 years old. Been watching the Knicks for 21 years. Y'all gotta stop being respectful of our players. Stop being disrespectful, because I see Knicks fans do this every day. They crap on RJ Barrett. They kiss every other team's players, and it's kind of annoying now. Then to say that we don't have no talent, blame Tibbs. That's who we need to blame, because he wants to develop vets. If he didn't want to develop vets, we would have seen more from Obi. We'd have seen more from Manu Quickly. Nobody can tell me Quickly should not have been our starting point guard past 2 years.
He should have been a starter in January. He should have been a starter in January. Nobody disputing that.
Before January. Who you starting? Alec Burke? Kemba Walker? They both suck.
Yeah. Whenever Derrick Rose went out with surgery, whenever that time was, and I know Derrick Rose is the backup. I know this, but what I'm saying, what I'm telling you is when Derrick Rose went out for his ankle injury, they should have made the switch to Quickly and McBride. Is what I'm saying.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. I just want to clarify that though.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then you be disrespectful and you talk about how Pudge Nice, you always on my show. Shut the hell up. Then you be disrespectful and you say, RJ's not a crown jewel. Who's guarding the other team's best player, bro? Mr. Freezy? Who guards the other team's best player? Next to Alec Burks and Evan Fournier.
Hey, so State, listen. I think what you're doing is taking it to the extreme. What I'm saying is RJ Barrett is not a crown gem. I never said he was a bad player.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
You can't disagree with my opinion. My opinion is mine.
No, I know.
What I'm saying is RJ is not. Giannis is a crown gem. Okay. Kevin Durant is a crown gem, and you want to put RJ Barrett in that category.
What year did Giannis turn into a crown gem?
I don't know.
Wait, it took a year for him to become a crown gem? It took him years, right?
No, but his abilities were always there. All Giannis needed was nutrition in a weight room.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 60 pounds.
Yeah. Giannis was always the Greek freak, right? He just needed the weight room and nutrition. When they drafted him, Giannis told him he was only eating one small meal a day because him and his brothers was out on the street selling stuff to make money for their family. Right? We all know the story, bro. That they walked all the brothers on the streets of Greece trying to sell money to make their father had a whack job. We all know the story of Giannis, bro. And Giannis in a professional environment became Giannis, right? But listen, what I'm saying is RJ Barrett was around basketball his whole life. His father played professionally. Steve Nash is his godfather. He went to Duke under Coach K, and he wound up going to his dream team. Y'all notice we know the story of RJ already, bro. There is no jump in development down the road for RJ. It's only get incrementally better for RJ. Like get his free throw percentage up, get his handles tighter, things that he have to work on during the summertime. There is no genetic jump like there was a genetic jump for Giannis, bro. Right? There is no genetic jump like Steph Curry, where Steph Curry got in the weight room and his body and frame got stronger, so he stayed healthy more. Right? Because Steph Curry was frail, 6'3", 165. Steph Curry right now is 6'3", 190. You know what I'm saying? What's RJ gonna do? RJ's not taking that genetic step. He's already got a man body.
But you proving my point. Curry wasn't a crown jewel when he first got into the NBA. He grew into that. They traded Monta Ellis. Giannis wasn't a crown gem when he got into the NBA. Kawhi Leonard was not a crown gem as soon as he got into the NBA. And all of those guys I just named, none of those guys averaged 26 and 3 at 21. Next to Julius Randle. You need to be respectful. And none of them was guarding the other team's best player. And Giannis still doesn't do that. So you need to be respectful.
Wasn't Giannis defensive player of the year?
He wasn't guarding the other team's best player. Chris Middleton was.
Okay. Yeah. I think you have to earn that trophy, though, is what I'm getting at.
Giannis didn't pop until year 4, where he averaged 27, 10, and 5. It took him 4 years.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. But in Giannis's defense, though, there was a Jabari Parker on the team. There was a Chris Middleton on the team. And I know Jabari tore his ACL in back-to-back seasons and all that stuff, right? I know that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that he didn't. What I'm saying is RJ, though, is a really good player. I'm not ready to put him in the category with LeBron James yet. I just want to slow down off that because LeBron is a crown gem. RJ Barrett is not a crown gem right now. And if he comes out next year in year 4, like you said, and does crown gem things, then I'll be glad to revisit the conversation and say RJ is a crown gem. But right now, in the summer of 2022, RJ Barrett is not a crown gem. Can he become that? I don't think so. But if he does, I'll eat these words. Because a smart man will get new information, will get better information, and change his mind based on better and newer information. An idiot will get that information and still stick to the old information. So you know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You're saying give RJ time, right? Give him time. Okay, but if we giving him time and we go by what's going on right now, RJ is not a crown gem, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, telling Knicks to stop loving mid basketball players and have my boy around better basketball players, and maybe he won't look so not like a crown gem. Jordan Poole is next to Klay Thompson and all these other draft picks. Right. These dudes be around talent growing up in the NBA. They got our dudes next to Alec Burks and Evan Fournier. This is the difference between the Knicks and other organizations. Jordan Poole is around Andre, Eagle Dollar, Draymond. Like these dudes are learning.
Otto Porter. Don't forget Otto Porter. Otto
Porter Jr. too.
Yeah,
but our kid, Andrew Wiggins.
Yes. Like valuable vets.
Who is our kids learning from? Derrick Rose is not a leader. We know this already. He's mad.
He's a confidant. He's not a leader. He's a confidant.
He's not a leader. Taj Gibson. He's not really. Taj Gibson is a locker room guy. He's not really a leader. He's a guy who's going to calm the situation. Who the hell is listening to Alec Burks? I'm damn sure not. Evan Fournier, he better not never tell nobody to play hard on defense. Nobody's listening to that, man. Kemba Walker, he's probably the only person that probably held him and Derrick Rose, the cool cats. They all cool. Look at our team. RJ Barrett, soft-spoken. Cam Reddish, looks like he smoked weed all day. He's mad cool. Mitchell Robinson, big goofball. Manu Quickly, another goofball. Quentin Grimes, the man got spots on his face. He's still going through puberty. We need dogs, and we need better vets. Vets who don't like to play on ball. That's the main thing. I don't never want to see Alec Burks ever again bringing up the ball. Like, it's certain things from last season, these past 2 seasons, that irks me about the Knicks. And the Knicks need to stop politicking with their minutes. You watch teams like Miami, benching Duncan Robinson, $90 million. You only seen $1 million in the playoffs at the time. But the Knicks don't do stuff like that. We don't do stuff to win. If it was about winning this past season, there was times where even RJ Barrett could have got benched during the season. Randall could have got benched during most of the season.
RJ should have got benched early in the season. Early in the season.
It was about winning. We talking about winning now. Alec Burks should have been banished to the shadow realm. He should have been done.
But State, what I'm asking you though is, would you consolidate this young core to get 2 or 3 crown gems? That's what I'm asking you.
I want a crown gem, but I've been, that's like wishing on a star now. You know, Royce White. So I'm just going through the motions right now.
Right. Stay, I got a question. Please, can I ask Stay a question?
Yeah.
If there was a possibility that you would get a Scotty Barnes in a deal for RJ, would you do it?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Scotty Barnes for RJ.
They could have been teammates. I can't answer that.
Here.
I can't answer that. I can't answer that.
Andy, ask me if I would do it right now.
Yeah, would you do it?
Yes.
I would do it too.
Yeah, I bet you would. Think about that 4th seed. Maybe you'll know about team building better.
No, Stay. You know why I would do it? I think Barnes has more talent than RJ. I think RJ is a better player. If you put them side by side, one by one, I think RJ is a better player this season. But talent-wise, Scotty Barnes has way higher ceiling than RJ has.
Yeah.
Wow.
RJ is way more methodical. I think he's probably a harder worker because he needs to work for every aspect of the basketball game harder than Scotty Barnes has to.
Oh, because of Tibbs and Julius Randle who wants to see his
No. Say
he's not a good athlete.
yeah, it's athletic ability and the rest. Yo, Scotty Barnes is way bigger than
he's
RJ.
bigger. What else? What else?
Yo, he's faster. He's bigger. He's probably stronger than RJ even.
A better defender.
Mm-hmm. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
Because I'm loving this right now. Because I wanted to take last year, so I'm loving it. I wanted Scotty Barnes all the way. So y'all making me feel good.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why I would do the deal.
Him. You wanted to crown him last year, so welcome to the dark side.
Scotty Barnes and RJ Barrett should be teammates right now.
So, but the question is, do you want to crown Jim, or do you want a bunch of kids? Do you want an 11-man, 11? Do you want a second grade field trip, or do you want a Shaq and Penny?
You asking me, hey, State, do you want some Kilbreth or do you want a piece of Big ZD? Come on, bro. Come on, OG. You killing me.
But you was pounding for the other.
I just
play the kids. Yo, I said hello to you once on Twitter. You didn't even respond to me, bro. You was like, play the kids. I was just trying to see how you was doing. Man, play the damn kids. Play the damn kids. And I was just trying to make, because we had a conversation one night, and I was like, yo, I was just checking on you, bro. Just what I'm saying. Sent you an emoji, like, saying what's good, and play the damn kids. Okay. Okay. We'll play the kids, bro. We'll play the kids. That's why since you said play the kids means all 11 of the kids are valuable to us. And I was asking, would you consolidate those 11 kids into 3 or 4 kids and have a core like the Orlando Magic used to have with Shaq and Penny and Nick Anderson and Dennis Scott?
Nick Anderson and Dennis Scott.
Yeah, like with just 4 kids. That's what I was asking.
And a father figure in Horace Grant.
Yeah. And Tree Rollins. Yeah.
I'd consolidate, give me, out of all of the kids that are there, RJ, Obi, Cam, and IQ. Wait, what does that do to Sims? Yeah, no. Damn.
It's a tough question when you think about it, because if you consolidate, you can't take your choice of kids, because if they say, well, in order for you to get Ja, this is what it's going to take, and you have to give them that or keep on walking. That's what I'm saying. So because if Memphis says, okay, I will give you Ja, give us 3 first-round picks, RJ, Obi, and Quickly. If you want Ja, guess what you got to do? You can't say, nah, I'm not going to give you RJ. I'm going to give you Grimes. They ain't taking that.
Yeah.
What is this, a trade RJ show today?
Nah, man, I love RJ. Don't do that. Nah, don't do that. I love RJ Barrett, bro.
Freezy, you remember earlier I said, that they're going to be fans that are going to be hard to talk out of dealing a Quentin Grimes to move up a couple of seats. And listen, I understand that this draft might not be it, but if you love a guy like a Ben Mathurin, whatever, State, would you do this trade? Ben Mathurin for example, if he's going to be like 6th or 7th pick, right? But we got to give up the 11th and Quentin Grimes.
No, I'm not doing that. I believe in chemistry. Chemistry equals championships, Andy. And
and I'm even higher on chemistry than you, bro. I love that. So I'm not saying, but if there was like a better, way better player, I'm not, sticking with Quentin Grimes and blocking. And I'm not.
How do you know that said rookie's going to be better than Quentin Grimes?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that. That I didn't scout these guys, but if, for example, the front office and the scouting department did their job and they're like, listen, this guy has way more upside than Quentin Grimes. I knew that the fan base is going to be split, and it's not going to be like 95% to 5%. It's going to be like halfway. It's going to be 50-50 with the Knicks fan base. We love our young guys because we know what to expect from them.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you know, you got to take the gamble and the risk. And I'm not saying that I would do it because I don't know. I watched like 20 minutes on Ben Mathurin, and I can't say that, you know, he's definitely going to be better, right? Or his game is going to transition to the NBA like Quentin Grimes' game transition, right? It's really a hard thing to do. I'm just pointing out that, you know, they're gonna be fans out there that if someone brings IQ name into the trade, it's like, hell no. Yo, Luka Doncic for IQ and like 3 picks. No, I ain't doing it because IQ ain't.
Subliminal is like, I'm not trading IQ for Giannis. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm talking about.
Fans
So
are just like that, bro.
Yo, Andy, you gotta understand, Andy, like, this is a different generation. Like, I'm 32. I've never seen the Knicks have a young core. I've been watching them 21 years. I've never seen us with a young core. So you gotta understand, when I say I hate vets, my hatred for vets stems from the early 2000s. That got nothing to do with the current Knicks. So I've always hated vets. Do you remember what Isaiah Thomas and those boys used to do? Do you remember what happened in 2009? Like, I remember all of that.
Yeah.
And I remember all of our first round picks being traded.
Antonio McDyess was for me. Like, I'm 34, but I remember when the Antonio McDyess thing went down.
Oh my, you guys are old, bro. You guys are old.
Yo, are we old? I mean, I'm just saying, like, I've been doing this since 91. So for me personally, I got all the 90s. I got all of that, you know, glory and whatnot. And then the 2000s happened. And a guy by the name of Scott Layden came through, and damn. I mean,
right.
It's just hard out here, you know? And for me, I'm looking at it. You know why we love our young people so much, or our young players so much? Because we ain't never had them at any point in time, or a viable roster with them really actually doing a rebuild. It's always been Band-Aid on top of stitches and hoping for the best. With these worn out, declining players that are on the wrong side of whatever their age is, and they just flame out. And we got no picks, and we got no ass, we got nothing. Just a hurt bum knee Antonio McDyess while trying to figure it out. And every time we got a top tier talent, we traded it again for some unquestionable vet. So I'm with State, you know, all the way on, just stick with the core, man. But I'm willing to give up Grimes. Like, there's certain players on this team that I'm kind of like, yeah, I can do without a Quentin Grimes. I can't do without an RJ. I'm sorry, I just can't.
And let me ask you, Ray. Listen, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is a Grimes type player a unicorn? Like if you traded Grimes today, do you think you could find another Grimes tomorrow?
Yeah.
Or will you be on the hunt for Grimes forever?
What?
Yeah.
Can you find Chris Middleton's on the street?
Wait a minute. I know you ain't going to say.
Wait. I asked you a question. That's all.
I know you're not going to say.
Can you find Chris Middleton on the street?
Is Chris Middleton?
Wait, say that again.
I know you're not about to say that Chris Middleton and Quentin Grimes are the same.
So Chris Middleton wasn't a 3-and-D.
Hold on.
Yes. That's what we're saying.
Relax.
What, you relax.
I'm the biggest Quentin Grimes fan, Freezy. You know this. I would trade him. Like, it shouldn't even be like a tough question. Like, I would trade him. Like, if it's to make the team better, I don't care what it takes. I'm gonna make the team better. That's it.
That's the culture.
I don't care about who it is.
You see the culture older Knicks fans start? I don't care who we trade as long as we win games. Y'all was doing that in the 90s.
No, I didn't say to win. I said to make the team better as a whole at the end of the day. I don't need to cling on to these favorite players, these young kids, and hope that, they're going to explode to be what I think they're going to be. When in reality, compared to the other teams in the league, they're probably not moving as fast enough. So why not condense players, get a better, younger core instead of having all these young guys that we don't know about? What sense does that make?
You can't say it's older Knicks fans too, because Keyshawn sounds like he's still in his he's in his 20s or something.
Oh,
like we in our 30s, respectfully. Like I'm just saying,
yeah, y'all are
Quentin
old,
Grimes,
Bro,
no,
y'all gotta give up. New York is never doing a full rebuild. Like it will never happen.
Maybe on the
Full
same
rebuild in New
treadmill.
York would never happen.
Well,
I'm Grimes
I'm
can
sorry.
go. I'm okay. I'm okay with Uncle Freezy saying that. Like, I can move Grimes. I can find another Grimes. That's just me.
I think what I'm saying is I'm not saying that I dislike Grimes. What I'm saying is if I can take a Grimes and a not so valuable first round pick and move up and get an athlete, like an exceptional athlete, that for once in a while, the exceptional athlete that already comes to your team with a knockdown 3-point shot. That is rare to see. Usually you have the athlete that has to learn how to knock down the three respectfully, or you know what I'm saying, or the shooter that has to get in the gym and get athletic moves in his bag. But to have the athlete already come with the knockdown shot is rare. And I'm not saying that he's the greatest at either, right? But in Ben Mathurin, you get an exceptional athlete, jumper, leaper with a decent 3-point shot. I think it's going to be pretty good. I think his shot will transition to the league pretty good, right? I'm not ready to say he's going to be Zach LaVine. That's not what I'm saying, right? But what I am saying is, look at the Zach LaVine template of an athlete, right? That runs really fast, jumps really high, super twitchy, like a Mathurin, that comes with a decent 3-point shot, 38, 39%, right? Would I trade Quentin Grimes and the 11th pick for that? Yes. Because it offers me potential that Grimes can't offer me, right? That's the only reason. That's the only way I get rid of Grimes. I'm not trading Grimes just to get rid of him. I don't dislike Grimes, right? We all like ham sandwich guys. We all like lunch pail guys, right? And that's what Grimes is. Grimes is going to be a lunch pail guy coming to work every day, do his job. Occasionally he'll go off for 25, maybe once a month or so. You know what I'm saying? But Mathurin has the potential to be, if developed, an all-star level guy. Grimes ain't going to be that, right? And if somebody is going to tell me that Johnny Davis and Quentin Grimes are going to equal Zach LaVine, then I'll keep it, right? But the eyes tell me that a Johnny Davis, Quentin Grimes are not going to be Zach LaVine, right? So I have to do that deal. I have to take the chance.
I guess, man. I can't live. I guess I can't live like that. I can't say a guy. I don't know. I'm just not trading Quentin Grimes right now. He's not Kevin Knox. I don't gotta worry about him playing defense. I don't gotta worry about him taking shots. I don't gotta worry about him playing scared. He's already in the building. He's already in the system. And I think the little thing that we're all missing right now is Mathurin is never gonna play. So he could be the superstar all he wants.
I think you're being disingenuous.
No. You know why I gotta be disingenuous?
Would you have traded Emmanuel quickly for Scotty Barnes?
Is water wet? Did you see a 6'9" guy?
You just said a guy that's already in the building, already in the system. You don't want to, and then the first offer I make, you was like, hell yeah.
It's water wet though. That's Scotty Barnes. You see, Scotty Barnes would go one in this year's draft. It's all about knowing the talent. That's all. Quentin Grimes. This Benedict McDermott.
Just say you like Scotty Barnes.
I love Scotty Barnes.
Oh, okay. All right. So if you said that, then I'd have been like, okay, I dig it. You just love Scotty Barnes.
Yeah.
But you made an equation. So now I'm like adding variables to the equation just to see if the equation is going to add up every time, and it don't. Because you wouldn't trade quickly for Scotty Barnes last year, right? So that means you just like Scotty Barnes.
No, but I'm all about chemistry though. So if I'm about chemistry, I can't do certain trades. I'm just not interested in giving up Quentin Grimes right now. Once again, I've never seen a young core like all play together. I'm used to journeyman vets. I'm used to guys like Alec Burks and Evan Fournier and those type of guys. You know, for once, can we get a productive rebuild going. I don't want to see Evan Fournier, Alec Burks, and Randall anymore. They suck. I'm tired of that. It's 21 years of journeyman vets with the Knicks. Y'all don't get tired of mid basketball players? You don't get tired of turning on the show and we got to talk about Alec Burks? Don't get tired of that, bro.
Of course.
It gets annoying. So the Knicks need to stop doing this bullcrap this summer. I know the 11th pick ain't going to play. It's a great combo, but he's going to get DMP'd until at least February of next year. So it's a wait and see for me. The reason why I'm being disingenuous, Freezy, is not because of you. It's because of our coach. It has nothing to do with you.
Right.
Our coach is an idiot.
No, I get it. No, what I'm saying is as a fan, sometimes we have heartfelt emotions about a certain player, and sometimes that player don't come to our team, right? Like I love Ben Mathurin because of what I see on tape. Like you love Scotty Barnes because of what you saw on tape, and and Ben Mathurin may go to another team, right? So it won't stop me from admiring his talent from a distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hoping one day that my team can trade for him in his prime. And I think that's what it is with you and Scotty Barnes. You love what Scotty Barnes brings to the table, period, right? And if the Knicks could trade something for that without getting the team, I'm sure you'd be all for it, right? Like RJ and Scotty playing together. If we could trade Randall for Barnes right now, I'm sure you do it.
I'd trade him for some grandma cookies and an orange juice.
Right. Hey y'all, man, I got to get out of here, man. We've been off for like 5 hours, almost 6 hours, man. This is crazy.
Oh, I just noticed that. Oh,
yeah. And I ain't been to sleep yet. Worked all night, been up all day. Now it's like 4:21. So I gotta get like 2 hours of sleep and jump back on for Knicks freestyle.
Go get your Z's, man. Go get your Z's, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, y'all. Hey, thank you everybody for coming through. You got to come through some more, man, so I can laugh. Yo, you make me laugh, bro. You make me laugh like a motherfucker.
Nah, I just did 15 hours at work. So when I got up, I opened my laptop and I said, "Oh shit, Uncle Freezy on." Yo,
he's still on. Yeah. Hey, y'all. Hey, so we'll be back on for show tomorrow. Definitely. Unless something crazy happens, right? But I will see y'all tomorrow. Look at that. All right, y'all.
Yo, take it easy, man.